Hello, hello, hello. Yeah, I'm listening to the desk right now. They're doing their... Hold on, let me bring it up. Let me bring it up for everyone after I bring up the Epic Pen.
The other four gonna go demon.
They were questioning big time picking Jian, but in terms of pure kills, because this is just kills, or kills per round or something, or KD, Jian's actually doing fine stat-wise, I think.
Mika could end up clearing us all with
Mika's team
never know.
by far the
What's up, Tron? Yissel?
Well, I think at some point we're going to get to the
Shua? Eureka, welcome, welcome.
20 points, Vic, because we can't seem to catch you, and someone's going to have to
And the pro, YouTube, we got you.
So I'm gonna have to,
Hope everyone's having a good day. I'm having a great day. We're chilling, you know. There's no stakes in this match. Nongshim's in playoffs. It's all good.
Team Secret, Paper X team. I want like the Unk
Hey, what's up,
team.
Lionheart?
All the oldest players, the Unk team.
People keep saying
What's our preds today?
Unk, by the way.
My preds still don't change. I'm gonna go with Boom and Secret. But obviously Secret's a bit of a punch. But honestly, I think if there's a day that Secret's gonna upset, it's gonna be today.
All 8 of them, it's locked in. It was pretty crazy yesterday. It was
Wait, I didn't see Mika's team. What was Mika's team?
Yeah, really well done from them yesterday. I mean,
Nongshim can't get second place. I see a lot of people being confused about this. Nongshim can't get second place.
In general, because they've had a little bit of a rough run of things. Zeta were a very competitive team despite some pretty dire circumstances, but Nongshim, I don't know what they fed Margaret.
Because even if Secret wins, let's say even if they win 2-0, RRQ still goes out in first, and then yeah, they do the weird thing where it's like, okay, now back to the 3-way tie rule, and then Talon wins the head-to-head on both. Which I do think it's kind of dumb because it makes it just more convoluted. I think once you're in a 4-way, it should just be a 4-way, but... Yeah, today's game is meaningless other than champs points, which does matter a lot for Boom. I don't think it matters as much for RQ, but I think it still matters a decent amount. Well, okay, so for Boom it obviously matters because going to champs can make the difference between staying in Pacific and not. But for RQ it can also matter because they haven't actually gone to an international. They haven't won a trophy yet, so it can still come down to the 1 point, especially with how close it can be.
Which means all of their points are coming from stage 1 here. They probably need to go to Toronto. They probably need to get some decent points at Toronto and then have a strong stage 2 if they want to try to stay in Pacific and go to champs after stage 2.
Yes.
Yeah, we're gonna pin this just so people know, because I think a lot of people, even a lot of the Korean Nongshim fans, were like, yeah, well, we can still get second if Secret wins, and I'm like reading it, and I kept going back to it too, but there's no way. Jakeson confirmed that there's no way that the brackets are set. I did see the brackets. Honestly, it's not bad though. It's not bad because I mean it's lower bracket, so it sucks. But I would rather play either Genji or Talon's always a bit scary. But I think I would rather play Genji and potentially Talon rather than T1 or DRX. I would probably rather play DRX than Talon if I'm Nongshim, but the overall average, I think the chances are better of either team between Genji and Talon. And then sorry RQ, but I have a feeling RQ is going to lose that upper semi, and RQ is fine, I think. Because Talon is such a wild card, yeah, and it does feel like they did unlock like a slight extra level. Obviously, small sample size, so we don't know if the consistency will be there, but I think the consistency can be there, and I think there isn't as much like easy anti, right? I think you have to do deeper anti against Talon. Like it can't just be comp based, it can't just be like simple util based. It has to be very like psychological tendency based and more so it has to be about they're calling rather than their strats.
Yeah, I think that's a
Just because you never know when they're going to switch it up. Obviously, I mean, and this is smart from Frost, right? He's like, you know what? I think I'm going to go ahead and say it. Like, we're going to go back to multiple comps. I want to go back to multiple comps. And if people are listening to this interview, like, good luck, because, like, that's what I want to do. And whether they do it or not, now you have to kind of think, like, okay, well, it might be multiple comps. You'll still study their VODs, but I don't think you can rely on it as much as, like, say, Gen G. Like, I think Gen G, you can kind of assume the comps aren't going to change much going to playoffs. I think DRX, you can assume it's not going to change too much, right? It's either double duelist or you're going back to solo Euro. You know, teams like Zeta Division, I don't think you expect the comps to change much. But like T1 and Talon, I'm like, these teams could change comps. So I think that's the part where it's any team. I don't think you ever say that you prefer Talon or T1. Just because you don't have as an easier starting point. Obviously, in terms of like mechanical skill, etc., maybe, I don't know, you prefer that. And I think stylistically, just like Talon's very gifted, but because they can be very firefight based, sure, you could maybe think that that could be to your advantage depending on your players. But I respect them enough that I don't think Talon should ever be a team that you confidently say that you would prefer them.
They would have to play, I think, either Genji or Talon most likely. And if they can just overcome...
the only team you would need to worry about is Talon. They have a 2-0 record. I mean, also true. Also true. They've won both times that they've met Nongshim. And I think they match pretty well again.
Have you seen this meme before?
This meme's so funny. Oh my gosh.
I think it's
I love how it's DOS 9 as well.
Oh my gosh. Do you guys not know this? Have you guys not seen this cartoon? It might. Is it just a Korean thing? Oh my gosh. It's so funny. This isn't the full version. They're looping it. But the full video is basically like, you know, like you've got people who like think they're the boss. They run the show. They're rich. They're on the subway, and then you tap on like the real guy who's Boom, and they stand up and they yell at these guys like, "What the hell are you doing?"
We look at even the standings. You know, I think to get a top 4 spot in this group was
no, so chat, the reason they always had that asterisk for all the standings in the groups until today, because they were like, none of the it's I think that's the part that confused people, because that graphic would always say head-to-head will be applied after the group stage is over. But what it should have said is tiebreaker rules will be applied, because head-to-head made it sound like it was always going to be head-to-head, which it wasn't. So that was a bad graphic, I think. I think they do need to adjust that in the future. But basically, that one was like, it was never... that was just based on numbers. And once the tiebreakers are applied, Talon is second and Nongshim is fourth.
First on ACS, first on ADR, first on KPR.
The one thing I would want to change in Nongshim is bring Recon Initiator. They're always getting wrecked by the operator, and the Teo doesn't help much. True. The operator is a very good counter to him. That is very true. Neon doesn't have as easy of a time against an operator.
Yeah, he's really, I mean, leading the pack here in stage 1, but I want to say Hyunmin and Jemkin have been more consistent kickoff going into this stage. So I think for now...
Why is Nongshim confirmed fourth? No, there was no way. I think there was just a lot of misinformation going around. Four-way tie, yes, but four-way tie, look at the pinned message. Four-way tie, you do map diff, and then the rules state that you go back to a three-way tie. I think this is kind of silly, not just because it, you know, Nongshim is fourth. I think it's just silly because it's not as, you know, I mean, it's silly for the viewers, I think. As a rule, is it silly? Maybe not, because at some point you have to draw the line somewhere, and you just need some consistency. But once it goes down to 3 teams, they go to the three-way tiebreaker rule where head-to-head does apply. No, Liquipedia doesn't have the full rulebook, but someone was copy-pasting the... I mean, Liquipedia isn't the rule, but Liquipedia also put out the bracket. So Liquipedia obviously has the rulebook, because they've also confirmed that the bracket is set. So I don't think Liquipedia is just simplifying what happens in this case, but I mean, I think it's kind of on Riot for not making it very clear for everybody from the get-go, but also for the general viewer, they usually don't care anyway until they see the bracket. So I don't,
confident he
you
is
know,
in this win,
blame them.
I
But
don't think it is out of the realm of
it only feels like a mess because they never clarified it until it matters, and then they still don't clarify. They just say these are the results. I think I always hated how they do that. Even when I was casting, I'm always like, dude, just like start talking about the actual rules like minimum a week before. You know what I mean? That way, like no one ever feels like they got screwed over. I do think that's always a little bit poorly done. I do, but like they don't want to do that. They've always been very adamant about not wanting to do that, I assume for multiple different reasons. One of which would be like it's unnecessary for the casual viewer, which is true, but it is what it is. I mean, honestly, though, chat, I mean, in either case, I think it's second or fourth. I think the third place bracket would have been rough. I think second or fourth is fine. I don't think it changes too much. The only difference would have been like, yeah, maybe playing like Boom in the upper bracket with a second chance in the next week, you know, could have been maybe a nice confidence boost to try to get to Toronto, but Anyone who watches esports isn't casual anymore. I think you underestimate how many people watch without a care in the world about the rules or like anyone other than their favorite player. I think you underestimate that a lot. None of you guys are casual viewers because you're actually caring about watching an extra layer of it. No, but literally, I think you underestimate how many people, like, you know, the people who are just in there trolling about like racism and stuff in the chat, like those guys don't give a single damn what the rules are. They really don't. They just want to see op shots and flicks. I think a lot of gamers always forget. Like, people say like, oh well, anyone who plays like a PvP game isn't really casual anymore. I'm like, oh, you would be surprised. You know why there's so many people from like iron to bronze? It's because there's so many people that don't care. Like literally.
Boom, top of their group, and arguably they were.
Yeah, like I would say, Valcomp Reddit already not casual, already not the casual audience, already not the majority. I would argue Valcomp Reddit probably feels a bit bigger than some of the other esports centric Reddits, or at least more active, but that's already a minority. That's already a very, very big minority.
We saw them do a lot last week, you know. They made
Yeah.
it so
Yeah, it's always bigger, but it's not just bigger than you think. It's like, I think, because I've had my mind blown, because obviously, like, I've worked with devs about stats and stuff when I was, you know, on production or helping them consulting for games and stuff, and like, I'm always blown away at the number difference, like in viewers, in players, and all of that. I'm like, what? Like, it's crazy. Like, you know, one of the crazier stats is always like the I forget the exact number, but like the number of people that never touch multiplayer in StarCraft and Call of Duty. It's like, I could not imagine ever buying a Call of Duty for just the campaign. But it's stuff like that. Art and Akame filling Benkai's role. They've been great. They've been great personalities for sure.
If they drop a map or even drop the series here, and that might shake the confidence, and we need to keep the confidence on Boom high. We heard it from Six Fingers himself.
Yeah, exactly. Like I would say, if you watch any part of Challengers, you're probably not casual. If you've ever thought about Champs Points, you're probably not casual. Obviously, there's like layers to how hardcore you can get, but and listen, from a production point of view, like, don't confuse people with more words. That is a good rule. Like, that is a good rule to go by. But dude, did Seth always have those glasses and that hair this whole stage? What the heck? Why did I never notice? He looks so different.
And yeah, DFM, they kind of stopped doing their walkouts.
Well,
they didn't do it last match either.
It's hard to find that kind of energy.
You see those insane. Actually true. Actually true.
Their game rather than their walkout.
Is Shiro ill?
I mean, like I say,
Why was he wearing a mask?
Shows, hey, we were closer than everybody.
Or just because he's wearing a sweater? Yeah, it might be that maybe he's feeling a little bit under the weather. Could just be that he always prefers to be a bit warmer. Buying COD only for the single player sounds weird. I mean, yeah, but even early on, I don't know if I would have ever justified buying it only for single player, but you'd be shocked.
Yeah,
how
I think
few
beyond
people like
sending a
touch
message, it's just
multiplayer,
important to be
let
able
alone
to,
like level up.
you know, practice on the stage and get
But
ready for
anyway,
stage,
I
stage two
agree.
here,
I will always argue that, I mean, you know, you should at least clarify it somewhere, like maybe not on the main broadcast, but like point people to like a tweet post or something, or I don't know, like just something where it's like at least the information was there and very open, so people don't feel like you were kind of robbed. But I've known like since yesterday, but I didn't say it on my stream because I hadn't double checked, but that it's not like they did a switcheroo. Nongshim is confirmed fourth. Even Silkanon in the press conference knew. He was like, I'm pretty sure we're fourth, like set for good. So, you know, it sucks we're starting the lower bracket, but it is what it is. No big deal.
When Fracture comes around, they get to play Brimstone, they get to go shoot, so both of them gonna try and go big today.
Definitely, and it looks like Boom has
There's so few streamer watch parties today. Yeah, today's matters for champ points, but there is no seeding difference. There's none of that. But I would argue that champs points matters for DFM. I would argue that champs points matters a lot in Pacific, just because it's so tight-knit. And technically, in the same vein, if RRQ really wants to go to champions, I would say champs points matters as well, because you're not at an international yet, so you don't have the extra boost of points. So
that's right, we're back for another day of action, baby. It's time to round out.
If you watch VCT China, you're not. Oh, you're definitely not casual if you watch VCT China. Do you think the Sliggy train will succeed? Well, no, because unfortunately for Paper X, Nongshim is now in the lower bracket, so Nongshim will derail the train at some point, even if Paper X goes that far.
They're reigning supreme. The Indonesian power is looking pretty damn good here in
If Nongshim had won against, I mean, if Nongshim had won against either T1 or Talon, it would have been different. But I actually, I will still say to this day, I think the T1 match was more winnable from like a prep standpoint.
So for DFM here against Boom, they still want to get this win. They want to get some confidence. They want to find
Paper Kilios back-to-back cast days. Yeah, I guess so. I think there was like a different weekend where the other guys had to do back-to-back, so they probably just swapped around the schedule a little bit.
Figuring things out very quickly because DFM's window on making it to a global event is closing.
As a Talon fan, fourth is all I want. I mean, I think Talon's like it's one of those cases where they're either top 3 or they're bottom, like they're bottom 2. We'll see though. Make some noise. That's right. Oh, chat. No, I got to do this so they know that I'm using it. Chat, welcome. I forgot about it because I didn't have it yesterday at the venue. Welcome to one of the official watch parties. I am pretty interested. Well, I'm interested in the Boom one just to see how they look. But I'm pretty interested in the RRQ one because there's a potential. There's a good. Not good, but RRQ is one of the potential candidates to meet for Nongshim, and you know, before the qualifying match. So.
The flank, however, coming through is this scout, and he strikes, finds the headshot in May, holding it to half now, needs to fight his way out of the 1v2.
One enemy remaining.
Shot to the chest, finding one more, just the one tap to deal with Shiro.
The T1 match RRQ comms, I don't know if I've seen.
In towards Canteen, but now the salvo cycle back up, buying more time. Waiting on the angle.
Yeah, I mean, where do you expect him to come from, though? Oh!
He pulls off with the defuse.
Oh, playing for time though. Very smart. Yeah, a little bit whiffy. Maybe he's feeling a little bit under the weather. Doesn't matter though. He was so weak though, so that might have been what messed him up a bit.
To get into those post-plant positions and played very, very efficiently by Shiro. Using those.
Yeah, I don't know if I've seen the T1 one, but RQ's comms are generally pretty chaotic. Yeah, if you watch the older ones, like Astrea's they barely have clips of Astrea because he probably just says like the important things at the start of round, etc. And like a lot of people, whenever they would lose or Astrea wouldn't do well, they'd be like, yeah, we don't even hear him talk in the comms, and I'm like, I mean, he's, you know, it's not he's not an English speaker by nature. He's the main IGL was calling the big thing. So yeah, I don't think it's that surprising that it didn't work out. You have no tomatoes. That doesn't sound too good. I ended up not watching the Energy Love match because I was up for the start of the one before Loud EG, and then I was like, I was wondering if I'll just watch it and then turn on the stream for Energy Love. And then I was like, actually, this game's just not that fun. I was like, I'll take a nap. And then I took a nap, and I woke up late. Like 30 minutes past the, like predicted time. And I was like, oh, shoot, I missed the beginning? Oh, no. And then I tuned in, and I realized that the loud game was still going on. And I was like, wait, that just means that if I watch the NRG Love match, then like I might not even get to actually sleep before Pacific. So I was like, you know what, I guess I'm not gonna watch it. So unfortunately I missed, the match that everybody wanted to watch around the world. Everyone was watching that, I think. I am surprised about how it panned out. I haven't seen any clips though.
Go towards Dish, send May out there to get a little info, but this stealth drone just got a lot.
Wall's been found. Is Jinbo. Nice timing. Peeks out, finds one.
Chobra, can you make your hair Nongshim red, white, and black? I'm gonna dye my hair Nongshim red if they go to Toronto, chat. I said that yesterday. I stick by it.
Gotta worry about the breach.
My wife thinks I'm crazy, but it is what it is.
Follow-up stun could come from Akame. So him and Art maybe going for a play. We'll see.
Fault line gonna be sent. Pretty much everybody other than Famous getting caught by that. Famous is gonna be taken down. Art, that aftershock placement comes away with that kill.
IRO stream the salon visit. Yeah, maybe. No, the entire head. I'm gonna become just a bag of Shin Ramyun.
Team ace here. Two players down on the side of DFM, but otherwise not a bad anti-bonus round at all.
What do you think? Which's IGL is more? Which IGL is calmer in Korea? Munchkin, Stacks, Francis, or Mako? Calm? Probably Francis the most, actually, in terms of like how they call.
Just good timing from Jinbung. That's all you can say about that. I was kind of curious about the Famous kill, but it doesn't look like we're going to get it in the replay.
Isn't there a famous hair cutter in Korea? I mean, there's probably multiple.
That's very well handled. Very good macro.
Miracle, how much do I have to prove myself? That listen, the curse isn't real, chat. It's propaganda. I think Mako is surprisingly more aggressive and a little bit hectic. I don't think like Mako is gonna go crazy, but I think Mako is probably more aggressive and hectic than people expect, and Stacks is actually probably calmer than people expect in the way they call.
Finds Art, breach now. Taken down on the floor, the A site split open here. 4 booms.
Oh, Indy with the loophole. I will buy the plane tickets for Nongshim to go to Toronto. That is smart. If they qualify for Toronto.
Have to fight their way out of here one way or the other. Dawson could just swing off these salvos, but we'll just be held at bay. And okay, as well as May.
Infinite, you're still cooking? Leave these poor teams in peace. Time. They still have time now. Okay. Well.
Falls down, the fuse will come through, and DFM are going to tie
DFM, can they do it?
It really looked like Boom was going to have a pretty good round. They get the first blood, they get the plant, they find the open space on the map, but DFM, they're able to regroup, able to reset.
Munchkin and Stacks calls get sloppier when they're just. Oh, for sure, for sure. I mean, they're also like. I think they will like get more chaotic when they like really feel like they need to make a call, like drive it home. And they're a bit higher energy. I think Francis generally just doesn't get high energy at all. It's kind of insane.
That gets him into the advantageous position here as far as the economy is concerned, ult-wise as well.
I feel like the Fracture is a map they've always wanted a bit more practice on, so this could be just them getting more reps on it.
If you can grab a couple guns from DFM, definitely would be considering.
I don't think it's necessarily them baiting. I don't think Boom can afford to like try to play some weird long con.
Famous swinging that corner. No one else nearby enough for the Bucky to really find value. So Art will be able to bring that one out.
Whoa, May, what?
Pushing into the smoke.
I mean, I guess he just didn't want to get pinched, but damn, you should have just gone into the smoke earlier then.
Trades it out. This round,
that was weird.
Going a bit sideways here for the side of DFM. Now a 2v3 with a recovered weapon in Dawson's hands.
Shiro got his ult off that plant too.
Kame does manage to find one. Like you said, though, Armageddon is available. Flash finding the hit. The swing now coming through. The double face.
They can? No. I don't think they can afford to because Boom, like, you just you don't want to risk missing out champs by one.
Jumping over the top of it. Can't play the
by 1 champs points. Like, no team wants to do that, but for Boom, like, that could mean the difference between staying in Pacific and not. And the way they were talking about it on the desk, they had Six Fingers and Ewok, and, like, you could tell, like, I mean, Six Fingers, first of all, was a bit more loose with his words, but also, I think, you know, Boom, they know, like, they're like, yeah, but champs points still matter for us quite a bit. And for Ewok, it's more like, no, we just want to make sure that we're, like, giving our best and, like, keeping up a winning streak. That's a good face.
He's got aura.
That's very good.
Is very confused by those.
Very funny. Like,
Yeah, like, if Boom doesn't do that, I mean, the only way I think it's forgivable is if they, like, get first place and go to Toronto, right? Then it's like, okay, you did that because you were confident you could do that. But the moment you don't do that, I'm like, I would question if it was the right play if we found out that they were, like, trying to trick people and mind game people.
Coming through, orbital strike going to be called in. Try to slow things up, but no catch there for Tien. As Mayna is just out into the open with an op in hand. He's going to get absolutely sat down.
But Boom, in terms of, like, playstyle, I am not as interested in. Because the only place Nongshim could meet them is in the actual qualifying match, by which point we'll have much more data. At least 2 more matches in the playoffs. But RRQ, we are kind of curious in.
That should put the final nail in the coffin as far as the save call is concerned. But DOS9 out for blood, looking for a little bit more swings, makes it even more costly for them.
How does relegation work? Is it the 2 lowest placed teams? It can only be Ascension teams, and it can be both teams, but only one team can make it. So at least one team has to be, well, at least one team has to go down to minimum Ascension. There's 2 layers, right? You're either sent to Ascension or you're sent back to Challengers the next year. So that depends on your placement.
The lone survivor, however, is Boom now. Move up 4-2.
Yeah, this is just really awkward.
Oh, I just saw this, Tron. What did Mr. Chobra have to say about the hair dyeing? I mean, she was like, I can't believe you said that. She's like, are you really going to do it? I was like, I have to. I said it. And she's like, well, you know, honestly, red might look good. And I was like, well, I don't know about that.
Just is not quite ready. You know, he thought maybe, okay, well, our orbital strike just cleared this spot. Maybe I can get in there and get planted, but Boom had already re-cleared that space.
Overdrive popped. Great time.
Yeah, probably like what we'll see from both teams today is just like really solid fundamentals to try to see if they can, you know, do enough with that. Oh, shoot. I think this was a... See, this is where you do need to watch out because DFM literally has nothing to lose. They might as well just send it all out. It's like showing strats doesn't matter because you have until stage 2 with a different map pool potentially anyway. Probably, right? 100%. So it's like... Especially with Fracture not going to be in stage 2 as far as we know. Might as well just send it all. Get another, you know, point. Go out with a bang. Get a win. You know, give back to your fans a little bit. And I think it is good for teams like Boom and RRQ today to like these are the points you need to learn of like, okay, yeah, like we should have, like, why didn't we expect that? Things like that. Like those are actually the learning points you do want instead of you focusing on your own like crazy strats. I think something that showed yesterday was, again, it's always been true, but now more than ever because most teams have gotten better. You have to be a team that is really focused on what your opponents are doing. Oh, whoa. Okay. I like the idea, though. Like, DFM is actually... Like, DFM is clearly just pulling out everything in their playbook. I like the idea. It just kind of was a poor read. But what I mean is, teams that are just focused on their own playbook, no matter how good it is, you won't actually go that far. And you won't ever win cleanly. Like, you need to be very well prepped about what your opponents are doing and having good reads. And therefore, you know, IGLs are more valuable than ever. Oh my!
He's getting a little bit too frazzled. Too many targets, gets distracted economy at the same time. However, able to come away with 3 eliminations. We've DOS9 and Shiro now. Trying to find their way back into this one, and Shiro has
When will you address the drama? What drama?
Can't quite tell. Either way, a 4K for Akame means a DFM.
Can I cut you a deal of red-dyed hair with blonde frosted tips? No.
This time by May, and an immediate runaway from it to force out that orbital strike, get that big ultimate away. Art had a moment here, but you could tell that coming from a lot of different angles was something Boom was having a tough time dealing with. Obviously, the Steel Garden makes you a little more comfortable to push some of that space. A great find there from the sewers.
Yeah,
Just
I
really
mean,
nice
they
stuff
still
from
wrap it up.
DFM in terms of being aware of the map, being aware of the space. They
The
can
DFM
take.
Classic does look
Better
kind of
ultimate
nice,
usage
honestly.
this time. That is much more of what they're going to need here against this very tough Boom squad. Seem to be lining up for a B crunch this time.
The drama is that Indomie is better than Nongshim. All Pacific casts confirm that. What?
Over back through defender
That's
side.
actually insane.
For GN.
That's no, Seth would. I don't think Seth would actually confirm that. He really likes Shinramyun. No, that's a lie. I'm getting one guide.
Turn gets a 180 there. Land the shot on to Famous. Molly now. Tipped up, bounced into the air a little bit, creates a bit of space, but Shiro pushing, still able to find one. Art going to be dropped. Still, though, firm control of the site and round for the side of DFM.
He's still got a player stuck up in tower, too. See Boom thinking about the rotate, but
Chat, you can't just keep trying to up the ante for the first bet. We gotta do build-ups. You do this, I'm never making a bet again. You gotta ease me into it.
I mean, that was a big kill for DOS9 to alleviate some of that pressure, to open up the space, but still going to be difficult. May was doing a great job there. Didn't over push. Just
You are the one guy. Get out of
Took
here.
care of business.
30 seconds left.
Got a couple players left. See what they can do. Boom though.
The original ramen hair.
We've already seen DOS9 with a rifle. A little bit tricky.
Salvo cycled up.
That's amazing.
Which angles does he go for? Looks like it's just going to be a double send over towards drop, which now with NC Slasher getting taken down because the site is open. DOS9 able to find the first. The tap. It's so
Did he
damn
see that
clean.
on cast yesterday?
The Molly looking for it, drops down, swings the corner. May trying to push out, will be able to find the headshot, and the Molly was a bit too deep. Even then, the time would have been there.
DFM, already 5.
They take the lead.
Although I think you kind of want more on
in a lot of different
defense.
parts of this round. Everybody doing their job. I'm not seeing many players over-aggress or peek the wrong angle. You know, here, GN and Jinboong are doing a good job of holding down the different angles. Even though GN goes down trying to clear tower, that's still not a bad move at all. I mean, DOS9 is very good, but sending the salvos there, the awareness that a player could be there.
You gotta do it for these fans, man.
Has something to cheer about.
Was that Uda, the Japanese caster in the back?
Right now, 5-4. So a good start, especially on the defender side of Fracture. They really look well prepared on this map today. It really looks.
Why does the feeling and performance from Boom this game feel like they made sure going Toronto? The thing is I actually think like this can be such a good learning experience, and seeing how they've improved, I think this will be a very good learning experience for them. Boom, headshot.
There's no util sent out. Boom fans in the audience. Thanks for coming on.
Because if they look like I agree, it's like something's not as convincing, but whether that's because like they're not trying to pull out every playbook, whether that's because of whatever, or they're not as comfortable in Fracture, it's like, okay, well now we know the cause. You got to identify it. So this is a good place for them to do that, even if they don't win.
It's almost a straight shot.
I mean, at this point, I'd suspect if the police saw you, they'd pull over and be like, "Sir, are you okay?"
You know, you get those alerts for missing people. Yeah. Someday you're gonna see one for me, and
it's feeling nah, screw it.
yeah, you just do what you usually do.
No, Ekaroth, I don't know if I'm saying that correctly on YouTube. Talon is set for second. The standings don't change today. It's just champ points. It's just champ points. Because Talon beat T120, but Nongshim only won 2-1, there can be no changes.
Finding Berserks. 1-for-1 as May just dashing around. And it's getting come down. NC Slasher.
Dude, NC Slasher. I'm like torn. Honestly, maybe NC Slasher is the most improved on Boom. And I think Berserks is up there as well. But Berserks was obviously always very good. It was more consistency thing.
Really nice combo from Boom.
I still blame those fans taking shots too early. Chat. There were 2 moments I knew. When Dombi got the clutch on the pistol, and when they were taking those shots at the Zeta Division watch party. 2 points, I was like, it's over. It's freaking GG.
Really in a solid enough position unless he goes sprinting into NC Slasher. So should be good to hold on to the weapon here for now. Spike will detonate. Timeout call, working a treat here. Boom, just kind of upping the pace a little bit, catching that forward push out of B main, off guard.
Oh, everyone on Boom has improved, but I think NC Slasher has improved a ton, like both on fragging and util. Shiro has improved a lot too. Obviously, we're not expecting him to be the main fragger anyway. His IGLing's always been pretty good. Obviously, I think it's gotten better, but
DFM, they're sending out pushes early on some of these mains to try to get info, and you're finding a good response. So
what's the bet that Chobra has to do? If Nongshim qualifies for Toronto, I will be dyeing my hair Nongshim red.
This time they're going to play a bit further back, still looking for some of that aggression, but this time it's actually on the other side of the map. Art and May are trying to clear out Dish. They do. So this should give them a pretty decent read that...
No, I'm not saying Boom's not trying. I'm just saying it's like... I think it's good for them to try, but obviously you don't want to like show like entire new comps or whatever. But DFM will be pulling out more strats for sure, because they have literally nothing to lose by doing that. Boom may want to try to win off of fundamentals, but even that is like a good test for them, I think, of like, okay, what do we need to adjust? Because if we can't win just off of fundamentals against DFM, like what's the roadblock here? But Boom wants to, because again, championship points, qualifying for champions could make the difference between staying in Pacific and not. So.
Little taps there. Already had him low, but Jinboom, a great headshot to be found, brings us back into a 2v2. It's a 50-50 here, though. As May diving forward, the shot's now coming through, and Shiro adjusts to collect them both. A 3K overall in the round, and Boom, reestablish a lead, at least temporarily.
May, man.
Yeah, and now that
we gotta raise May's sense. He's gotta spin more. He didn't check the left side at all, but I think he thought he did. Honestly, though, neon movement is not easy. You have to really practice it. Well, he didn't check it at all. Well, he checked it late, but I think he still didn't clear the corner, and it was just not good. That was not great. No, because if you look at the replay, the first dash he goes straight, and then he like does this jump, but he's like putting up the fast lane here. So it might have pinged a question mark on the minimap, but then he jumps like this. So the only but I think this might have not still cleared this deep corner.
Relay bolt into the fault line. May collecting Shiro's head right before he can swing the corner. NC Slasher counter swinging back in. Does manage to find one. As Art.
Low sense, that's why. I mean, you know, you gotta either be willing to rip your elbow out or change your sense.
Depends on his timing from GN.
There's the lockdown sent. Armageddon just looking to dissuade and delay an approach through the halls. Still sticking around now, is trying to escape. He is going to be detained. Saw him make their way forward here.
Ooh, I like the step back in from Akame. Dude, Akame's been a very big shining point for DFM.
And widely, I mean, now they're kind of screwed. It's just the spike in hand here on NC Slasher. Position completely known. Would have to fight his way out in a 1v4. DFM, they're going to tie things up 6-6.
You know where he's at. Dude, take out this guy. And, oh, well, now you don't have time.
From this breach, swap to the shorty. First pump going wide. Jinboom's
6-6?
That's going to be 6 and 6 at the half.
Doable.
DFM looks really map aware today. Communication looks good. The decision making very, very good for the most part. A few kind of odds and ends, but that nice play from May, that double.
This is a defense map. I would agree.
Having that angle all ready to go when he swings that corner.
I mean, I think it kind of depends, you know, on team dynamics, but
well drilled, well prepared. You know, this is a map that looked very shaky, obviously, against Gen G. I mean, the whole series looked shaky for TFM against Gen G, but yeah, you can see the practice is being put in. I like the change to the neon.
I love that he has a VCT America's hat. It's so funny. Milophobia, the DFM coach.
Ways to clear out some of those angles that might be problematic post-plant, things like that. It definitely looks like DFM is a lot more comfortable. GN is fragging out today, so the Brimstone suits him.
It looks like DFM knows that there's no pressure, though. That's good.
DFM definitely,
you know, have at least that one game where it's like, just show us what you got. Just show us what you got.
Championship points, that still matters.
Sure.
So you want to get
what the hell? Six Fingers is just taking a nap. Dude, Fields is locked in. He's got laser eyes, and Six Fingers is like, all right, Fields, I'll leave this one to you, man.
Right. So, understand.
Oh my
some of the
gosh.
Frustrations.
Who's the best Neon? Chat, you know the answer.
Thank you indeed.
Indeed. I do appreciate the
It's a gift that keeps on giving.
yeah, I do appreciate that the chat, the Boom supporters just keep typing "ow" whenever they win rounds.
Yeah.
It's so good.
You know,
It's Dombey, in case anyone didn't know.
2 Wolf-based teams at Toronto if Boom can make a run through, because we have Wolves now.
That's
from China.
true.
So
who can out?
They get to fight and see which one's the alpha.
That's true. Who can out howl who? Which fans? I suspect the Boom fans if they show up.
Oh yeah.
You know what we should have, chat? You know what we should have?
They do.
We should get like all the best Neons and put them in a free-for-all DM
Musical
with
appearance.
abilities.
John Locke
Day
days.
one.
John
Everyone
Locke
on
days.
Neon,
Boys.
like a free-for-all.
Oh, looking for the readjust. Jinbung.
Actually, Mini Boo is a good shout.
Meanwhile, back over here at Sand.
No, Mini Boo is actually a really good Neon, but he's a very good. Like he's. I don't know if he. Oh shoot! I don't know if he would necessarily be the best in like a one-on-one Neon fight.
One around from May.
But in a team setting, Mini Boo's actually like Mini Boo gets underrated insanely
You can
when it comes to Neon talk.
not let Berserks outplay you here. You're not setting up for a 1v1 necessarily. It just depends on how wide he swings.
Berserk's able to find it.
Uh-oh.
Suddenly, at range, I mean,
Even
you can
Berserks
see his
is
own
like,
head on his own hand on his own head. I think he knew.
ay
that
ay,
he probably shouldn't have gotten that. But he did.
ay ay.
And good on him to do so.
Aye, aye.
Now, the way of Boom as they reestablish a lead with a Red Bull clutch.
Yeah, that's a heartbreaker.
That's
Not
rough.
a bad idea from DFM there. You know, both guns essentially on top of their opponent, but I mean, this is just ridiculous from May. And then right as the drop down comes
Oh,
through,
dude,
ready
that
for the
third kill was so
That's just a
good.
great first shot though from Berserks. And yeah, one more bullet.
Check your posture.
No, I will not.
Oh, I don't want to talk about that.
And how I'm casting, posture is never good. when I'm casting.
Exactly. A buy up from DFM though. They're gonna gamble. Don't see this
For
too
Neons,
often.
we got Dombi, Kong Kong, Monyet, Famous, Zekin,
Because of that plant, because of the
and the
number of
best
kills they
Neon
got,
King.
they do have a bit of
Wait,
extra
who's the best Neon King?
to pump into this round. A Bulldog too.
I'm assuming you're gonna say Forsaken because you're missing Forsaken.
They haven't tipped their hand on the guns just yet. It's just been you two.
Oh, King. Oh,
Yeah,
you
even
said it
Tommy
with
has
all
the pistol
caps, so I
out.
didn't realize you meant the player.
Trying to hide this as long as they can.
I was like, what?
Trying to find some open space on the map, but seemingly a good
Yeah,
read
Mini
from
Boo,
Ensign
and I would
Slasher.
say RB still deserves to be in there
Shift it over
too.
to this side.
But it also depends, like with Neons, obviously, depending on how your team plays, it is hard to say like only one person would be the objective best because it's like, because some people are like absolute movement demons. Some people, you know, are just like really good at abusing the advantages that it has. Some people are really good at 1v1. Some people are good at space grading,
Hitting a bit of damage.
etc., etc., etc. That was good.
Beautifully placed to Kame. Don't know exactly where they were gonna end up
Dude, the
making.
Stingers are running rampant in Pacific. I love it.
Scooping up 2
You love to
kills
see
with
it.
that Stinger.
Left.
Just the Kame and Art now. Just the former.
Jog.
And of course,
Do we
not
put
going to be
Jog in
leading
the
to a
list
round
of
with
best
Boom.
Neons in the world?
Get the 2-0 start here in the second half.
In
They were looking
isolation?
for all the same, while simultaneously breaking the economy of DFM.
Yeah, the initial idea is really
I don't
good
know
here from
about
DFM. They really hid their guns. The fact that they bought up as long as they could, but Berserk's just in a spot.
Mini Boo
where
is a
DFM
notorious. Mini Boo is
busy fighting a couple other
in.
players, and they can't
Mini Boo's a
react quick
notorious
enough.
Neon player. They play the Neon on Icebox, and I actually he's the only guy that makes it look good. But it is actually good the way they play it.
To clear B main, they pay the price.
RB was the OG Neon goat
You
though.
lose one player to that util dump, so be it. Everybody else going to be on point to make sure that
That's
round
true.
doesn't go awry.
Governor's Neon is actually good. Governor's Neon is actually good, chat. All the memeing about Governor's mistakes aside, I mean, he friggin' blew up the game, their debut game last year, and he still had good games afterwards on Neon as well.
They're on the DOS 9, and Shiro
Spike down B.
continuing to deliver.
No, for now I would say
Alongside the smoke.
no, I'm back in Dombi. I'm back in Dombi as the GOAT Neon, but
Famous is in around the back.
there's some
Drone
OGs.
getting the ping reveal. And there's the shot, the outlaw to put him down. Boom now up by 3.
You sound so chill after yesterday's segment. My voice actually hurts a little bit, Chan. I didn't realize I was shouting so much. I mean, I knew I was shouting a little bit because my mic kept peaking and I couldn't figure out how to adjust the volume. So I was like, oh well, people aren't complaining enough in chat, so I guess it's fine enough. When I woke up, my wife and I went out for lunch because there's like this neat little homemade burger place. And they had coupons for everyone in the neighborhood, so we went and got some nice homemade burgers. But then I was like talking to her, and I was like, oh my god, my voice is shot.
Okay, going in on the chase, and it's gonna be a comment who actually comes away with
My voice actually, like, it's actually kind of gone.
Otherwise, not really occupied. Get a player.
But also, I'm just, I mean, you know. Like, this doesn't, none of this affects Dongshim's seating, nobody's seating. It doesn't affect any seating. And this game especially, I'm not, you know, I'm just kind of keeping an eye on it. But the RRQ match, I would be a little bit more invested to see what RRQ does. But, you know. I got kind of wrecked yesterday. Sorry for headphone and earphone users. I apologize. You should have let me know. I would have lowered it a bit.
Over towards the A side, you know, you've got a bit of an advantage potentially there. Make a pop result. Sprint through, we'll see. That's how they want to.
When you say Miniboo Neon, the only thing I remember is the flashback 4K.
Really still trying to decide, but with the crunch coming through from the north side from Akame.
Swing out, minor glimpse. Salvo is going to be set to try to further delay. Jinbin will just go off on his own. Pushing forward, looking to see if he can clear some additional space.
No, all good. I appreciate all everyone having fun on the stream yesterday. It was fun. It was fun. I'll definitely be at the stadium for all the playoff games now. Just so, because also, like, I can just be, like, I can actually just pop off more when I want to because, you know, because we don't have proper soundproofing yet in our room. That is something that we're going to look into since now that I'm full-time streaming / content creating, but... You know, at the stadium, it's like, and then it's already loud anyway, so like I'm even louder. And
Xerxes look good in some of these rounds, though.
Just a triple face out. No one gets dropped. Weapons do get retained. DFM shorten the gap. Now just
Chobra Unchained.
Yeah, and we're starting to see some of this better game planning from
APEC has had games on Monday every week, but in playoffs, chat, we are only having games on the weekend, so Saturday, Sunday. So starting next week, it's only 2 days a week for Pacific.
Took enough damage. Kame, quick reactions from him. And then the triple swing out. Very well timed, very well coordinated.
It's just for the champs point. Which, again, I will argue that it can end up mattering for Boom. Enough that they, you know, they're not going to be, like, not caring about this game. But are they going to pull out all the stops? No. DFM, should they pull out all the stops? Yes. Especially on Fracture. The map's leaving the pool anyway. Show us what you got. Give a little joy to your fans in the cafe.
Maybe able to catch a DFM.
Yeah, I actually, I don't know. Everyone keeps saying, like, champs points doesn't matter. I'm like... Dude, last year, one champs point made a difference. And I would argue that, especially for Ascension teams, it matters even more, because it's not even just like, hey, we made a champs. And also, chat, you know, teams just make an insane more amount of money once they go to champs. Just just from everything combined, the, you know, awareness of that team on a global scale, etc., 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 you know, prize pool, split pool, all of that. Like, it makes such a world difference. For Ascension teams, it's a matter of staying alive even in the league, but yeah, the champs bundle split. I've heard varying numbers and reports from different people, but basically, right? But it should be public in terms of like what the org's got. But depending on how your org splits it, and then for the org, it matters a lot regardless. So it's like, it's huge. That's like what makes it worth it.
So they kind of think like it might be free because they haven't heard anything through there.
Yeah, I don't know. Everyone's always like, yeah, but it doesn't really matter. I mean, for DFM, it's kind of like, for DFM, it doesn't really matter, right? Because you're so far apart. But for Boom, it does matter. Right? So, especially in Pacific, I would say. For DFM, like, if you're going to say, well, it doesn't really matter, I mean, yeah, I kind of get that. Because now your best shot is to get top 2 in stage 2 because you have 0 wins. Like, I get it. But I think
Armageddon now.
But then it's also like, well, then show us what you got. You got a month and a half anyway to prep for the next stage. Give us a little bang.
Make things as even as possible, finding even more. Just looking for that quick hit, but as soon
Care
as
to
Rain
comment on
falls,
the
Achilles the
accusation?
wheels
What's the
come off the
accusation
round.
here?
Boom now. 2 away from closing out their map pick.
Sure, but I have a complaint about yesterday's stadium stream. Tron asked you to take your shirt off, but you didn't. Care to comment on why you hate your viewer? Chat, I will always listen. Chat, I've worked in production long enough to know the viewer doesn't actually know what they want. I'm just protecting you guys.
Finding those corners where they can tuck in and get those kills, and therefore DFM wants to take a time out of their own.
You don't actually know what you want.
Rough, you know, because they decided to go for the force buy, the economy got set off balance.
EME and NA games are so. Dude, I've actually been kind of disappointed by both regions in terms of entertainment value. Because EMEA, I think one of the benefits EMEA had was there's some real stinkers in terms of like boringness, regardless of actual skill level. Well, okay. I guess if it's really boring to me, that means even the skill level wasn't good, right? So EMEA always had some real bad stinkers, but they would have some real bangers in either the aim or like comp and like skill usage. Like they'd be very creative. And then NA would at least still have some banger aim duels. But I feel like this stage, it's been kind of... America's I haven't watched enough, so I don't comment on it. I won't comment on it too much. But yeah, last night I was like, yeah, I mean, you know, I'm like, you know, I still have caffeine. I'm running on the adrenaline. I'll take a nap. I'll watch the loud game a little bit, and then I'll stream Energy 11. I'm like watching the loud game, and I'm like, I mean, I know this game's not the best game to gauge, but it's just not fun. At least the first map, and then EMEA. Every time I've tuned in, mostly I've been kind of. They've been average. There have been a couple. I'm not saying all of them, but they've been average to not fun. Again, that doesn't mean there's like nothing to watch for, but maybe I'm just Pacific pilled, right? Maybe it's just because we get either insane muddiness or insanely like close actual good games in Pacific. We rarely get. You know what it is, Chad? I figured it out. I just figured it out. And this is no offense to these two teams, but it's because we didn't have DFM and Zeta in the same group. If we did, it would bring down the average entertainment of Pacific games. It's actually true. Granted, Zeta in general has been a lot more fun to watch this stage, so.
The flash through the shorty gonna be pumped, and Shiro runs out of shell, so Jinbung able to go ahead and quickly collect a kill.
No, but I'm saying first you'd get Zeta DFM, which would have been boring. And then on top of that, the potential frequency of the boring games would be increased. Yeah, I mean, I guess America's, it also doesn't help that the best team is G2, which a lot of people find boring. I still think G2 is very... But I think for me, even now, like, I don't know if I find watching G2 in America's... Dude, Berserk, does he do it again? Kind of running out of time, though. I like that they go for the early stun. They're playing off of time. This is good from DFM. Ooh, I like that call, too. That was a good 2v1 by DFM. I think G2 in Americas, I don't think I would enjoy watching live anymore anyway, because it's just like they're so much better in general. Like even if they drop a map, I would still have fun like VOD reviewing and analyzing their game, but you know that's different from live watching it.
The attack comes from, but that means they're lacking info exactly where that's going to be, and they're going to be a bit late. Now they had the ults, that's why they wanted to do that. They felt like they could stall, they could delay, they could get themselves into a retake position. But DFM
MIBR is, I agree. MIBR is probably the most interesting team in general to watch in Americas.
Check this box here.
You could have said TS and DF. Also true. Team Secret, very boring. But I trust. I still stand by my prediction. I mean, May's only got 16 H. Oh, Jinbung online.
As the dust and chaos settles, we're into a 2v2. May chipped away at. Needs to wait for that door to shut.
Ooh, I like it. NT.
To bound his way across the gap, gets over towards the site.
No smokes.
And either team having them.
Yeah, you can't
Salvo's
cover.
back up for
Yeah, but fast lane up for Famous. He only has an op. He can't pick a weapon up from here. Boom's worried. Boom's worried. I love that DFM sticking with this, but the problem with DFM is like you got to double peek to cross this, and you're not gonna have a good angle. It's freaking rough. Or maybe you just trust May to get over. I don't know. They are waiting. Oh, Jimbung, he's gonna clear. He's gonna go close. Oh no.
Swing on the corner and Famous.
That's not the angle you want to close in on. You don't have a good wall to turn from.
Has to do it all. Lands out into the open. Where does he position? Quickly.
So basically, Chobra just hates Brett.
Just narrowly gets away from the salvos.
No, I saw Sleegy was like, wait, I thought that was just like an AI script, but people told him that it was damn. People told him that it was a copy pasta.
Doesn't have to rely on the heavy hitting rifle.
I should have mentioned that it was a copy pasta, but
to map point.
Yeah, I mean it's
all good.
A great outplay by Boom. Finds a good timing with their roll.
Yeah, there was a world.
Right there to punish. Finds a huge triple kill. Even though DFM able to slip the net a bit, they have no idea what's going on the rest of the map, but they have to take a pause. Try to wait to see if any Boom players might overpeak.
Quick with it from Famous though.
Doesn't happen. And then when Jin Boom starts to push out, he just can't quite find the right timing. Famous have been holding that for quite some time.
Do you have plans to at least stream all the grand finals of these? Yes. Well, I can't remember if I would be able to do China because it would probably overlap with one of the days of Pacific.
Very solid attempt, but one that
But America's and EMEA, yes.
DFM's way.
Yeah, Infinite. At first, Sleeky was like, wait, I thought that was like an AI script or something. And once he said that, I was like, oh, I guess it kind of sounds like it.
Yeah, there you go. Okay, did get that triggered, so now everyone from DFM gathered back up on the south side.
I don't know default, and I would like to keep it that way to not have an opinion. Can you do playoff predictions? We will, just not today. We'll probably do it on stream, like Wednesday or something. You know, take it a little slow. Put some actual thought into it. What is the biggest problem for DFM? I think DFM's in a position where it is hard for us from the outside to even wager an educated guess on what the quote-unquote biggest problem would be, because it's probably a very heavy mix of both. Can he actually get in? Oh my gosh. I think he had to get around the box. Yeah, there just wasn't enough time.
Able to find one. Jinbun going to be taken down. Art at range. The Stinger still able to find one, but he's only got 4 bullets left in the mag. That is not nearly enough.
Well.
Absolutely annihilates with another 3K.
How unfortunate. If this was like week 3, we'd be like, honestly, you know, 8 on Booms. The howling is actually crazy.
Boom just continues to be very
steady. You know, 8 on Booms pick, not bad. We'll see how they look in the next map, but now we can't really say that, can we?
Not easy to do against any opponent. And credit to DFM, their defender side looked pretty solid too, but they just couldn't quite figure it out on the attacker side. Boom had
the China finals overlap with Pacific upper semis. Oh, I can't watch the China finals then.
Just really kept DFM from
unfortunate
comfort or success.
Some very close moments here from DFM would have led to this being a much more contentious map. That pistol in particular not being able to close out.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing I can imagine is DFM seems to be in this situation where they are trying, they're kind of like the earlier Paper Rex, right? Of like, hey, we're going to try to not rely on this one thing that eventually can't win us a trophy anyway. You know, we're not going to do Mako Kill. That's not working out. That has limits. And they're transitioning, but they just don't. But it's like you're starting back at 0 at this point, so in some ways they look worse. I do think it's probably the right thing to work on still, because if you do that and then you still pivot back to your old thing, you'll be even more upgraded. So like, the idea is fine. The real question is like, can you bring it together in time? It's always a race for time, and already you're kind of out of time, because even if you don't, like, you know, win or whatever, let's say even if you didn't make playoffs in stage 1, you needed to show us a bit more for there to feel like there's enough time. So who knows?
See if they'll be able to correct those on their map pick of Ascent. See if they can try to
I hope some fans howl in Toronto too when Boom plays. Bold of you to assume that Boom's going to Toronto. I don't think that's set yet. Interesting. Interesting take.
Boom do end up closing this out in the
They're one game away. So are Billy Billy and EDG. Are they going to Toronto? Not yet. Don't think so.
Stages. Boom still continuing to look very strong here and quite unstoppable going to playoffs.
Yeah, great map from Boom, especially when we saw across to their defensive half. You know, they made it clear why they picked this. I think this is
Thoughts on TMV Catface stream? It was weird.
Everybody's on those kind of more comfortable roles.
It was
I
weird.
love how they play this map. I feel like they understand it so well. DFM played them close that first half.
I already answered. Willow, I already said we will, just not today. I'll probably do it on like Wednesday once I've actually, you know, given some thought. Given some extra thought, I should say. I don't want to just like do them just like based off of vibes, you know, right after a game for playoffs.
In particular, going back to what we saw in Ascension Jakarta, as well as coming into what we've seen here in Pacific.
No, Raymond, because Nongshim lost or won 2-1, that world is gone. You had to, Nongshim had to win 2-0, and it had to be a pretty big round differential for Nongshim to keep that open.
But occasionally he's good for these insane clutches, and he does have these pop-off maps when you're least expecting.
EDG too much plot armor. I do think EDG is probably going to go, which is crazy.
In his Teo role on Fracture, he had a phenomenal one, and he won multiple clutches here.
Yeah, you got a shout out Shiro.
How many booms do you give this match? This game?
And of course, he's wearing the Boom merch. He's looking very
I'm gonna give it
today over the top of his jersey. Maybe that's the.
Oh, is that what that was?
Two booms, I guess.
Boom esports across the chest.
Oh, I couldn't see it in the purple.
Yeah, no, that's some nice merch they got there. So,
He looks very preppy today. He came in like looking nice to end off group stages.
He dressed up smart for today.
He did. He did. Well, Fracture, we were talking about the Neon and how Neon's looking like still
5 big booms, he muttered under his breath. 5 big booms.
Take a look at the replays here. You can see why we're seeing a
TMV meowed every FNS kill. Oh my gosh. Dude, TMV's gotta stop setting these weird standards, man. It's like setting some weird precedent for all co-streamers. You gotta think about the cultural impact that you're having. He's gotta stop. Somebody's gonna stop that man.
The other point I really wanted to make
He went full content brain. It was like I was watching a man slowly lose his soul and become a part of the machine. It was insane.
A lot of teams will offer pressure one side of the map or try to go.
It always reminds me. It always reminds me. I don't know if he ever said this publicly, so I won't mention who it was. But it always reminds me of an ex-pro turned streamer of some game that told me, and I was like, I mean, you seem to be doing well for yourself, though. That's good. And they were like, I mean, once you accept that you're just the modern day, you know, that you're just the modern day clown or jester, you just sell your soul away and you do whatever it takes to get money. And, you know, and then you're a streamer. And I was like, oh, that sounds terrible. And he was like, it is terrible, but what can you do? Watching TMV reminded me of that conversation. I was like, oh god.
This round doesn't end up going that way, though.
Yeah, this is
well, no, the whole like you're the clown of this day and age is a common take, but like him being like, well, yeah, you know, like I've lost my soul and it feels terrible and I feel like I'm like dehumanizing myself. But it's for him to like just tell me that, I was like, oh, okay.
Especially on the attack side with something very organized, something very pacey. A lot of teams, the earlier rounds that you'll see from them in the game are very similar patterns. You know, anti-ecos.
We got Cat TMV. We are getting Noodle Bra. Wait, can we not call it Noodle Bra? We got Buttered Egg. The VCT analyst viewers are eating today.
And I think that you're seeing teams that have their heads.
Have you seen Maple's made? No, I don't know if I want to.
Will force in the second round on attack and have a really good read or have a really
you know, another one was like ever since Sneaky started doing cross-gender cosplay, and I was like, okay, but he seems to at least be enjoying it, so I'm like, I mean, you do you. But at first I was like, where are we going? Where are we going?
Counting down the days till we can
I mean, Sneaky does make bank on it, so like, you know, whether he's enjoying the money, whether he also partially enjoys it, I don't know. I mean, it is what it is, but you know, it's like surely, like if you don't enjoy it, surely there are other ways to make money. But if you enjoy it, I mean, yeah, you do you.
I know we all love Fracture here at the desk personally, playing it. Now, map 2 is going to be interesting. Of course, DFM picked it. They only want one.
Do you like the Nongshim fandom being called nudists? I don't know where I stand on that. I'm actually kind of okay with it. I do wonder what Nongshim thinks about it. They probably don't like it. I mean, the other thing about Sneaky though is like he like does it like legit. Like he's like doing it proper. So it's like, I mean, you really can't say anything at that point. So I was like, all right.
The Phoenix, it was a good niche pick, but we didn't work out the second time we saw it. So they adapted at the right time to this Yoru, which I think is probably the most
Pacific player pictures. It was kind of random at first, but they really pulled it off. Pacific player pictures. Who do Nongshim face in playoffs? They face the loser of Talon and Gen G. Nongshim will face the loser of Talon and Gen G. So Nongshim has 2 weeks. Because we're only doing 2 days now, and that way you make sure like a team isn't playing back-to-back after being knocked down from upper to lower, which is a great way to do it. So Nongshim has 2 weeks. You get to watch the upper bracket matches and then have an extra week. So it's good. Yeah, also you got to make sure you clarify the spelling here. I am not the biggest nudist, but I am the biggest nudist. No, it's called noodle. Noodleist, not N-U-D. N-O-O-D, chat. N-O-O-D.
I don't know how I feel about it. I really wasn't a fan of it. I think that it looked a lot better against PRS.
Who do you think is the best analyst in the community? In the community? Like not on a team? I mean, if you wanted to pick an objective best, it would probably still have to be Sliggy, unless I might be missing on some like lesser known people, but
I feel like they're swimming in util, but then they still die to like A main setups or someone on an op line.
Actually, Mini is probably a good shout now in terms of actual analysis.
As long as they do that on attack. And then, like I said, once they
because I think Mini is still in the case of like he's still trying to keep an open mind on everyone's part. I mean, and I think down the road that doesn't always mean it's better analysis, but you know, most of us have like a pretty set way of I think A is better, I think B is better. Sean's good too. Sean, honestly, I will always give a lot of credit to Sean Garris because I think he does a very good balance of like proper analysis and content pill.
I want to see them stick with that same comp, and I do think
I respect Sean a lot for that. I think he finds that balance well, and he still has like a, you know, an additional job in addition to that as a GM.
And we see a lot of that at the moment with Breach Teo. You know, you got to put your.
I mean, Kami, we didn't need to know that, but you do you.
Then it's not really that helpful to you.
That's very true. I do wonder a little bit about.
Silly has the biggest coverage. Oh well, Silly has the biggest coverage. Yes, that is fair. But you know,
last couple of matches here, this is still an Odin map, even with the wall.
But I mean, at that point, I think it's also kind of like, do you like their vision better or not? Right? There's probably because sometimes you align with because there's no like one golden answer. So like you could prefer their way of thinking about the game, etc. Yeah, Sean has. I mean, I loved Sean when he was a player in CS as well, but I think Sean Garris has really had a great evolution, just like steadily too. So big shout out to Sean. I've always been a big fan of Sean, like a lot of the stuff he does.
He's trying to get his Yoru reps in at the moment. It's not an agent that he's played a lot of, but you're seeing a lot of different duelists have to adopt the Yoru. It's just so.
My favorite analyst is the little Korean guy that refuses to get frosted. The AU. Dude, what a story for Boom already, though. Chat, also, what a goated region. Both the Ascension teams in playoffs. I mean, same for China, I guess, but they're, you know, they're looking competitive in their own rights. Boom just looking absolutely dominant. Nongshim kind of coming back into their own.
We are going to find out if Boom is going to continue completely undefeated in Stage 1 as we send it back to our casters, Achilles and Paperthin.
Thank you very much. Here we go. Ascent.
Mini is objective and his analysis is always why and not how. I think it's either Sean or Sliggy. Wait, wouldn't that imply that to you Mini would be the stronger analyst? I mean, again, I think it's subjective at a certain point, but
out the stage. Otherwise, boom. They're looking for the big.
Who do you think will be dropping between Genji and Talon?
Really crucial with the utility usage for DFM. You've got 3 initiators, so this attacker.
I think there's a good chance it's Genji, actually.
Well thought out, so you can break through the defenses of Boom. And you've got some comfort picks for some of these players.
Salvo
Art on Tejo. Tejo KO.
Massacre here in Maine. 2 kills found.
Yeah, Art's really not a Tejo player, but
it's going to be the orb grab here for Akame as they go ahead and.
I mean, I guess who's going to play it? I guess.
Worth noting that Astra, not something that we commonly see at all on this map anymore. Is okay.
Gamba? Do we not have Gamba?
Ends up falling to the wayside. So
oh, just because the match doesn't change seeding doesn't mean we shouldn't have Gamba. We should have Gamba.
Player advantage.
Wait, how do I?
Art with a third though. Oh, to be damned! This guy's a ghost gamer.
This guy's a ghost gamer.
On for an ace. He's disconnected from the.
Can we set it up, Mons? Thank you. No, it's all good. Chat, it's all right. Chat, you're all gonna. You already knew who you're gonna predict anyway, and some of you might even still get it wrong. So.
Give it up. The swing over to the right hand side, and Berserks gets the Red Bull clutch. It's another nail biter pistol. A big performance from one of these players.
Do we like Art's crosshair better or Heibay's crosshair better, chat?
This is,
what are we liking?
Again, you know, I talked about very early on that the util difference has to be there for DFM. It's not off the rip. DOS9 has the backup from his Tejo, has DFM caught in an awkward spot. They don't have a response with their util, whether that be a Prowler or some salvos of their own to keep that
I'd rather not pick.
At the front of A main under control.
No, all the Valorant people are they're dot crosshair pilled.
Gets caught in transition. Could have just slid into B site maybe, but they had no idea.
Yeah, both of them are classics. I like them, but people hate classics.
I mean, credit to
people just think newer is better. Yeah, so I mean, look at all these people hating on the Minima skin line. People are just. They want all, you know.
We need to see that kind of performance coming out of him if they want to be victorious. So it's a good start.
I prefer the Duckface. Duckface, I respect. I respect Duckface crosshair.
Well, they.
What if Peeperton is secretly watching on his phone and wants to gamba 100,000 Chobra points into DFM?
It's like me when I order a large pizza. It's so close, but I can't quite get that last slice down.
But then you have pizza for tomorrow.
Potatoes, what the hell?
Maybe it's not the same. Somebody comes, they take the pizza away at the end of the day.
Yeah.
Jinbo pushing out a little bit of damage.
Oh my gosh, the pings. Oh. Dude, how does he only get one there?
GN does manage to go ahead.
Famous washed?
Door shut and see Slasher dead. As May finds a headshot. This is
May's like, finally, I can play my own game.
For the side of DFM. May up close looking for a little bit more. Can't quite make that happen, but still very solid damage is dealt.
Did you buy the new minimum? No. I'm not going to buy any skins other than esports skins. I made that promise to myself since 2023.
You know, you get the info, you get the
I would, though. If I was still buying bundles, the minimum would have been one that I buy, for sure. I mean, yeah, not a bad round considering classics. Not a bad ego. But I do think these days that doesn't matter so much. I think it's really just you like absolutely have to win the gun round. You absolutely have to win 2 in a row. If you lost the pistol, you have to win 3 and 4, or you have to find a way to thrifty him.
See this time deeper salvos of flash out as well.
Do you know how much you spent on bundles? Like all skin bundles? If I had to guess, what's like the average price of like the 2 highest skin categories when the bundles come out? They're like 40 to 60 if you buy the bundle. Yeah, usually.
Smiling.
He's feeling it. Sheer wall.
Aw.
And we'll go ahead and
Aw. That was like so legit. He meant it. Oh no. Dude, now they're just having May just do his own thing, but it's not even May go kill.
You gotta save.
Yep.
You have to save. No, stop, Akame. This isn't what you think it is.
It's gonna be. They're gonna go for it. I mean, DFM.
Famous heard you talking about it being watched. I was kidding, Famous. You didn't have to go this hard. You don't have to take it out on poor DFM.
I swear.
30 seconds left.
Famous
What?
if you just
Yeah,
timing
but in
shot
terms of how
this,
much,
someone could get another one.
like if we're assuming an average of 50 per bundle, like of different tiers, how many did I actually buy? I don't think I've actually bought too many full bundles. She.
What else do
Seth,
I
what the
say?
hell?
I don't know what to do.
Dude, Seth just lets out the
He's
most
gonna get
timid
another one,
howl.
I swear.
What the hell?
Yep.
See you
got
soon.
a
Thank you so much for the
4K.
tier 1 gift. Appreciate it. Thanks for the gifted sub.
I
Really,
just
really
made the
appreciate it.
pizza.
Dude, that was
They
so
give
funny
the
from
weapon
Seth. That was
upgrades.
good
A
timing.
bonus conversion.
It's just silencing. It was ow.
That's a backbreaker.
Oh my gosh.
That's absolutely devastating stuff.
Thanks
I
for
mean,
liking
Famous is
the
just
Nongxing Bread Force tweet. It
winning
was
some
good.
weeks.
It was good. It'd be a
Shut
nice
down
like
Jinbong and GN.
one
Maze not ready
time
for him to
just
be
fun
tucked in a
event
pizza
for
after the
Nongxing
Vice
Red Force
wall.
to do.
I was booing the Vice Wall from stopping that fight, and then it just didn't matter.
I mean,
but
listen,
that
I
is-
ain't judging. I'm not one, but I ain't
that's a
judging.
toughie.
No, but yeah, I
Well, let's see
bought
if these sheriffs
full
can sing the
bundles.
same
I
way that
might
Famous
have
is
bought
just did.
like
Concuss hitting
I
on the
bought
three.
the so I've bought
0
Ion.
point.
I think the second one. There's two, right?
From Boom.
And then full bundle, I bought
DFM's
I bought
committed
the
to this.
friggin'
Player and Wine. Oh, okay, they're gonna move
astronaut
back
one.
through back towards the site. They're a little unsure if, because of this pause from DFM, if they have actually committed to it instead.
And then did I buy? Oh, and then the
Gotta
recon.
challenge them in that direction.
Those are the three bundles I bought in full, I think.
Jinbong being in this position should tell them that they're
And then
still
I've bought several, like, you know, I've charged up for. I'll buy things from Night Market every now and then. Hey, I said I would. What was the bet I made? That if they made it to playoffs, that I would buy the sheriff. Is that what it was?
They set here
The Night Market?
for anything that they could possibly get. Jinbong.
Don't I have to do that like today? Isn't it over today?
Out May, though. Looks for a little bit more.
Anyway, no, not Neurogravitational. The one that looks like a space, just like the white and gold blue
Both
spaceship.
players, obviously, pretty much any damage would kill.
Off of Night Market though. Yeah, everything else I've bought on Night Market, and then esports bundles. I guess I've bought
Sees holds him in place for the moment.
3 out of the 4 champions bundles, and then
Double stack set up.
lock and knife. So probably, I mean, I've probably still spent like 500 chat, which is crazy. See, this is why I don't buy the regular skin bundles anymore.
Tiny a bit of damage through, and
Oh,
Jinbong will be able to find the headshot to close out the round.
Endeavor. That's the one. Endeavor. That's the astronaut
They were
skin
just
line.
able to kind of outweight Boom in this round. The patience there pays off.
This was the Indonesia
Boom had retreated.
representation that was promised before partnerships. That is true. I mean, all of it, right? Both games today.
This was a little ill-advised of a swing. Tried to wide swing it, see if he could keep that outlaw from
No,
landing
Endeavor's
his
actually
shot,
kind of
but
nice. You could argue it's not worth spending cash on, but Endeavor's kind of clean. I really like it.
Make sure that outlaw
I really like
had a tough time
Endeavor.
connecting.
Seth always makes fun of it for me when we used to play together. He used to always be like, "Look, Mom, I'm an astronaut." He's like always makes fun of me whenever he picks up my gun.
A little bit of a spot.
But
May is trying
no,
to
it's
creep away,
actually
pushing
so
forward.
nice. It's simple.
mid.
It's nice.
Famous, of course.
I like a lot of the simpler ones like Recon.
Has the fade.
No, well, Recon was straight up because it reminded me of the actual old school, like old Call of Duty 4 skins,
Jinbong, though,
the camos.
I think he's going to pull off the angle, not wanting to over-pursue. Gate crash, I believe, actually gets caught there. In
Use the
lanes.
default. That's really simple too. That's why I don't have any skins on my Asia account. It's all defaults, and I don't actually mind it too much.
Himself now, so we'll just go ahead, throw on the masked dimensional drift. The scout will spot all 5 players, it would seem.
Ooh,
Maybe
he didn't see
not.
GN.
Yeah, maybe not quite there.
Didn't see GN. But you saw so many, it doesn't really matter too much. Yeah, you just shift over. There's no time. You still got NC Slasher watching. He can still support from long range when time comes. Oh god. Oh god, DFM. Oh, we've really fully regressed, chat. It's not a good look. This isn't good.
Famous though, repositioning, shifting back over towards B main, finds the shot.
I mean, you just have to say, dude, Famous is laughing, man. It's over.
These 3 players just
Ay.
tucked, try to hold on to the guns, but Shiro is going to look to try to flush him out.
I mean, it's not even melons. They just, you know, melons would imply that they thought they had time. They knew they didn't. I love Endeavor. See, we have some sane people in chat still.
Yeah.
There's still a few sane people alive on this earth.
They're doing a really nice job of using their ults to figure out where the main
I like
stack
smooth white lines and Endeavor. Yeah, the Endeavor Bulldog is actually the best one from that skin line, by the way. The Bulldog is actually the best one.
Back over to B main. Stop any hope for DFM. Such a smart player and very effective with the
Hate
snipers.
chatter.
DFM has
Imagine I
enough
spent
rifles.
actual money
Sheriff for Art.
for people to like support my takes on skins.
Just gonna use some of their util.
Let's go, Nongshim in playoffs. Heck yeah. I can't wait. I can't wait. What is it? 3 matches? 3 matches to go, yeah?
Getting a lot of early info for his squad.
Doable. 3 matches to go, doable.
Picked off famous.
WillChobra's the type of guy to be like, whole grain bread is too spicy. That's different. Visuals and taste is different.
Quick tuck back, but now Salvo's trying to flush him out into the open, and Famous is there to collect the kill. Looks for a little bit more, but it's going to be Berserk's able to find Jinbung there. As they just triple stack mid and now have full control of the spike, of the map, and of the series.
Like I said, one of the key things for DFM was
TMV almost got canceled when removing the makeup. Wait, what? Why? How does that happen?
He's already basically taken over 2 rounds with it. And you're gonna have to take an early timeout.
Hey, Trevor, the check didn't clear, by the way. Can you try Zell?
In trouble.
You got me scared for a second. I was like, what are we talking about?
So going to be a flawless round here as Boom moves up 5-1. And we'll keep an eye on the timer here and see if it is in fact going to be that timeout. But for now, it continues.
I'm going to be honest, I didn't watch a single part of that round because I was so checked
It's a
out.
little bit hard on this attacking side with an Astra. Sometimes you're going to tip your hand with where you're placing those early stars. It's tough for them to kind of cut off some of these angles with smokes. They're not coming up in time either. I think GN
Is Boom winning it
a
all?
little bit of a struggle.
Oh, that is a Boom. Yeah, that's what they were talking about on the desk.
Them getting shut down.
No, chat. No, let's pay attention to the game. No, this is on me. I've set a bad example.
Trying to set up May with the Blade Storm. Just have the Vice Wall to get over.
Did you finish Xenoblade? No, I still play it like a little bit every couple of days, but I haven't actually made much progress. I just like hunt some monsters and I'm like, oh, there's a quest.
Every twisted turn, everything taken here out of their hands. The Kame does manage to stabilize, finds the kill.
Team Secret wins stage 1. Most sane VCT fan.
Shiro watching
Nobody tell him.
Prowler's not going to check him. So they were trying to go and scoop that sniper.
He washed it off during halftime and it looked like blackface low key. See, I was thinking about that, like when people were like, what kind of makeup bet are you gonna do? And I was like, yeah, what could you do? But every time I thought of it, I was like, oh, there's so much risk of that going so poorly.
On the peak, the headshot coming across. Slow tuck and creep here from Akame, looking for that 4th, but cannot make it happen. Solid
You know,
effort
one
here.
of the Korean casters got canceled from Overwatch
No closer
because
to
of that.
finding the round win. Op is carried
Because
over.
the
Doesn't
Korean
mean got so many
production
players down
just
near catch cap. Looks like
obviously
this
was
time Gator
ignorant
had to go
and didn't
into the
know
next
about
buy round.
blackface.
This is where
And
DFM
they were like,
looked to
we
pump
should
the
do
brakes.
cosplays for this cast. And they, because he, and they had him cast as Doomfist. It didn't go well. But like, it just goes to show how ignorant certain cultures can be about other cultures, because you're like, obviously it's bad. You should have double checked, and also like probably someone higher up at Blizzard Korea should have known. You know what I mean? When it was suggested. But yep. And then immediately got canceled, and he didn't know either. So like, I mean, he didn't complain about it, but obviously he felt really wrong because he was like, production told me to do it and they said it would be cool, and like it sucks. Like, I'm not saying that, people were canceling me for the wrong thing, but he was like, yeah, I basically lost a career in Overwatch because of that. Yeah, they set him up to fail, like really early on.
I mean, it's a lot of util to clear close angles. And then
so he never got to cast Overwatch again. Like, it was really early on in Overwatch, and it was like, wow, that sucks.
Doing that in the early parts of the round,
it was bad.
Quick with a fast hit, and you got all that Vice util that you have to worry about, that you have to think about, that you're not exactly sure where it's going to be set up. Now, you did get a read on where they're setting it up at B in that previous round, so if you can find ways to clear that early.
Yeah, I mean, the idea, well, it's like obviously it wouldn't have
a Yoru clone, for
the same
example,
implication in Korea because Korea doesn't have like an actual history of that, but it's like it is serious enough that you should at least, especially if you're doing like official, like if you're doing any sort of media, like you should do your due diligence to learn about it, I think. And you especially in nowadays when it's like pretty global. Like I don't know if you're gonna, you know, let's say you dig up like a video from like the 70s in Korea and then you start going off about it. Maybe that's not as fair. They should still be educated, but you know, maybe that's not as fair. But you know, in today's day and age, I think you should do your due diligence to learn. But
They want to try to create pressure elsewhere on the map, but great positions to do that.
I'll find you.
On the check-in towards market.
no, a lot of other regions aren't aware of like why. A lot of people, you'd be surprised. A lot of regions and cultures aren't aware of why blackface is bad, right? Because they only think it's like a on the surface thing. Like they're like, I mean, yeah, but the character, like that's how else are you gonna cosplay as the character? And it's like, well, okay, that's like not actually the problem here. There's a deeper implication, but a lot of people don't know that when they're outside, like when they're from the Eastern Hemisphere, basically. So that's where part of the problem comes from, because the nuance just isn't educated, and it's like, you know, I think once you knew, most people wouldn't argue against it, but
around from the back, Shinbung, you're never able to get out of that position. Does end up getting taken down, and now the mask is on. Dimensional drift on the prowl, spotting out May. Salvos flying over in his direction. The flash connecting.
Yeah, no, yeah, exactly. It's like I don't think you can necessarily. Oh shoot.
And it's just a firing squad.
This is just such a diff. Yeah, chat. I mean, let's not get too heated up about it. I think just keep in mind, I don't think you should go ahead and say that anyone who doesn't know is like racist, because like you could be ignorant, right? Not by choice. But once you are told about it, also like don't be like, well, whatever, that didn't happen in our side, so like screw you guys, you know?
In a spot where he has no good decisions to make, trying to get out of there. Tries to go for the shorty play in the smoke. Jumps out on the wrong side.
You can still like respect it. Now if it directly clashes with like your culture, let's say right, it's just like completely opposite. Like because there are certain things, right, that directly clash and just have entirely different meanings in one culture to the other. So for instance, like this is a bit of a bad example, but
Step one, but
let's say the N-word. It's an actual word, obviously pronounced slightly differently in Chinese. It's like you couldn't possibly tell them that they're all racist because they use that word, because it's like, well, that's literally a word in our language. Like, what do you want us to do about it? So like obviously you can't do that, but like at least they should now be aware once they learn about it that they can't, you know, just like completely change all of their dictionary for it. So you know, just there's a way to have a civil conversation about this without going ham on it from either side. And I think it really just comes from knowing, like, it's to me it's very similar to what we talked about earlier about you'd be surprised how many people are just casual fans of games or esports. And it's like, yeah, you'd be surprised just how many, you know, people or cultures are just ignorant about other people or cultures, like not by choice. That doesn't make either side like in the right. But once you do learn, like, you know, you could at least do your due diligence. It's an actual phrase in Korean too. True. The pronunciation's, I think, much clearly different in Korean. Wow. Boom is just, they don't care.
Something tells me they're not that bothered by it.
No. They just threw everything at the end of that round, knowing they had him dead to
Who put Boom versus DFM when Boom only needed one win to Toronto? This isn't that game. This isn't that game.
One way or another. Yeah, that's a nice shot from Jinboong, but again, they have a great read, great timing.
Here into the nightfall, send the Hunter's Ferry.
Yep.
Well, that was the whole thing with Speed, right? Because at first he like made content around that song as, you know, being like, what the hell, like being disgusted by it, and then, you know, now he's like using it actually as a medium of like
opponent's Tejo.
Yeah, like I get it. Like yeah, okay, yeah. Like this is actually in some ways, you know, it's a good way to. Oh
Finds the headshot.
what?
Nice little slow peek in on
The heck?
Trains it back. I mean,
If you're DFM, what do you do pre-stage 2?
Damn near a thrifty.
I do think you have a very serious talk about how and who is IGLing. I do. Am I calling for necessarily a roster change? No, because I don't know what the discussions are like, and I don't know what the training is like behind the screens. But I do think you have to have a very hard and serious talk about, okay, well, what do we think is the thing we lack in the IGLing, for one? Is that something that, you know, Art is capable of adjusting on? What is the help that we can give for that to be possible? And if it's not, then is there anyone else on the roster maybe where it works better, etc., etc.? And if that's the case, does that improve Art's mechanical performance? Well, yeah, speed also crossed a lot of different lines, but it does seem like, I don't know, I don't watch his content at all, so I can't talk about it, but it does seem like he generally is trying to go a route of like trying to at least correct, but you know, that doesn't, you know, I'm not trying to defend one way or another, so not a topic I'm very familiar with.
Trying to keep eyes trained on him. Try to keep Akame protected so that he can try to go for something, but it's being watched. It all comes down to May now. The time on his side, dashes across, gets him off the plant, swings back out for it, but the time is not there. DFM.
Okay, well, they get the round, but
it costs him everything.
At what cost?
8-2 as they pull off the thrifty.
There's a word in Japanese too that is used even, that's bar for bar the word and used even. See, like I didn't even know that. So like again, you know.
Get that operator out of play, opens up a bit of space for them in mid so they can come through tree relatively safely. Kame still hitting some good shots. May with another good Marshall shot.
Yeah, chat. I think it's like, I think it's good to have civil discussions about it. I think you should always be at least sensitive to the fact that things can be taken very differently, and if you can help it, there's no reason to like strong arm it. Oh goodness, what a read. There's just no spam back into the smoke because they've already committed to mid. I mean, they are so... At this point, Boom, I don't even think this is good practice for Boom, because literally they can just kind of play this like they would play a ranked stack. And just be like, hey, let's just set up silly, you know, let's just set up trap plays and cover. And this is rough.
They're rewarded for it as they look to lock in at least a 9th round here.
Definitely looking very good for Boom. GN just trying to clear that angle. There were some danger.
Oh, this is not playoffs. I'm so dumb. I thought I was tripping. Oh, I thought you were memeing. No, this isn't playoffs. Oh, someone actually thought this was the playoff smash where Boom can go to Toronto. No, that's not it. That would be insane. That would be insane.
You don't need to save. You got the money, but it's gonna be tough.
Spot on each other.
you guys are doing trap plays in your ranked games?
The two remaining players, I mean, there's still worlds apart.
Yeah, it feels like a high-level premier game.
Would have been a good idea to try to set up. Okay, the Haunt was going to say the Haunt in the market, but Jen does manage to go ahead and swing around to find DOS 9. Looking for the
I know this is not playoffs because DFM is playing right now. Yeah, that's the tell, unfortunately.
Jen pulls off the angle for a brief little moment, but the Prowler goes through. Notes him. Seems like they want to try to fight out. Able to find one more.
No, Art has not had a good VCT so far. It's been rough. It's been rough. And yes, I agree. The problem right now is neither the calls nor the shots are looking good. But again, like the reason I'm hesitant is just because I don't know. I don't know if they've had that conversation at all, etc. Right? Like, was there a conversation about how to improve the IGLing? Like, what did that look like? You know, what resources are being given to him, etc. And
scrape together some impressive individual moments. This crunch early nets 2. It's a 3v5. In fact, a 2v5 there, or 2v4 there. Good Nova Pulse. Jinbook, great job with that
But
brawler.
listen, I love the guy, and I want to see him like try to at least show us what he can do.
That
But
awareness probably saved
because
them
there
that
was
round
some
potentially.
excitement around him, like during the offseason and
Nice
before,
round, good timing
of like,
from
no, he
GN.
can actually IGL pretty decently, and it's like, okay, I mean, yeah, you know, the standards are a little bit lower in the Japanese scene, but we'll take it. Oh, oh, oh!
Looking for the fourth, goes to the repeat. Gets the damage in, but doesn't end up falling. But my
I
God,
like it.
what
I
an
respect
effort.
it. I respect it.
Get DFM well poised
Planted.
to close out a fourth round here on the attack. Berserks now needing to do absolutely everything. A 1v4 to get that
Wait,
9-3.
what?
He's just waiting for
The
that
Pope
lurk. It's
passed?
gonna maybe show up.
The Pope passed
It's been too
away?
late for him to really
I
have the
just
ability
found
to
out.
care. He has to start making his way forward. Here comes Jinbook.
Oh, that feels
There you
so
Puts him down 8-4 at the
sudden.
half. 3 in a row from the side of DFM to
Wow.
close this out. I want to see the replay because that was nutty from May.
Oh, when he's on.
Dang.
I mean, he's just one of the best in the business.
This one here.
Oh, I love these retreats.
I mean, this was
too, the way he, like, looks out,
a
pops
bit
back
more of a
up,
classic May
let that
round.
head hit in a little bit more.
Small sample
Yeah,
size,
I
but
mean,
yeah, on
okay,
Easter Monday
they
too.
finally
Yeah.
win that util battle at A main. They get 3 rounds in a row. That's not a bad attacker side. It did look
88
like it was gonna be a
years.
good one.
Yeah, I mean, I guess, yeah,
Based on
88.
how everything was
Yes.
trending.
Yeah.
Because, yeah, I mean, at a point, it was 8-1.
Yeah, YouTube chat.
So, definitely able to run it back a
No
bit here,
trolling,
but
apparently.
again, it needs
Chobra
to
use
start here
YouTube
from
chat
the
is how I get my
pistol.
world news.
All
I mean,
three so far
you
have
a
just
lot
been
of different world news I
no,
actually get from you guys because a lot of it I miss while I'm streaming.
For DFM, yeah. But they've gotten so very close, but in the end, everyone's dead.
Right. It's just a lot of the clutches, a lot of the 1v1s have been going.
Yeah, no, I knew. Obviously, I knew he was on the. I didn't know his
And their
exact
macro
age,
game
but
has,
I didn't. I wasn't
especially
aware
when
if he had
Boom is
any
on the defender
actual
side,
health
generally
complications
looks
though.
better.
But I guess I just wasn't
So the real question
keeping as
is,
close track
you know,
of
how
it.
good is this defender side for DFM on this map? You would expect it's pretty solid, but you're not running a sentinel.
Who do you think is
So you
better
have
between
to rely
Talon and Gen
again
G?
on these contact plays, on that info
I think Talon
from
has
your
more
initiators
potential.
to make sure you're
Like for
very
now,
diligent. You're very aware.
you know,
of
not
the
for
movements of
necessarily
your
the whole year,
opponents.
but I think Talon has more
And
potential.
it's not like,
I
you know,
think
with the way
Gen G is still
Boom is
more
playing where they
readable.
can wait
I
you
still
out a
it's
little
so
bit with
weird
that
because
ice
this
you
is just
kill
not going to
on the
change.
B site and
I
use
think
the
Talon's
initiators on
still
the
their
A
biggest
to kinda
opponent is
gather space
themselves.
and info.
I really do.
You have to use your initiator solely. So again, the coordination combinations have to be really, really solid. Let's see if they're going to want to get aggressive at A main themselves. Jinbook and May right at the door. Oh my
Hey,
God.
just dashing in, looking for the crunch, and there's the reveal off the haunt. NC Slasher taken down. Quick hit, in and out. DFM find the opening kill.
Nice combo play. Oh my God, May.
Hey, finds a second across over tiles. Shiro even taking a bit of damage. Jinbook gonna eat the entirety of that shock dart though. And now suddenly, we're into a 2v2. Go swap out here for Art, sprinting in from behind.
There was some minor
All the way to
G2
Gelato.
esports Twitter drama, not
Support
Valve
Jin
Team,
from
the
Bane.
org Twitter. I mean,
Spike now planted.
feels like that's
Yeah,
just
the class
once a
here.
year at least, right?
Find good timing.
Double stack set up here in hell.
If you can read this, you got some salvos.
Spots him out.
Do it.
I think he wants to wait, try to get a setup here. Concuss to try to lock them in, perhaps. Either way, both players able to escape. Time now starting to work against CFM in a big way. Swing around the side. Art looking for that second kill. Finds the first.
I mean, oh,
No!
okay, wait,
And
no,
once again,
no,
it is
no,
a
no,
Red
no,
Bull
no,
clutch
no,
as
no, no, no,
DFM.
no.
They just can't make it happen.
Oh man.
Oh
just
my
brutal.
gosh. You can hear it in Paper Thin's voice, man. There's no defending that. There's no defending this.
Reading the positioning of his opponent. I mean, DOS9 has to reload the right.
At that point, you left spam. Surely you heard the
straight.
reload.
It looked like it was round over. It looked like GN should have it, and
Yeah, I mean, he was moving too. It's just everything about it is actually.
that's
This
where I
is.
wanted.
It's such a whimper.
Cast the all around.
It's not even like Boom like playing. It's, you know, we're not even getting the satisfaction of like, damn, Boom really is the absolute best team in Pacific. It's just literally like,
here on the site. Jen May one apiece, but Shiro with 3.
oh,
Gets Boom.
why?
Another 2-0
Pacific's in
here
such a
in the
good
second
place,
half.
DFM. Just give us a little bit more. Like we're not even asking for a match win. Just give us a couple more rounds. That's all I'll take.
Pistols or maybe 2 go the
Come
other way
on.
for DFM. This could be a very different match.
Yep.
It's just they aren't.
They were 6-6
Yeah.
on Fracture.
Yeah.
I would have gotten him, and I don't even have Valorant installed. Damn, that's messed
If they win the
up.
first pistol, they don't give over the
That's
bonus
messed up.
essentially.
Yeah, like go out with a
On the
bang,
first
even
round.
if you lose.
Probably. I mean, that's. Yeah.
This is rough, man. I mean, I feel so bad for the players and the fans. And like you could argue, well, the players like they should have done better. It's like, no, you're right, but like, still feels bad, man. You hate to see a game like this. Is he gonna go into the smoke? No way. They set him up for. Okay, thank you. Jeez, there's just so much disrespect. Like Boom's actually playing even worse now because there's so much disrespect.
A 1v4, the door shut in his face. Break at the window to give away the position.
God, what a turn from Dog
This and
Nine.
Tech versus All Gamers, which one is worse? I actually think this is worse.
Because of the Hunter's Fury, and he's just so ready for that heaven play.
He's just got to go on a save here.
Yep.
He's at least going to try, but DOS9 in position, swoops out around the back. Peeks
Yeah,
into
they're
the
lacking a
spawn.
lot of confidence too. But it's like such a negative spiral, which is why I feel bad, because it's like, yeah, they don't have confidence, but they don't have confidence because they haven't won, and they haven't won because the strats aren't good. But it's the you know, as part of it, because the strats aren't good, because you can't even get some of the Hurons and other teams. You know, it's like where do you start? You know.
Last gasp inside of DFM, and it got knocked away from them. The wind got knocked out of them, and
I think DFM should just throw it. I mean, so but that's the thing is that like, yeah, that might get them one or two more wins in, you know, in the stage, but that's like just accepting that we're fine going, you know, 3 wins in the year or whatever. So I actually appreciate, which is why I still wanted to hold up, because I appreciate that they were trying to like make a proper team and like actually level up as a team, and like it might still happen in stage 2. It might, chat. Like Zeta pulled through suddenly at the beginning of stage 1 after 3 years and multiple roster changes. So like it could still happen, but I'm not holding my breath for it anymore, right? Like same with Zeta. I wasn't holding my breath anymore, and I was very pleasantly surprised when it started happening. So, you know, could it happen? Sure. But how many hours is Plat chat in? I have no idea, but usually it's in what? 5 hours now, 5.5. I don't think I'm on.
Smoke to cover here for Famous. How does he want to play it? Berserk's gonna.
I don't think I'm on today though.
They've got the spot on him too. Try to go for
this one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I don't know.
Clear on the flowers, stop the flash. Spots him on the exit, re-peeks, and Jinbung
I might also do. Well, no, that is a little different because there's actually 0 chance that that happens. Potatoes. Yeah, Plat chat's in 5.5 hours. But what I'm saying is like, listen, I don't like calling out coaching staff, and I'm not gonna like necessarily call them out, like single them out. But what I will say is, whatever prep you did do, like we're not even seeing any inkling of that execution, because I'm not even seeing DFM focus on their own game. Right? You would still lose. In today's meta, you would lose if you only focus on your own playbook. You would. But, I mean, I guess we saw a couple rounds on Fracture. We saw a couple rounds on Fracture. But,
yep. Still got to keep fighting.
I'm just not, you know, it's not like a matter of, oh, like they had their own good ideas, but the execution faltered, or, oh, but Boom, like, countered it, and now they didn't have the adaptation. It's none of that. It's just like, you're just getting out-fragged. You're not even getting out-red. You're just getting out-fragged, and before we can do it, and then you're, like, disjointed. It's rough, man.
See if they can get there.
It's rough.
But they don't have much info here. Oh, if he popped util.
Okay.
Finds him before the flash comes
That's-
in, turns from it as well.
That's rough.
Sends out his
But
own
the
flash,
trade?
goes
There you
swooping
go.
forward, but Akame able to steady the shot, does go ahead and trade it back a 1-for-1. Peeks out into mid and wisely just back away. 0 point to ensure there's no one close to market. As Shiro.
Rivs on plat chat today?
Noise.
Damn.
Streaming in, and Jian is able to
Either
find
first time or first time in a long time, right?
player advantage now here for the side of DFM. Akame forced back, Paranoid into the corner. Nebula gets popped here to keep him covered. It's going to be good for another kill before getting taken down. Push forward into the smoke. Bang gets one, gets out.
I mean, honestly, if you're a supporter or a fan of Japanese Valorant, I do think, you know, like, give all the support to Zeta for now and,
More awake now.
you know,
5
wait it
rounds
out
to
for
try to tie things
DFM,
up.
but
Yeah,
we'll
and
see.
it's
I mean, hey, they
good
strung
follow-up
together
play
2
in
rounds.
terms of, you know, they've got some support. They know that they've got some
I-
weaknesses in
This,
this
I mean,
composition, and
that
that's
round
one right there
win
that Famous
makes it
punishes
potentially
nicely, but
possible.
because you've got the backup from Akame, you're able to plug that hole.
It's a debut. Riv can sometimes, Riv can go off the rails like in a fun way every now and then, so that should be fun. But that's for the Americas section, I assume. So
He plays that nicely, uses that one way of his own to set himself up for that last kill. Here we go. Ult from the Yoru.
It's looking to up the pace here. There's Armageddon.
oh, that's a good ult,
On the approach,
actually.
gap, however, so they can stay tucked back.
I mean, it's a little. Oh, I mean, as long as you can delay afterwards. But what's the plan with Famous? The ult was good though. The reason I say the ult was good was because it actually covers lane.
One art spraying across, comes up with 2, but now the turn fire.
I mean,
Still looking very solid. It's just Jian
the ult was still good. The ult was still good. I really like the ult because it makes sure that nobody like creeps in here other than the Yoru because it blocked here and here. You're not trying to get kills. You're just trying to deny the side entry.
So now a 1v2 to try to prevent Boom from getting up to match point.
Could use your util either cover or
I mean,
clear.
it's Jin.
Both
Stat-wise,
positions.
he's been pretty decent this stage, to be honest, I think.
A main is under control, gets a little damage.
Oh, but do you expect the box, though? It's the disrespect. Oh, he does.
Worst possible moment. DOS9 will collect, and Boom will move up now. 12-6 match point is theirs.
Astel's doing his military
Nice effort,
service. Oh.
You know, this util, it stalls, it delays, but you're not really able to do much else. Trying to get that Odin into a spot where it can stop this execute.
Yeah.
He gets a couple kills,
But that's like a
DOS9 is
confidence
just
thing,
too
too,
clean,
because
man.
that just means you're so
Famous
panicked about everything else,
combining
you know?
nicely to break through the defenses of DFM. DFM threw everything they had at that entrance. I mean, a grab well, the Armageddon, the salvos.
Do we really need to
Still
bottle and
wasn't
sell your...
enough.
Chat, I
Still
said...
able to
I
break
didn't
through
say
with
he wins
a lot
those.
of good gunfire in general. Now May with an op.
Chat, I'm generally... Someone's asking about...
Flash connecting, and he is
where
strafing
are we going? Where are we
his
going?
ultimate, nowhere to go. The odds, the tech stacked against him.
Spike planted.
The op finds nothing. Back behind the box here. Art trying to avoid the suppress, but will get stunned.
I will say every team needs to spend a lot of time just doing drills against Army. I've actually seen so many more players recently misreading like the timing, the time it takes, the length, the damage of the Armageddon. It's actually crazy. I mean, people also got better with the ult, but
And boom.
what do you do that? Well, your best bet was to just jump down and fight on the site. But he didn't even get to do that because he already spent time trying to dash, so he didn't have a good dash to relocate. Like, your best bet was you had to accept that I get one and I stay alive. Like, that was your best bet. It still might have not. It still might have been the same result, but you know.
They are the team to beat.
The only team that's going to be able to boast the undefeated scoreline.
Undefeated scoreline,
Going into
insane.
the playoffs, and this could be a team. We're seeing it, Masters Toronto. And man, what a story it would be for them if they can get there. From the beginning, I mean,
Oh,
everybody talks
damn.
about it. A team
He got
that
flashed though. Was he full
shouldn't be
flashed?
here,
I mean,
and they are.
yeah.
They're
Then I
making the
guess.
most of
Then
it,
I guess it's
and,
just
you
credit.
know, so
I guess
much
it's
of
just
it has
credit to
go
Boom.
towards
I didn't catch
coaching
that,
staff,
but
towards DOS9 for coming in. You know, these players. Some of these players have been there. They have already been at a champion.
feels bad.
But, you know, since then it hasn't.
Feels bad for
always looked
DFM.
So good. They've struggled to try to get out of tier
Honestly.
2. They're given the opportunity. And
Yeah, I mean they're out of energy, chat.
They absolutely are. following the path that G2 paved very quickly, looking like they are going to be contenders at that.
Boom in general, I mean, this game doesn't really change my opinion on anything. If anything, I think they looked a little sloppy at times and a little bit just, you know, just having fun and just disrespecting a little bit. I don't think that really means anything bad either. I think this was a bit of a non-issue thing for Boom. If you are on Boom's side of the bracket, I think you just more need to be concerned about, okay, what's the map draft going to be? Do you want to go for maps that we got a lot of odds on, or do you want to go for maps that you think they might be weaker on?
Congratulations, Boom. Dot9, just for a second, can I get a ow? Howl?
Huh?
Ow?
Ow!
Further shot, I'm gonna need Shiro over here for the post-match interview.
I love that he just owns it, though. That's great.
Ow for you as well.
Shiro's like, no.
가장 먼저 그룹 스테이지 전승으로 마무리하게 됐습니다. 팀원들 전체가 정말 최고치로 자신감이 차올랐을 것 같은데
That's so good.
먼저 어떻게 느끼고 있는지부터 물어보도록 할게요. Congratulations. Your incredible unbeaten run continues into the playoffs, of course. Now, with this type of form that the team is currently in, I feel like you guys are full of confidence at the moment. So, how much of the moral boost is it that you guys were not defeated at all?
I think it helps us with the confidence. It makes us no negativity around the atmosphere, and also yeah, it pretty much helps us throughout the game. So.
부정적인 분위기도 없어지고 너무 자신감을 갖고 할 수 있어서 이렇게 폼을 유지하는데 굉장히 큰 도움이 되고 경기를 치르는데도 너무나도 좋은 영향을 준다고 얘기를 하는데요. 사실 붐 e스포츠 그룹 스테이지의 마음가짐은 약간 한
What do you think Boom thinks? Oh, damn, Tier 1 is easier than Ascension? No, I think they know that they upgraded a lot.
우승을 노려봐도 좋을 것
But
같고
they probably think, like, I knew we could do it. Probably.
현재까지 목표에 대한 팀적 이야기는 좀 조정이 됐는지 어떤 이야기가 나오고 있는지도
They need to fix
물어보고
fracture a
있네요.
bit.
Now,
Agreed.
As I mentioned, with the current form you guys are in, I know you guys like to take one game at a time, but I feel like you guys can and possibly might have higher expectations for yourselves. You know, what are the talks around winning the whole thing in Pacific and also making it to Toronto?
I don't think each one of us have like that mindset. I think we more like take one game per one game, like every week, every day. So yeah, I think we not focus on qualifying. We focus on winning one match at a time.
Don't rush things.
Yeah.
Trust the process. 일단은 팀원에서 아무도 그렇게 큰 우승이라는 혹은 마스터즈 출전이라는 욕심을 갖고 있지는 않은 것 같고 정말 한 경기 한 경기 집중해서 최고의 경기력을 보여주는 데에 굉장히 신경을 쓰고 있는 것 같다고 얘기를 하는데요.
I have a midterm tomorrow, but I came here for Boom.
탈론을 만나게 되는데 누구를 만날 것 같은지
Yeah, I want to know this.
팀이 있는지 마지막으로 물어보도록 하겠습니다. So next up is the playoffs, of course. You guys have a free buy-in, so it's gonna be either Gen.G or Talon. Who do you think will make it to play you guys, or do you have a preference?
For me, no. I think every team in playoff are deserved team. So which one is going to fight against us? I think we hope we can show good match.
Boring.
But if you had to give us your
That's
prediction.
right, Jen.
Nope.
No.
Oh, okay. Well, at least he's adamant about it. See, I'm fine if they just straight up say, no, I'm not going to do it. That I'm fine with. That I'm fine with. At least he wasn't just like making it awkward of like, I don't know. So that was good. That's fair game from both of them. Good job to Jen and good job to Shiro.
만나봤고요. 저희는 두 번째 매치로 돌아올 텐데 현장에 계신 여러분들께서는 DFM의 팬미팅 1층에서 함께 해주시길 바라겠습니다.
I think they legit, I mean, but Gen.G Talon, I think it's like, I don't know, who do you pick there?
And for the fans at the venue, please remember to join.
All right, chat. I'm going to run some ads real quick. I actually have to step away for a quick second anyway. So let's run some ads. And then this next game, though, like I do want to pay a lot of attention to kind of what RRQ looks like here. So let's get ready for the biggest upset of VCT Pacific. We'll be right back.
Boom prediction.
Like, Hero.
Who they're gonna play?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Who are you gonna play?
I have no idea yet. We haven't watched Talon.
Who are they gonna
Gen.G.
play? It doesn't matter. They're the best.
That's the right answer, actually.
Woo!
He just said no. He was like, no,
No.
I shall not answer this.
I respect that. You don't want to cause any drama.
Yeah.
You don't want to say
He's
one team's better than the other.
You know, they are still, after all, an ascended team. The runner-up guys, they're still playing it super humble, even though they are completely undefeated in stage 1. It is ridiculous how good this team is.
Yeah, for sure. They've been phenomenal so far in this stage. I think they were a little underrated, honestly, in kickoff, even though they didn't win a game. Honestly, I thought the T1 game was very winnable from them, and they kind of let it slip through their fingers initially in kickoff. The Nongshim game was a little disappointing, but here in stage 1, they have really showed their potential. They are a long-standing core who's upgraded to a kind of superstar controller player, which does kind of break the language barrier, but none of that has really slowed them down. And I think obviously the addition of the new coaching staff has helped a lot. Boom is in fantastic form, and looking at where they're at in the bracket, they're one game away from heading to an international event. That would be absolutely massive.
Yeah, they've got to be feeling so good here. And what a story for the team that, you know, wasn't even supposed to be here. They didn't win Ascension. Now to come into stage 1, look so dominant, take down all of the Titans flawlessly into Group 1. So now being one win away from that Masters place is just fantastic for these guys.
Yeah, and they did this. It looked effortless, to be completely honest here. I think this is partially, there are a lot of hiccups coming from DFM side as well here, but that is definitely not to take away from Boom's victory. I think going into playoffs, a lot of teams, I'm sure it's actually Talon and T1 who are watching Boom right now with a little bit of worry if they're going to be staying in the upper bracket or not. May, you know, he did May things, killed.
He did
Yeah.
his best.
Yeah.
I felt like he had a few rounds that were good, but it's just not enough for this team. I mean, you know, they've not had a good stage 1. That's to put it lightly. I'm curious as to what this roster is going to look like coming into stage 2, because they've shown a good level. Against PRX last week, that match was winnable, but I felt like they had no confidence in this game today. They had nothing to play for, nothing on the line for them, and I kind of felt like they just couldn't muster up the kind of energy that they needed today.
I don't know, I might be a bit of a hater, but so far DFM's only shown me that they can play well against Paper Rex and they can play Abyss well. So I think it's that's not going to be enough. Abyss is not in the map pool. You're not going to play Paper Rex every game. So they're going to need to start figuring some stuff out before stage 2 fast.
Yeah, in fact, you pointed out a couple things that was going on. You guys said this pre-show. They were like, I want to see them use their utility to their advantage here. And, well, did they do that?
They dry contacted, which is not the highlight here necessarily. I wanted to clip some of that, but this was, you know, some util used. You can see here Famous does get pushed off the line, but this is the value of the dimensional drift. Even on defense, it's super impactful on the attacking side. But on defense, you can see Famous just scouts the entire setup, confirms the position of all of these attacking players, and DFM, you can see how low the clock has been run down. They still haven't triggered the shear. There's still rotating players in from Boom that have things like salvos that can slow them down, and from that point in the round, it is very difficult to be able to get back in. So although you did see in that round them doing a good job pushing Famous off of the line, he's able to just rip the Yoru ult, and they run away with things anyway. MVP goes to Shiro. I mean, he is an up and down player, very inconsistent, but when he hits his top level and he hits his ceiling, he can win you so many clutches and he can have so many impactful multi-frags in situations you wouldn't usually expect it from Boom.
Yeah, he played another great map here for Shiro. It's been a real joy to watch him. I feel like he leads so well from this initiator role. You know, his calling was solid and he holds his own individually. When you start getting to these international stages as an IGL, you have to be able to hold your own mechanically. You know, there's sort of a line of, you know, you have to be this high to ride, and sort of, you know, there's that bare minimum you have to hit, and he's way past that recently, which is exactly what you're hoping for your IGL. He's able to lead this already incredibly talented team from the front.
Absolutely. And both of you guys picked DOS9. Do you want to give me an woo for Boom?
Yeah, I can do that.
Oh, that was
Perfect.
solid howl.
That was perfect. I think we
Solid.
harmonized that.
There was a little bit of harmony.
There it was. So, you know, speaking of nothing to play for anymore, that's now me, because Pilsky and I have the same exact picks for today, except
All right, I'm
for
I'm back.
But, you know, whatever, you guys enjoy the game. It's been pretty solid so far. DOS9 doing really well, and our Akami pick
What are your
Did
instant noodle
frag
sins?
a
What the
bit.
heck?
Jen, I
Big
think
time.
you were
Where's
talking
this come
about.
from?
Yes. So
I
Jen,
told you I'm the GOAT and you didn't listen. You know,
I
I'm feeling
told
good
you
about
I'm
today.
the GOAT.
They
Dude, I
pressed
love
on
Big
course,
Time
they
on the
did
desk.
work,
He's so
Dawson9
good.
did his work. And Jen actually, you know, kind of held his own in a tough losing match.
I
So
missed
I'll
the
take
howl.
46 points.
Good.
Oh, I
Feeling good
see
there.
why you're winning. 3 of the players you picked were in this game.
Yeah, and they all did well.
Okay, well, that's all right. We'll wait for the end of the day.
going into the next match, who are you
All right.
taking on Pilski? Because in order.
Chat. Let's do all of our daily routine. It's guessing time. It's time for GeoGuessr. Oh shoot. This looks kind of nice. It does not look like the States. Could be though. But well, actually it could be. No, I don't think so though. Can I like can I get out of here? Was there a sign? No. Dude, get me out of okay, here we go. Spanish, Portuguese, Rio Douro, Villanova de Gaia. Any of these ring a bell? Santa Marina, Portuguese, Greece. I was originally thinking potentially maybe some part of Greece or Europe, or like the Balkans, but not anymore. Wait, but Rio doesn't have. Why is Rio automatically Brazil? What? No, you're just trolling me. It's Portugal? Wait, shoot, I'm out of time. Oh my gosh. Dude, I always think like we have so much time in the beginning and then I just don't. With the dude, chat, why does it always do this the first round? It's broken. Does this happen to everyone else too? Why does this only happen to me? It just every first round. Oh. It's messed up. That's messed up. Where is it? Oh, it's Porto. There was a sign that said Portugal? How do you guys find these? Dude, that's messed up. Bro, my Brazil guess would have gotten 4 points. Go away. Oh my gosh. Subscribet internet. What language is that? Also, what in the world kind of ad is this where you're trying to paint your hand to look like a parrot? I actually have no idea which language. Oh, wait. Alto. Wait, which language is that? I feel like I should know this. Oh, it's Spanish? Oh. Well, I guess I didn't know. Oh, wait. What? Is that... That's not the Argentinian flag, is it? Argentina's different, no? Is that Argentinian? Oh. Damn. So then where would this be? Guatemala! Oh, Guatemala! Wait, where's Guatemala? Really? See, it's not Argentinian. It's the same colors, though. Damn, nice. Argentina's horizontal. Yeah, something didn't feel right. I was wondering, like, Argentina or Uruguay were the only things that popped up in my head. Same with you, YouTube. But I was like, it's not either of those. Damn, Guatemala, huh? Surprised you aren't doing guesses. Oh, we got so many games to get through. One of my friends is actually from Guatemala. Lives in LA. told me some crazy stories about like the lack of public safety. I was like, what? Russia? Or somewhere close? I mean, it's like a village. We ain't gonna know. It's 2021. Ukraine or Russia, but it's just like either you're a GeoGuessr. Who said Netherlands from the previous one? What the? I can't trust. Oh wait, this is a big building. It's a school. Doesn't help us. I don't think it's a school, but oh, tram. Yeah, but it's gonna be not there. Oh. Oh gosh. I'm running out of time. It's gone. The tram is gone. Oh gosh. I don't know, man. Wait, what? What the hell? How'd I get that? What the hell? I'm actually blown out of my mind. What the heck? Yeah, this is me, right? Yeah, no, I just like I was zoomed out and I was like this zoomed out and I was like one of these cities. I was like, all right, this one sounds good. That's actually insane. 농심 GC만 좋으면 결승 갈 수 있겠죠? 저는 일단 토론토는 갈 수 있다고 생각해요. 전 대지는 괜찮다고 생각해요. 근데 그냥 패자조라서 빡센 것 뿐이지. 저는 첫 경기만 이기면 가능성이 좋지 않을까. 근데 이제 뭐 패자조 결승 가서 최종 결승까지 가느냐 마느냐는 근데 거기까지 가면 뒷심만으로 그거는 좀 두고 봐야 될 것 같아요. 왜냐면 맵 뱀픽에 따라서 조금 5판 3선에서 좀 어려울 수도 있을 것 같긴 해요. This is Russia. That's crazy. No, I speak Korean. You guys trolling me. That was sick, though. I guess I should press finish. That was sick. TMV clips. I watched the cat casting, but I can't watch Twitch clips. The Euro. What? Why does this look so old? What? Is this when it was first established? Chat, when was that? And I have no idea where it would have been. Was it that long ago? No, there's no... There's no... I mean, it's somewhere in Europe. Man. $19.99. What? Brussels, probably. Really? $19.99. Was it really $19.99? Oh, it was a long time ago. Really? streamer blocking maps. Here you go. $19.90. Well, this shows like the conversion, so it has to be. Wait, where's Brussels? Based on the fact that they have the other currency, I suspect it's before. Really? You don't think it's like the announcement though? Like the actual rollout? I assume that's what it would be, right? Because you're looking at. Dude, secret antied RQ. They antied the ante. It's happening. It's happening. Dude, Haven and Ascent, chat. It's happening. Oh, right in the middle of Belgium. That's why I couldn't see it. Yeah, we'll go with Brussels. Let's try 1999, since we are all in agreement that that's when it actually happened. 1990, hey, the fixing of exchange rates just before. You know what? Yeah, we should have thought this through. It should have been 1998. Good score, though. Good score. Whoa. Dude, what is going on? Oh, they're carrying it. It being what? It feels like a funeral, but they're all smiling? So I'm thinking not. No, I don't think it's Easter related. I don't think it's Christianity related. Feels much more. But then again, it feels like it's Catholic related. Feels like this should be. Oh, actually, maybe. I actually have no idea. Latino. So Catholic. Latin American? The houses, you know, that's what I was thinking, Cold Brew. I thought it felt like a little bit Italian or somewhere West Europe, but I don't think so. That's literally Detroit. Could be Spain. Could be Spain. All right, we go in South America or Spain? Yeah, I guess Catholic. I have no idea what it would be. I don't think I've ever seen anything like this. I want to say Spain. With the architecture, I want to go with Spain. Okay. Nope. Chat wants... All right. We're split in chat, too. Well, chat, it's you versus me. Now, is it Madrid? I mean, it's a very big deal, so I gotta imagine. Well, maybe not. Are there any Spanish cities that are very important to Catholic history? Put it in the Atlantic to maximize points. Seville? Yeah? All right. Year-wise, we got iPhones. So we're thinking like 2000. The way it's recording video, I want to say pretty recent. But not during COVID. Actually, yeah, after COVID seems likely. '23. Oh, it's literally 2025. 260 strong men carrying a paso through the streets of Malaga during Palm Sunday. A centuries-old Holy Week tradition where large religious floats bearing statues of Christ or the Virgin Mary are paraded through the city. Oh. Interesting. Pretty good score, though, still. Yeah, you were right about Holy Week, yeah. All right. They're walking out. We'll do the rest of them later. Very interesting. Check watches. Oh, you're right. We should check for, like, smart watches. That's a good call. We're getting better at this, though. Wait, Cold Brew, why are you taking back your guesses? Oh, we're not caught up. You're right. Nope, we're here. Why did it lag so behind? Oh, I haven't actually watched it yet. No. I haven't watched Commen's video yet.
Today to upset this dominant-looking RRQ.
Absolutely, completely agree with you about Wild Oreo here. Now, I want to talk a bit about the coaching staff. This is interesting. Coach Mao was the coach of Boom during Ascension's run end of last year, and of course, the assistant coach for RRQ is Warbird's former coach for Team Secret. So we have interesting coaching staff here meeting head-to-head who are very familiar with each other
against Secret.
Yeah, for sure. I think
But Secret picks a scent. Dude, I don't. Honestly, it's so good. Made me cheer up. Really? Commends video? I'll have to watch it. 안녕하세요. 자, 오늘 이 경기는 좀 중요합니다. 왜냐하면 RRQ가 플레이오프에서 질 경우에 농심이랑 만날 수 있는 확률이 있거든요. 농심이 첫 판을 이기면. RRQ 잘 알지만 또 뭐가 새로운 게 있나 좀 열심히 봐야 됩니다. Alright, this one's important because RRQ is on the side of the bracket where they can meet Nongshim.
To this double duelist with Wild Oreo on the Yoru, Jeremy across on the ISO.
Yeah, Jeremy had a good game on the ISO versus T1, so
we'll see changed back to black hair. Oh, I didn't even notice, but I think I would prefer that.
I don't know if I was a super big fan of their split when they were doing that, but we'll see how it works out for them today.
Are you Korean? Yes, I am.
Playing Yoru ISO. I don't know if I was a fan of them playing this comp, to be honest. I don't know if Jemkin looked great on the ISO last time, but we'll see.
Yeah, well, Jemkin, I think on the map, the macro was fine. Dude, wait, why does Jesse Vash suddenly look so much younger again? Is it the hair? Maybe it's the hair. He's American first. Yes, that actually is. That would be the answer to why is your English, or how is your English so good? It's because I'm American first, but... RRQ가 지면 혼돈의 사자 동률은 아니에요. RRQ도 순위가 더 이상 바뀌지 않습니다. 순위는 벌써 다 정해졌어요. 농심이 2대 0으로 이기지를 못했기 때문에 이제 사자 동률이 되면 RRQ가 무조건 맵 스코어가 좋기 때문에 1위로 올라가고, 그러면 3자 동률로 다시 리셋이 되는데 탈론이 둘 다 이겼기 때문에 탈론이 2등, T1이 3등, 농심이 4등입니다.
Alrighty, time to dive now into our
Does your Korean have an American English accent? A little bit, yeah. Like people that I meet for the first time and they don't know my background, they can kind of tell.
Steal it away. Isn't going to be possible. Secret in the past have been that Robin Hood squad.
Exactly. This is kind of my mindset coming in.
There's two Jessies. They roll out the young one when there's a giantess.
Where you're feeling pretty confident. You know, after yesterday's results, you're the number one.
Can you imagine? They have two. Jesse actually has a twin brother. Oh my gosh! Every time they're like, "All right, it's time for the upset," they send out the younger twin brother. Oh my gosh!
Focused in, dialed in today. I agree with the
or he's dipped into the fountain of youth for his monthly dip.
So good. Obviously, we're getting a first look at it for Team Secret as well. Seeing Wild Oreo on the Yoru, it was kind of their macro game caller typically as well. So kind of going to be an interesting idea that Team Secret is going to be bringing starting on their defender side. RRQ, you expect that Jemkin on that ISO should be pretty powerful, pretty impactful, but he struggled, especially in some of those kill contracts. So looking for a bit of a different approach today for him.
Okay, so just watching for any push outs. Keeping it simple. You're rolled back for RRQ.
Here at a long. Bit of a walk down.
Well, you have to watch out for his kind of tendencies, though. Like, how do they react to things?
4 players from Secret clustered up in that position.
Okay, so the smoke comes out, which would indicate
But it looks like RRQ not going to look to up the tempo here.
that Team Secret is looking to delay time, so they're waiting for the mid push. Okay, so they're like, okay, is this a pinch? They re-clear that. Very thorough. I mean, this is RRQ, very classic RRQ attack. I do think they shine more in defense still.
Oh, actually, that was all just to set up a re-hit towards A. So this is just some diligence.
Yeah, so since there was no push out, it's like, okay, it's either a stack or it's not. But Team Secret, with a delayed pinch, there is still a trip, though. And I don't know how much Jesse can prevent them from really pushing out further. At what point does RQ push out? They know the trip was broken. They have 2 people watching back. They're actually going to smoke it. This actually kind of helps Crazy Guy. And then they start pushing out very fast. Now they know multiple from behind. But, I mean, Team Secret's fast on this. Oh, shoot. Half's done. Oh, dude, it's so good from Secret. It's happening, chat. Dude, this was actually a really well thought. There were so many layers to this from both teams. Both teams were trying to stay one ahead, but Team Secret was always one step ahead.
Does his job up at 8 tower. Gets a couple
Observer kind of messed it up. I mean, yes, so what do you want? You want a cake too? Yeah? How much do you want? Just kidding.
Once again, you lose the ISO early for the side of RRQ, and that's a tough
The blue shell is incoming, that's right.
To have in those pistol rounds, having that shield could be a difference maker, but losing that early and then just being overwhelmed on the backside of the site, well, their backside of the site, makes it very tough.
Oh, Jemkin just sprinting in down towards the sewer.
I mean, yeah, that's just a full send. The ISO's gone. Not much they can do here. Nothing too shocking going to be happening. I mean, surely he's aware. Surely he's ready. Okay. Yep, just a fake out, and they are. Whoa, whoa! The flash. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Okay.
Wild Oreo scoops up 3. Team Secret. They lose out on a little bit. It was a heavy investment. Everyone having a purchase coming into the round.
They found someone like Jonas Strong.
Carry forward 3 weapons.
Chobra Rooney against RRQ. I actually, it doesn't matter for me anymore.
So far, so good.
Other than my pick'ems. But then I would rest assured knowing that if Nongshim had cleanly won 2-0, maybe there was a world.
Jemkin gets eliminated early, but that was all just a.
That was a Spectre, no? That was a Spectre.
To allow them to try to go to
the classic recon Spectre, faking people out.
In the long run, Team Secret not fooled, and the overwhelming firepower.
That one gets people so much, like even in pro games. Okay, he gets the tag. You know you got the tag for sure. You saw multiple. The bait and switch. Oh, Jeremy.
We'll go their separate ways, but
very, very quick from Jemkin, though. He didn't lose track of that potential, the potential cubby. That was just not an angle at all. So that was kind of bad from 2G. And that's an easy call for RRQ. You put some pressure on A. You know that there was a multiple setup because you saw the Sova util as well. So 3 people on A. You took out the early push out from C. It's a fast rotate.
Held outside the door with Crazy Guy. Oh, just barely won.
That's rough. Okay, Jeremy. Time for Jeremy to shine. Oh, what a paranoia timing! Right, he waits until right as the wall would give him the angle. That was good. RQ is locked in. Nothing can change anymore.
No idea where any deeper positions could be here from the members of RRQ, so we'll just go ahead.
Nongshim could have if Nongshim won yesterday 2-0 with like good scores.
Yeah, that's gotta feel nice. Some of this conditioning.
Now the seeding doesn't change.
Early that you're gonna go for these A hits, go for C. Could open up some avenues where you could do some weird stuff.
No, a lot of people are confused about that, but basically you do 4-way tie first, RQ moves up, and then the rule resets. 3-way tie, they go with 3-way tie rules, at which point Talon has beaten both. It's a little silly, but it is what it is. That's how it's been. So it's not like we're getting wronged, they just never really clarified it. Yeah.
Continue to see impact from him. Nice paranoia to set him up too.
I think it's a little weird, but eh.
Very, very well done.
Now we go into the first
This match does not matter at all other than for champ points, which again, I will argue that for RRQ, it is still valuable because you never know, because Pacific's so tightly knit and they don't actually have, like for T1 it would matter less, right? Because it's like if T1 was in RRQ's position, it'd be like, I mean, we have so many points from Masters Bangkok and Kickoff, like it'd be fine. But for RRQ, it's like, actually that 1 point could be the difference maker to go to champs.
Site opened up. Team Secret gonna have to try to play here for the retake. Jemkin gonna be able to find one Wild Warrior on the floor, but Jemkin quickly traded out. Pop flash from Monyet. Swoops in, looking for a little bit more here. Spot out onto Envy. Will challenge into the site for the angle. Will be able to come away with that elimination. Jesse Bash, what is that turn? Shuts down Cushy.
Dude, what? How did this? How was this so smooth? It wasn't even chaotic.
Over the top, Crazy Guy able to find one, finds the second through the smoke, but cannot find the remaining two. Two players surviving. Team Secret not allowing for the tie-up to come in.
Another interesting.
Which game matters less? Yeah, I mean, in theory, they're the same. I mean, if you wanted to argue, I guess this one matters less just because Boom's an Ascension team, but
what great
they're about the same.
Well, I mean, yeah, Jesse, we got to see that from his angle. Nice dodge of the paranoia there, too. Gets the neural theft out. What? What?
Dude, that... Wow.
What in the ever-loving hell?
Jesse, come on, man. That is outrageous.
Do you know Ben 10? No.
He still got it.
It was akin to meteors.
The Fountain of Youth comments must be real. Could be. So we got to do an investigation. Have we ever seen a Team House vlog from Team Secret?
That's just those years of experience shining through, I suppose.
제시 씨는 예전부터 스마이트 되게 좋아했었어요.
Goodness. But still, the macro ideas look pretty good for RRQ, right? Like, they get the plant down, they've got a good read on the map, but just a phenomenal retake. Well, that's a great.
Isn't Ben 10 like a Saturday or Sunday morning cartoon type beat?
Pulls off the angle. Doesn't check back the opposite way.
Dude, both of them are probably like, what the hell?
In the meantime, Jesse Bash also here playing a corner. Finds Jemkin, traded out. Wild Oreo.
Dude, Wild Oreo's fragging today too.
Spike now out into the open, but Crazy Guy continues to be crisp.
Spoke too soon.
Seems like RRQ nonplussed by the previous round. Come out swinging. Look to continue to try to run this one back. Get within touching distance. Crazy Guy with a 3.
I mean, I feel like I've seen Ben 10 as I was scrolling through the channels as a kid, but
things on both sides of the coin. I mean, for RRQ,
I've never like watched it.
Of working the map and getting to spots where they're going.
What's so great about Ben 10?
Team Secret is really firing today. That's a big win for xFaro. Out the rip. I mean, a little.
I never really watched many cartoons.
It's the last day of group stage play. The teams are locked. RQ's in its number 1 seed.
Cool watch. The watch, apparently. Apparently the watch.
Well, I mean, yeah. And it's unfortunate, I was going to say, for xFaro, because he comes walking down that ramp thinking it's going to be free. Crazy Guy's in there.
1, 2, 3. Hello.
Are multiple players, and they will get flushed out.
Well, poor Jesse. Poor Envy. Oof. Oof, that was a bulldozer. I genuinely am confused. Let's say both Nongshim and Boom made it to champs and finished same position. What happens then? I mean, I don't know. I don't even know if they have a rule for it, to be very honest. Wouldn't be surprised if they don't actually have one written just yet, but they probably should, just in case.
Very well ever since.
I mean, there's probably a rule for like some type of tiebreaker match, because technically they even have a potential best of 1 in the tiebreaker for VCT, like leagues for stage 1. It's in the rule book in case you like can't, which technically should never happen if you do like after the 3-way ties or 2-way tie, etc., etc. But
kind of cat and mouse here. Who's going to use them first? Who's going to be able to find more value? It's just a snag of the orb to try to accelerate Monyet into a dimensional drift. Jeremy so far forward.
Ben 10 was like a Monster of the Week adventure show. Oh, you got different powers every week. I see. He was the original roguelike.
They were after is Jemkin feeling it, but ISO on ISO action, looking for the kill, and Jemkin will be able to have it. There's the
I mean,
reset.
it wasn't exactly that convincing from Jemkin either, but
It's the kill contract, tripwire, all that's standing between RRQ and this B site. Around the corner in garage window is 2GE, but not much that he's
yeah,
gonna be able to
they
do to
wanted
sway
that.
this.
Whoa,
There's Fury,
except
however.
Magnet.
Opened up, Magnet gonna take it down
Magnet.
at the same time.
Why-
Peeks in for another as Cushy gets dropped. Jemkin
Why would we walk back into the corner when the Hunter's Fury begins?
around the back, push out, finds the headshot. Neural Theft now going to be invested as he's just strafing back in towards Jesse Vash. Looks to hold the corner. Vash is able to
Oh,
find a
gosh.
shot.
Oh, gosh.
Lobbed in, and Jemkin, he caught the shot. He swings the angle for the 4K.
Yeah, Jesse, that
And he
was
stops him from being able to find
literally the
round
one way you
victory.
lose
His
this
left
round,
for the
man.
cause. As RRQ take the lead.
Man, Jesse. I mean, the confidence is flowing. This is huge that Jemkin gets that kill because the kill contract is also on his opponent. So he's able to keep that ult out of play for the round.
I still don't know how to feel about Oreo
Great
needing to
shots
op
from
because of
Wild
Jeremy.
Oreo, but Jemkin
Yeah, but like, didn't Jeremy op a decent amount when he was in challenges? This is what I don't get.
You need him most. Just getting ahead of that. Just enough. That shock dart, I thought that was going to be round.
Remember
I
the
thought
Energy
Jesse
Sun
had
game
it.
last year? That was a
He did.
tiebreaker. Oh, was it?
Not fast
I can't
enough.
remember, actually. The tiebreaker in the rule set is just there if like none of the other tiebreakers actually break the tie.
2GE, looking for a bit of a timing here, trying to close the gap. Just has that stinger.
2G, what are we playing at, man?
Pace as Jemkin comes away with 2 kills to further break things open here on the site.
Spike planted.
Got better odds. He's 2 HP lower than he was in the previous round.
He also has another kill contract.
Yes, he does. Seems like I think he's been putting in the practice.
You would expect. I mean, Jemkin is one of the hardest workers. When I talk to people behind the scenes, he is just
I don't know what
dedicated
2G feels
this
so
game and to winning.
lost.
And he, you know, one bad performance, you expect that he isn't
No.
going to let that slide.
Like, whoa,
He's gonna
why
come
was
back
he even?
stronger.
First of all,
Boy,
that wasn't
boy, has
even
he.
the
KDA
opponent's
through the
trip.
roof on this round.
If he was even trying
He
to
had
jump over the
assist on
trip.
the first kill from Crazy Guy because he hit with the vulnerable. And whoa, a headshot, but
Yeah, got a dink through that corner. Low HP bars, but still going to be a flawless here for the side of RRQ as they now move up 5-3.
Yeah. What's he doing? Why is he jumping over his teammate's trip to like? I mean, I get unless he wants to jump peek the box, I guess. But
Monyet there.
I used to be a big 2G believer too, so I'm kind of disappointed
having a-
these
he's having a
days,
good one.
honestly.
As he should be. He was in a good mood today.
Oh, I mean, for good reason.
Yeah.
We saw the player cams, you know, from Boom throughout the opening series. Plenty to smile about, plenty to be happy about, as well as puzzled. If you're DOS9, he was confused a couple times as far as what was
Oh,
happening.
we were too.
Yeah, I mean, 2G has had a very
RRQ
not
is
good
a
at
very
all.
Similar
year.
story. They're set at the top. There's no displacing them.
But
more about-
like, I wonder why that change was even
Honestly,
made for the IGL link.
Warbirds, because I know that he does care, and he likes to get the wins here when they go up against Team Secret.
Oh, nice.
Let's go, Cushy.
Cushy
Wow.
fans out there.
Master Shanghai T-shirt.
Not
Yeah,
quite.
yeah, yeah.
Oh!
Okay, we got it. It's all right. We got a glimpse.
Yeah, I mean, this RRQ
Yeah, this
team,
is. I
you know,
mean,
able
at
to
this point,
weather
it's been a
some of
while,
his
but
early
this is a
aggression.
revenge match for 2G.
Firing that Team Secret was showing. I mean, you could see the confidence in the way that they were just running and gunning, trying to just push the tempo. It makes sense when you're running these double duelist comps. You want to try to catch your opponent off guard. Use the wall here to try
There's
to...
a shield, mate.
Away, blocks off this off, really.
Okay, we just play it safe? Do we? Apparently not.
Gonna be tagged up, cannot escape. Because she able to take him down, gets a
Ah, that's rough,
as well on the
man.
Jeremy. Now tagged up at 70. That's
Oh, yay.
Gets the grab here onto Monyet.
Nope,
Or was that the clone?
Oh no, it's just the clone. As
just
you
the
say.
clone.
That's a very real envy, though.
That is rough.
Into the gulag. Taken down. Jemkin able to
Somehow Jemkin just doesn't seem that convincing in the ult, but he at least is winning them today. Like normally he's so like why is he not that convincing in his ult?
As yep, I think any doubts that were surrounding Jemkin's ISO from the first outing silenced.
I don't know about Sile. Well, first of all, that's the thing. I don't think his first outing was bad. It was just like he just wasn't winning his ults.
Had struggles on this agent. I thought this was an agent that should suit him pretty nicely. Still a little bit.
I think he was doing just fine on it. It just wasn't. We're so used to Meteor, just like.
I mean, this round right here, able to reset the double taps.
No, he did lose every ult, but I still think overall the ISO is still decent.
One of them. It could be
but it's like just because he's winning now, I don't know if that's suddenly. You know what I mean? Like if you were a doubter before, I think you should still be a doubter, and if you weren't before, then you shouldn't be either way. Because it's like like you said, he's so cautious that he's not confident in his ult. It's kind of weird.
You just walk forward, and then all of a sudden it turns on you. It's like, oh no, oh no.
Yeah, see, like that, but in the kill contract. Just walk at him and hit the headshot.
Someday Durka will try it.
Oh, fake ulting in the ult, or fake cloning in the ult. Honestly, could work.
Man,
he's bought out.
But also in the ult, there's no reason to not check because you know you're on your own anyway.
As he bash going to be noted, trip is cleared, and site is open here for the taking. Just Envy and Wild Oreo to try to see if they can stop this from being a flawless. Drop down, split the difference.
Oof.
Tiny bit of damage found as Envy now with everything to do. Finds the first one. Shock Dart not quite connecting. Thanks, Pharaoh. I mean, he's got the cam set up and everything. So
I mean, Lee just came to Korea at the right time. It's also, it's an isometric game, which Koreans were used to from StarCraft, right, in terms of how the game works. Koreans were already playing a lot of different MOBA/AOS games, just not Dota.
7-3.
It kind of took on the next, you know, from StarCraft, so that's where all the infrastructure went.
Sir, Jemkin has another ult. There's a problem.
It's, yeah, a great round from Anyet there. Just isolating a couple battles on his own and winning them.
So
like he was struggling a little
I
bit
think that just is why Korea is so dominant in League.
And the good vibes continue to flow. But still 14-5 for Jemkin. Yeah, and kill contracts are just overwhelming for him.
What is it, 3-1?
Yeah, but he kind of stole one away.
Yeah, Chaos.
I mean, he can just...
That was the one for Korea.
He can't do it right
he
here.
sided all good.
Teammates, so it'd be a little risky. They're trying to get a bit more info before they make a go of it. Another op for Wild Oreo. Scoping down mid, but a ton of info other than A. So yeah, got to use the drone to scope this out.
This is Jemkin's fourth ult, yes.
Forward into the corners. Now you just got to worry about the sewers corners. And that's Jemkin's job.
Oh yeah, speaking of relegation, we were about to talk about that earlier, and then I got distracted by the game. As if that's not actually supposed to be the main part of the stream. I'm a big advocate of relegation systems. Promotion relegation. I think it adds a lot, especially from a production standpoint and a story standpoint. But obviously in the current economy, there's some very big cons to it as well. So, you know, I can't really advocate strongly for like a pure promotion relegation system in good faith. I think that's hard to argue. But some type of better balance would be cool. Oh, I love the off angle. That's good from Anyet.
Pulls back over, sights towards window. Already Envy cleared out, not before Jemkin does.
Good on Seeker for trying to check the close corner, but oh,
this crazy guy.
G, this is your moment. You're the OG controller here. You can't lose this to Crazy Guy, man.
Playing back and forth, this movement's heard. G's running.
I mean,
footsteps give it away.
I'll be honest, I didn't have faith.
Crazy Guy says, thank you very much for the audio. That's going to be 8-3 now, looking for that 9-3 scoreline.
This is good ideas. I mean, one way to counter that ISO shield is to just barrel stuff it. We've seen this a couple times on this map. Jesse
no, yeah, it just seems like he's like frazzled all the time. And I get that he's IGLing, but it's a 1v1 at that point. Surely you just play more confidently.
Before your opponent can even really react. And yeah, Jemkin didn't get a
4
chance
should
to
be
use
good
the
for Team
previous
Secret.
round,
4
so
would be fine, score-wise. It's just the way that they've been losing doesn't look good.
Opportunity for it, and the dimensional drift as well from Anyet. Actually just kind of
Interesting.
fakes it out there, throws a flash to show presence at mid,
and
then decides.
That's an interesting concept. Flash the window and then ult into sight.
I mean, yep. Head's just taken off. Has the ult. Jimkin still playing forward, so not the greatest position to try to utilize this as the pop flash comes through, but Manyet's got covering fire. Reset of the shield. Jesse Fast will take him down, so that kill contract not going to be seen. Cushy will find Jesse there in heaven. Crazy guy once again. Just pushing 2GE to the side.
Wasn't someone suggesting like a while back 6 partner teams and 4 in promotion? Yeah, I forget. Maybe that was TMV. I think that might have been TMV and Cosmic Divide actually.
Yeah, 8 in a row there to close out the attacker's side.
Yeah, but it's just like at that point, like we can throw those numbers around, but you'd have to crunch a lot of different numbers and factors to see if that would be more reasonable.
Different looks are well accounted for by RRQ each time. This time they try to push the pace. You know, as the spike is attempting to be planted.
Chat, I am fighting every fiber in my body to not just boot up Last Epoch right now.
The Hunter's Fury to try to clear some space. This time, different look, same results.
The only reason I'm able to hold back is because I know I'll have so much time anyway once the match is over.
Let's see what kind of run back we can get here as we get ready to swap sides. I mean, mind you,
that is literally the only thing keeping me from quitting the stream.
It was one of the 3 rounds that they were able to get that in the anti-eco.
Yep. It was those 3 rounds at the beginning out of the 4, and then you think, okay, Team Secrets come out to play, and then RQ just
play PoE2.
Put their foot down,
just do it.
Said, nope,
no, I mean, honestly, I don't feel bad, but I do want to watch RRQ's game because I need to get as much VOD review time as possible for RRQ. I want to make some content around the potential opponents that Nongshim faces, the potential playoff teams, and we gotta maximize Nongshim's chances, chat, to go to Toronto.
Which seems likely.
Yeah.
And they just get into the grand final of stage 1.
Sure.
Both teams are going to Toronto.
Yeah.
How quickly...
Nongshim is in 4th place. Yeah, Nongshim starts in the lower bracket. We can take a look at the bracket after, during the break.
Fly to Indonesia.
That and the noodle money. I actually have no obligation to stream any other VCT Pacific games, chat. I actually do this out of my support for the league, and you know,
I've been there. It's awesome.
It's good to keep track of the other teams. I like watching it. Obviously, a lot of you want to watch Pacific in general, but my agreement actually only pertains to Nongshim matches, which I thought was kind of funny. I was like, wait, I only have to watch like X number of Nongshim matches? Wow. Obviously, also, you know, it's a fair agreement on both sides, but
knows that there's a third, but cannot find it. Wild Oreo does manage to survive. That leaves Cushy now all alone in a 1v3, but all 3 players tagged up.
RQ and Boom going to Toronto. It's the Indonesian era. I'm saying this for your sake, Indonesian fans.
She does have a little bit of util to work.
You gotta wait. You gotta wait until it's done.
Has a shock dart. Could find a kill, like you said. They've weakened up.
Wait, you guys are all calling me the biggest curse. Oh my gosh. How is he alive?
But Wild Oreo, he'll take the first fight. He'll nail the
By the way, PKM got signed to T1 Academy. They picked up PKM. Dude, hold up.
They find their 4th round win.
They picked up PKM in place of 10-10?
At least, just winning some of these duels out in the open.
Okay, so there's a couple things here. That would imply that Zeta is probably keeping 10-10 no matter what, even if it's as a 6-man.
Using the smoke, the highest
PKM. Oh man, I am curious how he'll do on T1 Academy.
Turn the destiny of that round. Crazy guy is gonna grab a Marshall. X-Pharaoh has a shorty.
Wait, seriously? They don't pay you to watch party other games?
Decisions being made, and RQ's just
nope, not this time around. Yeah, it might change in the future years, but it was a very. We have a very kind of like a loose kind of win-win agreement where I have a lot of freedom to do what I want, but obviously that means they don't have to like pay me as much of a base amount. But there's, you know, other things that we've talked about to make it a win-win situation. PKM, for those who don't know PKM, he was part of the old Nongshim roster that wasn't SBG, where Yeoman was on the team. And he was a promising duelist who had problems with warming up on the first map and then, you know, now and then overheating. But like when he was on a heater, he would dominate. Like he would hard carry games. And generally I would say he was still good on average within the challengers level. He was one of the better ones for sure. But obviously, it was a matter of like, all right, he's young. Let's see if he can fix this consistency type of thing. But now, under T1 Academy's coaching, under head coach Sungmin, I'm very curious how he evolves.
The push forward, the gun's going to be remaining on the floor. Jesse
Wait,
Bash able to find one there with the ghost.
Okay.
Ready to fall, Crazy Guy up in heaven, finding another one now. Going to be felled as Envy able to put the Bulldog to his head. Finds the kills and gets the scrape by victory here in the round, but just 2 players left standing.
So I always really rooted for PKM. I was a big fan of PKM before I was even a fan of Xross, who is still the like underage 6-man on Nongshim. They were the only. He was the only player that Nongshim kept. You know, by the end, I admitted that I think Xross is by far the more the player with more talent. Or like more potential, but PKM was another player that I always kept my eye on.
If Monyet had been on point with that Bulldog.
So I think for an academy player, he's a very good pickup. Let's put it that way. I think he's a player that is worth trying to develop, and I think the coaching staff that T1 Academy has is very good. So I'd be very curious to see how he looks.
That's all Team Secret can scrape together. Oh my!
It's just gotta find a timing.
I mean, those are just clean shots. Okay. 2G.
Monyet just died. I'm just reading things. Jemkin looking to try to disrupt here and catches the timing on the Wild Oreo. Will eat the full blind. Looks for the reset.
Jemkin has really evolved, by the way, coming into 2025.
Looking for a little bit more bit damage. Finds a dink,
finding these offbeats, getting ahead of Yuto, like swinging out for the first kill, things like that. He's always had the aim, but he didn't always play the risk. He always played the quote-unquote safe way.
You know, against ISOs,
and he's changed it a lot.
Are really impactful. They can break that shield so quick. Find those kills.
As far as we know, it's like 2G and Wild Oreo, it sounded like. That was like the mix, not the disc reference. How old is PKM? No, PKM is also underage, I believe.
The Phantom as well.
Wait.
Can be really good anti-ISO weapons, especially close
Maybe
quarters.
not. I think he might have had an offer for a trial at a Tier 1 team, is what they called.
Against this fly-up that Team Secret is able to do, it seems to be he's able to scrape together full armors. Well, that helps.
I actually can't remember. He's 18. Okay, so he can. Yeah, because I think I had heard that he had been given trial slots for Tier 1 teams, but he either like that was the whole thing with Team IM. He like either didn't take them because he didn't like necessarily he wasn't that enticed to go to that team, and then also like he just chose he wanted to play with Team IM, which was like the streamer team, and then obviously they like disbanded, and people were like, "What the hell, dude? Like he didn't even take these trials to play with you guys." But then the counter argument is like, well, that's kind of on you. Like, you probably should take those trials. I think he did trial maybe for some teams, and then some other teams he just like didn't take the opportunity. But
RRQ was trying to rotate into position to stall out the A-hit.
We're getting 18 and 16. I don't know which is true. I think he might have been eligible, though. I think Xross was the one that, like, 100% he can't play this year. He has to wait until next year.
Kind of adjustments from RRQ in terms of how you're playing off the
Will you fly to Toronto if Notion makes it? I will find whatever way possible to get there.
C-long control. Basically out the rip. And they really weren't leaning into that A site as
He's
heavily
18.
as they
Okay.
needed to.
Yeah, okay. He turned 18.
Kind of worried about B
middle of last year. There you go.
To get a lot of deep info.
So PKM could, yeah.
All right, well,
which could be exciting.
Here from Team Secret.
Dude, the return of PKM, I'm kind of here for it. I like PKM.
It is going to be a timeout call. Up by 4.
I think he's got the right pieces, as long as he can just, like, you know, continue to get even better and better.
So they may just look to pump the brakes and, you know, figure out the game plan here.
You'll be in Toronto during the event to visit family. Well, maybe you could still, like, I don't know, there's probably going to be some, like, fan events and stuff. Toronto has some good, like, don't they have still a couple of those, like, gaming pubs and stuff?
The other thing is if you're the coaches, right, you can hear your players. So if you're hearing from Crazy Guy, he's already saying the things that you would have said anyway.
Yeah.
Then there's no reason to time out.
All right, well.
And I like what they're doing.
They're not going to send one, so it will just be a carry forward. They've got the purchase, a Bucky in hand, though, for Xfaro. They'll be playing Lurk over within Garage, it would seem. Envy with a tiny bit of damage from the Shock Dart. Otherwise, pretty untouched, so we'll be okay for the moment.
Yeah.
Where does Secret go here? Do they have the read on the buy is the first question.
It's starting to look like Jemkin does slide over there. Smoke
they're cautious.
He's going to delay Team Secret here momentarily. Going to use the shield to make sure they can get the ult for the Noru.
So you want to get 100% information.
There's
That's
a ping,
good.
But hard to say if that was meant for the angle right around.
No, I think it's for the wire. I think he hears the wire.
Envy is, or if that's meant for the other side. But they suspect that there's a trap at that door. Maybe they can hear the tripwire.
Wild Wario sends out the dimensional drift, spots on the Cushy, push forward through the smoke. We'll find Jimkin as well, and Monyet gonna be taken down.
Great timing from Envy. That draws all the eyeballs over to mid. So Envy's job now is just to stay alive. He gets the pings. There's a lot around him. Oh, shoot. Does he get 3? Oh, he gets 3. Oh, my gosh.
3 snappy, quick
He knows.
kills.
Dude, he kept the map downloaded, too. He knows the other one was there.
There's going to be an approach here from the window. Looks for a little bit more greens.
That's the one he doesn't get. Wow.
Does manage to put him down, but similarly will get traded out quickly. As it is now just Crazy Guy in a 1v4. He is likely to hold on to this weapon. And it seems like Team Secret.
Well, Nongshim support your plane ticket. I don't know. I haven't even brought it up just because I don't want to, you know, we don't want to get ahead of ourselves, but.
To go the way of RRQ.
Yeah. They're doing a really nice job.
If Academy teams didn't have restrictions, how many more would have joined? I mean, Nongshim probably would have just kept their roster, so for Challengers Korea, it probably would have been all 4.
They're being really proactive, our Secret. I mean, you could see it even on their defender side. It was aggressive from the get-go. And on this attacker side, it's really starting to work a treat.
No, I mean, honestly, chat, I don't feel that bad for saying that Team Secret needs to upgrade their duelists. So, like, obviously, I feel bad just because it's real people and it's their jobs. But we've given, like, I was one of the last remaining Jeremy, like, copers in, you know, copium believers on the Pacific cast. And that was, we're 3 years in now, and it's like your peaks are still the same, but your floors are still the same. It's like at some point something's got to give, right?
Do not want to let Team Secret get their way back in.
No, for sure.
No, I'm not saying would that fix all the problems. I don't think so, but I think that is something to consider.
When you're playing this comp to get info, you have to throw bodies sometimes. A lot of times it's somewhat reliant on your ISO to be a little bit aggressive towards some of the points of attacks. I mean, everybody's going to be talking about T1 with
I mean, IGLing is clearly something that they feel needs to change as well.
Because of their ability to win Masters Bangkok off the back of this.
As much as I think Jesse Vash is pretty good at IGLing, he's very stuck in his ways.
Part of what they do with Meteor is they kind of
that's my other problem with it, is if 2G is IGLing and it looks like Jesse Vash is IGLing at times, then what's the point?
So you have to be able to
They're literally just nerfing 2G
with your bodies, because all you really have is the Sova otherwise to get some info. Yes, you have the side anchor with the Cypher to do a little bit of that too, but you have to be really proactive with this comp. Take the fight to your opponent sometimes. And I like what we're seeing. Jemkin needs to take some A control. Just can he get the job done with that hero?
Jeremy, Sentinel in 2023 Secret was pretty decent. Agreed, actually.
Secret
agreed.
Very aware. Expecting
Put him on Sentinel, that could work.
Ideas from RRQ. They're just watching for that A push out the whole time, but Drone's not going to see much, just the Yoru, and that's kind of whatever, because they can just TP away, so.
Right.
Not the end-all be-all there.
Very quiet here across the board.
You also have to think about the trap plays that were set up on the eco for RRQ. Going back to the...
Okay, so pressure in mid, but A main, they think they pushed it back, but he's still watching it.
He's just taken down. That's the one rifle.
That is unfortunate, though, that it's outside of the site. As much as I've been giving credit for Chemkin for taking the risks, that one seems a little bit egregious. Unless you're fine with losing this round no matter what, which obviously you should never be that fine with it, ever, but...
Gets ready to push out. Crazy Guy back plat and be able to find one. Cushy, 2 quick shots.
What a
2G
double
won't get taken
tap.
Down, but will eventually fall. Monyet, the weapon recovered. Looking for a 1v3. First shot. Little bit of whiffage. Eventually finds the head. As it's just going to be a double faces. My God, what is that flag, Monyet?
No shot. Okay, I was about to say, I was like, I chalked up this round. Non-IGO 2G was shooting last year. That's what I mean, though. Like, I gotta imagine that it's the IGLing that's really screwing him over. But and I'm fine with investing for the long term, but give me at least some type of stylistic change, you know?
They're going to be able to get some big purchases coming through finally. Cushy hit some really nice headshots.
Yeah. Those
Honestly, I wouldn't be against having either an import IGL or import duelist. All right.
Oh!
It's the one tap.
Team Secret, stage 2.
That's
Pays the buyout for FNS. How we feeling, Yissel?
Oh, late reaction.
Sees him, yeah, and that's just going to have to be the exit. Looking for the pull.
No do and me.
No doing me. That's Cushy going to get pulled forward. And Jeremy has the instant headshot.
That was clean.
See, Jeremy's good with the rifle.
When we change the POV and
but
it changes the voice
line.
line.
Yeah, it gives you the opposite.
But he's like not in a position to just do that. That's the problem.
His. Looks like he wants to try to push forward though.
I didn't say any idea.
Are very much starting to get themselves back into this. About to be separated by one round as 2 GEs there on the flank.
Yeah, this is starting to get scary.
Neon would go.
It looked like.
All right, Chad. I know I opened the can of worms, but let's not go too far.
Team Secret because they won the pistol. God, that is good, Jeremy. That's what you want to see. Envy is so crisp today.
No, the seating doesn't change, Katoro.
I mean, this cop, tough to defend against.
Starting to get jazzed up.
You borrowed that operator.
5 ultimates to work with here.
RRQ needs to watch out for their creds.
Weaponry, other than some broken.
They really do. We talk as if this is already a done game, but it's really not.
It's too real for us. Again, just patience being shown here by Team Secret. They're very wary of these push-outs towards A main. With those smokes there as well, that's going to keep them in place. So RRQ is going to use this opportunity to try to reinforce the B site this time. It's the same look from Team Secret. The last time they did this, they did go the other direction.
Okay, so Crazy Guy, I like what Crazy Guy does here because Team Secret, if you give them any amount of respect, you assume that they will check that smoke at some point or they'll wait until it clears. So instead of trying to play some weird timing and getting wrecked because he has a stinger, he just checks on a timing, tries to get ahead of it, and then he backs off, letting them know, like, I'm here, we got a trap play set up, like, don't come here. It's a nice attempt. TS actually seems to get a little read through it because they clear out main.
Slowly starting to drift back here with the rest of the team.
And they should be good to go. At this point, they should have a pretty good feeling. Either it's a multi-stack. Oh, wow. I mean, this is a gamble, though, because normally you would put the smoke for that covers the plant, no?
Kind of looking for the smoke itself, and then Jeremy turns back to be able to find the kill.
Awkward.
He just stayed there. Could have just point blank sprayed him down with that stinger. So now the team trying to see if they can push their way forward here into the side.
I mean, I respect it.
Corner, Jeremy lingering within the smoke.
I think it was a bit too much of a solo queue play, though. I think you're much better off just putting up the smoke that, you know, that covers all the three-way here, and then just camping outside of it or whatever.
Jeremy's just gonna push the tempo.
Revealing one in the corner. Jeremy,
yeah, it is kind of weird that nobody on Team Secret was like, that smoke's weird, man. Nobody's even holding the one way. That was kind of weird, but
the ultimate was already online for him. 10-10. We are now tied up.
You know, there's a Filipino American that is currently on a Tier 1 America's team wearing red and is kind of frying right now.
For RRQ, and I wouldn't be surprised if we have another timeout.
I mean, Chad, didn't you see what happened when they bring in
what he's seeing, and I can't blame
you know, like,
and especially with all these ults available,
something American players into Pacific. Didn't you see what happened to Talon? It didn't go very well.
And then in the next couple rounds, just
shout out to my Korean American brother.
Talk about the way you want to approach the macro game a little bit more. But Team Secret is being very patient, waiting for their moments, not kind of making the same moves off of what they had showed previously. So it's being very challenging.
All right, RRQ.
A good read.
They need a good read. Otherwise, Team Secret's going to take the smap.
Team Secret is using.
And then they have the ante on Ascend. I'm telling you. I'm telling you.
A lot of pressure on the Crazy Guy now as well to find those adaptations.
Well, T1 brought in
what his coach can give them here.
An actual American. You have to bring a half American.
Better about that, for sure, as the stage has gone on. to wait and see. But yeah, challenging to defend with this comp sometimes. It just kind of depends. Going against another ISO.
Dude, look at Meow. He's like,
It's been pretty tricky.
oh yeah. Look at Warbirds, man.
Come alive there.
He's losing his soul. He's like, what the hell? They still have the power.
Onto his ultimate for quite some time.
Yeah.
So haven't seen it committed. Pressure certainly building here for RRQ. 10 to 10, relatively unthinkable given the 9-3 half, but perhaps the curse do be striking, but Crazy Guy getting some very nice spam, puts Wild Oreo
I mean,
down to 11 HP to
honestly,
start off
though,
the round.
defense with this comp is tough. It's rough, right? Because unless you have op and you have good angles with it,
We'll get there.
like you got to keep taking contact, and then you get pushed back by the drone and stuff, and then you're done. I'm pretty sure he got spotted. He's gonna pretend that he didn't, but
Monyet was in this forward spot.
dude, what happened to Wild Oreo, man?
Hard to tell for sure, but I think that smoke just about confirms it. As he's going to look to reposition.
I mean, 2G's his job is just to wait. What are you doing? What are you
How
doing?
does he not realize? He must have been looking somewhere else.
Yeah, he
Maybe a
was
glance at the minimap, but
Yep,
But the minimap would have
either way,
shown.
asleep at the wheel.
that's a gift.
And he is just crashing to the wall. Jumpkin, though, getting caught on a little bit of timing. Pulls off the ADS, ends up falling. Now the neural theft going to be coming through as Cushy going to swing out and try to get a reveal. Gets a tiny bit of damage onto Envy, but cannot collect that kill. Just the clone here for now. Push from Garage getting ready to come through. Paranoia to try to delay.
I don't know.
Continue to advance. Ping reveal onto a couple of these players as Jesse Batch repositions through the smoke.
I don't know. I just.
Triple push out of this left-hand side. Cushy able to find two.
Spike down.
As it's now just Wild Oreo with the aforementioned 11 HP. Try to see if he can make it a little bit more costly.
Oh.
A nice little jiggle out from Crazy Guy. He will find it in RQ. They will break this 5-round consecutive win streak from Team Secret.
No, I think he was looking at the minimap, but it was like, it was a pretty long time, chat, where the question mark should have been enough.
Oh my God. I
mean, but that's probably the minimap's the only, the minimap's the only real answer.
No other way to say it. That's a nice shot from Crazy Guy, but the early spam as well.
It's rough. It's
Very
rough.
nice. So just some individual moments able to get RRQ a much needed defensive
Yeah, I mean,
win.
we see some egregious moments with it. Yeah, especially since he's calling, like, the minimap is totally believable. It's just,
He was able to go ahead
that was rough.
pick him apart.
That was rough.
Monyet taken down. Cushy now alone here on A. Deep forward position.
It's alright though. It's alright. Team
Outside of
Secret
C, but
understands
Secret
like what
call.
they need to do in this mirror matchup. They do at least. They're actually.
From Wild Oreo.
I know.
Goes in for some recon,
This isn't
checks in, nothing much
the way
spotted
you want
around
to talk
B.
about it,
TP's down
but
into the sewer.
they
Push
are
forward,
acting
spots
like
out Jemkin.
they did homework. So.
Meantime, Envy manning the flank. A pull forward. Jemkin versus Jeremy. Shields out. Shields broken. Jemkin winning. It's the reset, but yep. Exits and is right there in front.
All right.
Picked apart. Xfero just going to be an upgrade on the weapon. As once again, RRQ not getting into a position to utilize any of these ultimates. And tied up at 11.
Why is there a roll soft for? They haven't. This is exactly how they played it last time too, no?
Uncomfortable to say the least. Just Monyet thinking he can get away with another op spot. And
Why do you use different tiebreaker rules after finding the
quick
first seed? Because
adjustment from
those
Team
them
Secret
just be the
positioning their op.
rules.
They're able to find that big kill and then
I don't make them. I mean, you don't use like a different one. You just go down. Oh, there's only 3 teams now. Now it's a 3-way tiebreaker.
Flank coming through.
Them be the rules, and they were the rules even yesterday.
Trying to fight his way out of this one here, but Jesse Bash is going to be able to find it. Everything ripped out of the hands of RRQ already. Both timeouts.
What do you think
have
of
been
Governor?
committed.
I
Team
think.
Secret with the opportunity to steal
I
this
know.
away.
I really do believe that he has a pretty high ceiling, and pretty high value. I do. I know the Teo hold was very egregious, and while I think there are certain ways to understand why it would have happened, obviously in no case is it a fine situation.
Envy's 22 and 15.
It's just unfortunate that mistakes like those seem to happen every now and then now on 2 different rosters, so it's like, I do think he probably needs a little bit more mental coaching, I think. But
here from Cushy.
you know, I don't know what would be the right way to do it.
No. Just a big reveal. Baldorio. There's a pick on the Jemkin. Gets
I'm a decent believer of Governor, like potential-wise, but
reveal is in, but Cushy snapping.
ooh, that makes things doable. Never mind. Well, I mean, it's still doable.
Gets sat down.
He's ahead of it.
Monyet now.
Do they expect him?
A 1v2 to try to prevent.
Ooh, they do.
And he cannot.
Map point.
Get up to map point.
Oh man. Just the
What do you mean you don't
timings
make the
here.
rules?
See something a little
I know. It's
unorthodox from
crazy
RRQ.
to
They finally
imagine,
try to
but I don't
combine
make the
their
rules, chat.
ultimates, use the dimensional drift into the Hunter's Fury, and it looks like they might be able to win it out, but then the battle at window takes a turn. The flank watch.
Remember the Governor interview? Wait, what? Which interview was that? Munchkin asked him to join 2024 Gen G Trials, but Governor said he can't comment in Korean.
Man, oh man. Just so
I mean,
crisp from Envy.
I think that's very.
Well, Jemkin still has a kill contract.
Yeah.
I think that's actually very honest of him. Like he can speak a little bit of Krim, but not really. So rather than taking the risk, just being like, "Hey, man, I don't think it's a good idea."
Yes.
Just go into the gulag.
I agree. I'm right there with you. But my guess is they're saving it for retakes, and they're just not getting there because they're just dying.
Yeah, they really should just do it early. I think they just
gulag and you kill someone.
Well, they're afraid of being swarmed, but that's because they're not setting up for it. They also don't have solid information, so.
Granted, the weapon that he has, not great as it turns out for the gulag.
No, it is not the best. But you might not have a choice.
한국에 거주 중이신가요? 네,
You just got to
맞습니다.
take a player out of the equation at the very least to try to change the odds.
It's a TP scout into garage. Canceled. Clone.
There it goes.
Kind of goes to show that this isn't the best comp for RRQ,
He's
yeah?
going to be able to win it. He does. Finds a headshot. Wild Oreo going to be taken down. Crazy guy.
As I say that.
Over it. What, with the Spectre, Xparrow finds Jesse Fashion. Now it's just Envy in a 1v4. Breaks the shield. He is completely.
I still don't think this is actually the best type of comp for RRQ, though.
They're going to be taking this into overtime.
Of course. I mean,
I think in the future they need to be much better on attack. They need to be way more aggressive on attack.
Oh my goodness. Well,
Like
finally
for
the
against
gulag
other teams.
pays off.
Otherwise, I don't think it's a very
Took a while to get there,
strong
but-
map for them still out of the map pool.
Better late than never, I suppose.
All right. Overtime.
Keiho Breach works better for RRQ. In general, I would agree. But I think Jemkin Yoru solo doesn't really work for them either. I think RRQ is a type of team that kind of actually the meta doesn't really suit them, but they are actually making the best of it.
They're all set
And
up
that's
really
huge
far back
props
on
to
A
them
here.
because obviously some teams don't.
Okay, now they've
But-
kind of made up their minds. It's like maybe they were just
We'll
thinking
see.
about how they wanted to organize this round. Jesse with the early dart. Oh, there you go.
Oh, and Jemkin.
I mean, Seth and Clinton are so done with this game, actually.
Finds Wild Oreo. Glass cannon. No purchase, no value.
Are they picking Haven, though? Probably get more reps in it. You don't expect Team Secret to be that good on it with the same comp,
RQ starting to go ahead and explore
etc., etc.,
other
etc.
areas of the map.
Don't let teams think that you're shying away from it.
Envy behind the
It's not like a weak map. I just don't think it's like a compared to what it might look like. I don't think it's like a very strong map for them.
Jeremy pushing forward, but they are going to be a world away. Pins are coming down. They know exactly.
The question
where
would
RRQ
be,
is going.
can Nongshin beat
For the
RRQ on
moment,
Haven?
Can't do a damn thing about
100%.
it. Not yet.
100% chat.
You saw a glimpse there. But his eyes
Nongshin
are turned
doesn't
back to the
lose to
door system.
RRQ.
No, he has not.
Thought he
You
did.
crazy?
I could have sworn that he would have been able to spot that out. Either way, facing back into garage, looks for the transfer, cannot find it. Jeremy avoiding the undercut. Does get darted through the smoke. A 1v3. No shield, just the wall. Swings and finds the first. Crazy guy on the floor can send the wall and try to hold for a half here. That's exactly what he's going to do. Sticks it to that point, pulls off the wall.
I like that they just commit to it. That was good. That was good from them, rather than being like, what should we do?
RRQ. They will go ahead and get themselves up to map point.
Yeah, just great timing from Jemkin. Get this shield.
Are you
popped
sure about
right
that?
as he's
I
making
am,
contact with
actually.
the op. Very nicely done, anticipating the swing out from Envy. kind of a timed push out in the
By
mid
a
by Team
streamer.
Secret that gets just swatted away by RRQ.
Aren't you having so much fun with this match? Oh, so much
Attacker
fun.
side is where both these teams did all their damage.
I am
9-3 for
getting
both
some
of them.
decent information, though.
So it's going to be feeling like who can get that defender side.
I really
win
do
first.
think Boom looks stronger than RRQ. Not just
Oreo,
because like they're in overtime with
pushing
Secret,
forward.
but just the way they play.
Full force is a Secret
I
here.
think Boom has more conviction.
Couple players from
I think Boom has more
RRQ
conviction about what
slowly
they're
but surely.
doing,
Crazy guy
even if it
sliding
looks a little
in.
messy at
Just
times.
smoked, cover Cushy's change of position. Is this just going to be kind of a dialed-up execute for Team Secret?
Boom has the Rizzler and
Mission is
RRQ don't.
a push.
Yeah, that's one way to put it, I guess.
See.
Drone. Okay, well, the shots ring out. Don't think I necessarily saw Wild Oreo, but Gunfire will confirm presence.
Yeah, I don't know that it matters too much that you're hiding.
Boom is the
position
best
of
team in
your
APAC right now.
I don't think RRQ is
I
gonna
will not argue
slow down
against
this
it.
ramp.
I will still give T1 the edge
Especially
for
with the
now,
time ticking down, just
until I'm proven wrong one
let
more
your
time.
opponents make the first move, and then you can react.
Because
off
I think
that.
T1 is going
got
to
the
look
strong
different in
stack here
playoffs.
on
Like the
A. You
comps
made
are going to
the
look
right
different in
read.
playoffs.
Fake out cleared. Couple shots through. Shield now going to be raised from Jemkin. He is fully blinded up and dead.
Oh,
Jeremy Wild Oreo
Dude, the
finds
util
multi-kills
dump
apiece
was
here.
insane.
All of a sudden, Team Secret just stormed their way into the
Oof.
site. Suffer very little
I
damage.
think, honestly,
They
though,
find
like, I do
themselves
think
in pole
Secret's
position
attack is
with
better
the
on this
reset
map.
and extended
And that's, I
13.
think, a problem for
There
RRQ,
you go.
because Secret's
Flawless
attack doesn't
fashion on the
exactly
attack.
look the best.
Slow
It
but
just doesn't look
decisive.
bad.
Yeah, I mean, once they made that move, it's just
Overtime.
shooting that clone and not being able to turn it quick enough. It's kind of the first domino to fall in that round.
Please don't sing praises to
Just a complete
Boom.
collapse
I mean,
on
it's
this
not my
defense.
fault they went undefeated.
Wild Oreo doing a great job being that secondary entry right behind Jeremy. And they just smash it. Great flash in there. Very
Yeah,
nice
Chen,
again.
you know how we can get Boom
And
versus
even with
T1?
A good read from RRQ. They
There's a
still
very
couldn't
good way
hold
to
on.
get
They
Boom versus
still couldn't
T1.
get that to go.
T1 just needs to lose to
Not
DRX
exactly sure
and then beat Paper
what else
X,
they're gonna be able
and
to
then
do
Boom needs to
differently.
lose
Team
to
Secret, Team
whoever.
Tilt, hitting different, but over to the
Genji or
attacker side
Talon.
again we
Easy
go.
peasy. And then we'll know for sure.
I think they're pinging out
If you guys
Trip
want the
there.
match, we can make it
the
happen.
other side of the wall. Yep, to clear it with the shock dart. Got it. But still, with how far forward you've got a couple players from Team Secret on the A side.
Yeah, the attack calls have been good.
Towards
Honestly,
BNC
we
a
were
little bit
talking
more.
about
Keep it quiet
him messing
again.
up so much, but he's actually like even his own play has cleaned up after
Big
like
crash
the
across
first
opposite
9
side.
rounds, in my
Indeed,
opinion.
Pushing forward into the smoke. Shorty from Jemkin able to find
Oof,
the
that's a
kill.
good
Everybody
check.
just raised flash into his face, though. Jeremy gonna be
I mean,
taken
now
down.
it's just
GG is
dump
only gonna
versus
be good for
dump.
one.
That makes it sound bad.
4v2.
Now it's just
Bad
flood
Wild Oreo
versus
both
flood.
approaching from this long angle. There's that tripwire still holding them in place. Oh, jumpable. Never mind. And he's immediately going to be able to find one. Jesse Bash similarly.
Okay,
makes
now
it
they
over
don't know where Jesse
tripwire.
is.
This flash out. Looking for
That's a
something
good
there in the
flash
corner.
from Oreo. Oreo's Yoru doesn't look too bad.
There's going to be one here behind the box after the shots come through. Just a full flash onto himself. Fortunately, does not get swung on. Drags across, finds Crazy Guy, but time's starting to get away from them here. Mania just jiggling here at backside. Jesse Bash swooping forward, able to find one, but the time is just not going to be here for him. As he's able to go ahead and clean up the kill.
Not
gets over
like
onto it.
this. Not like
As
this.
this
There's
bump go
no
out,
way.
knows that it's just not going to be possible.
There's
So RRQ
no
once
way.
again themselves up to map point.
There's no
I mean,
way,
it's just
dude.
a
How do you
brawl
mess
here
that up?
overtime.
You throw a
Yeah.
nice
It's
freaking
just
like
who
just
can
behind the wall
execute a
flash,
little
and
bit
then you
better.
screw up your own.
This time Team Secret almost
Dude,
finds an
what?
answer.
Dude, that's not
The jump
even.
over the trips
That's
at the
not
end,
me,
catching
man.
RRQ
That's the
very
weirdest
off
thing I've
guard.
ever seen.
And able to just
Oh
use some
my
firepower to
gosh.
break through, but timeout going to be called.
Which camp is it from?
That
though,
was
is the question.
insane.
I think
That was-
reasonable from both.
Yeah,
That
It's
was
gonna be RRQ, so they want to
insane.
call this timeout and try to
Instant
So
noodles for
fine.
Notion. Instant
This map's
curses for
bad.
Chobra.
try to shift over towards Ascent.
kind of
3 minutes to cook
what
your
they're gonna
Notion
do.
noodles.
A
3
lot of the
seconds
different
for
things
my
they
curse
tried
to
on that
get
attacker
you
side just
back.
did not work. We saw a lot of different looks from them. A
Oh.
lot of different ideas from Team Secret too. It seemed like Team Secret was just a step ahead. Both teams were on their attacker side, quite frankly, but
Aye, aye,
for
aye.
RRQ, What are you going to do to
That's
shut that
actually
down?
insane.
Team Secret being very
That's
patient a lot
actually
of the times
insane.
at the beginning of the
I
round. They
can't.
haven't usually gone for anything too explosive. Does that mean that's an opportunity for you to, you know, try to send Monyet
yeah, I don't know.
C again?
I don't know. You know what? Maybe
way to hold the line at A.
Maybe that's why it works out so well. Maybe the instant ramen and the instant curses just cancel each other out. Maybe it's destiny. I don't know.
Monyet with the op.
Going for the glass cannon again.
Oh god, the boom social media is so good.
He's looking for a paranoia angle.
Yeah, some change-ups here.
This song was made for us.
See what the execution looks like though from Team Secret.
Oh my gosh.
Reset this once again.
Do you think they get scared every time they tweet? Every time they're like, oh man, do you think this is the one that's going to bite us back? Do you think they think that? I feel like they're getting away with a lot right now.
Try to hold things in. Okay, Envy going to get caught. 2GE similarly drifting over into this direction. Trying to get the jump on him. He is able to
every time they're like, man, you think the coaches are going to call us? Yell at us?
Into the cyber cage, Wild Oreo out the back of window finds Crazy Guy.
Oh shoot, oh shoot, where's the cover? That's the spike.
Dead on the floor alongside the spike.
3v2. Oh my god. Okay, he got it though. Mission accomplished. 2GE, this is where you shine. Stop calling, focus. Focus up. Right past the drone, you have to be ready for the cover, it's a 3v2!
Trap gets sprung, and now it's down to Wild Oreo. A 1v3. Single kill would give him a dimensional drift. Finds it, but Xpero swings out just in time. 15-13. RRQ off the back of the timeout will bring this Haven to its conclusion, but it's a damn good effort and a hell of a lot closer than we might have anticipated here. And Secret put up one hell of a fight.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta like what you saw from Team Secret today.
Give us a couple more rounds. You have the power. You have the power to set another record, RRQ. Why didn't you just go for ultimate overtime?
This year has been they've kind of just stuck to the stock standard stuff of what had worked in the past. But this is a very different look, and you can see very good results overall. Neither
no, 2G had to push out. You have to push out, chat. You're outnumbered. You don't know where they're. You have no info. You're outnumbered, and you don't have great post plant. You have to push out. The push out is correct there. It's just he wasn't quite ready for the cover, and also Jemkin is just really good. Yeah, I don't think that one. I don't blame 2G. He's had several weird rounds. That was not one of them. That was not one of them. This is what I mean, though. This is what I mean when I say teams need to start to, players need to start to know when to play the numbers better. And that's one of the times where you like, if you want to play to win, you have to make a play. If you want to play like safe and maybe hope that you don't lose, like hope that the opponents give you kills, then sure. But
need to have those adjustments, especially if you're
yeah, but the tunnel vision was tough. The push out was correct. I mean, he got baited by the drone. That part is a mistake.
How things are going to look as we get ready to go into a set. Granted, Team Secret Haven, it's always been a map that is well within their wheelhouse. The time will tell.
Warbird's happy noises. Do you think he's happy though? He's probably like, God dang it. These guys aren't that good, man. Come on. Maybe deeper smoke would help that play. Yes. I think he just had to put it safe because, again, they had zero information. So I don't think you can really nitpick anything from 2G in that last moment, though, to be very honest, because we have information they didn't. So that smoke itself was fine, because if he puts it out further, there's a chance that they could be in the smoke before him. So I think the close smoke is fine. I think he was less prepared, but even if he was prepared, I mean, maybe he still loses because Jemkin gets him. I mean, you know?
Push RRQ the whole way, and I think you have to give them some credit for that. But once again, RRQ managed to get it over the line, which is good for RRQ. That's something that historically they've not actually been too great at.
Yeah, you saw it. It was actually a nice little...
No, yo, Paradox, there is no sieging change. There's no seeding change. Everything's already set. But, you know, that's on VCT Pacific for not making the rules very clear ahead of time for everybody. But it's, nothing's changed even since before yesterday's matches, because I double-checked and I was like, okay, everything's set now. There are gossips about Team Secret changing country base. How would that even work? Well, I mean, I guess if you move your HQ? But that's not even their HQ.
And unpredictability really does wonders to disrupt the other team's attacking side. So it really does kind of rely on you being able to.
GG had some bad moments, but overall I would say it's one of his best called games. You know what? I'm willing to give that. The bar is kind of low, but the attacking half was pretty good. The calls were pretty good, so I'm willing to. Yeah, I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that statement. The bar is low, but yeah.
Throwing Jeremy on an ISO, and then you got Wild Oreo playing kind of that secondary duelist or an opping presence, and that's kind of been one of their go-tos where. I don't know whether that
Don't
is
push the
necessarily
HQ
something
building.
that's going to be sustainable going forward in towards stage 2.
Yeah, that's a fantastic point. Now,
All right, chat. We're gonna run some ads real quick. Let me step away. Maybe grab some food, and then maybe we can get at least some more excitement in map 2.
Here, but you know what? He stepped up and he was great.
He got a lot of openers. He got 7 first kills, so he was definitely taking a lot of duels, playing pretty fearless and taking those dry contact approaches, which, to be honest, I think I'll probably prefer to see from the Yoru a lot of the time in this comp. You don't agree with that?
I don't mind your ISO doing it because you have that shield. So if you're trying to find that up, you're trying to like just take space for free. It's good for it to be the ISO because Yoru is able to then support with the util that you have or look to break those traps. I mean, you need to be able to do both to be able to play this comp well, but I think Jemkin did lead from the front very strong, and of course Envy on the other side, not on the duelist, on that Cypher, you know, continuing to be a shining beacon for this Team Secret team.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, he had a very, very good game, and you can see a lot of these kills on the attacking side as well, where he's able to get involved in the action. He's able to mix things up in the mid-round, find these lurk timings, and play with a lot of confidence, where neither one of these teams had particularly great defensive halves, but it was still nonetheless a fantastic game from Envy.
Yeah, that's right. They both were fantastic here. Jemkin being our map MVP, perhaps not surprisingly. I think he's been the MVP for RRQ almost every single map of Stage 1, which is pretty incredible.
Yeah, I mean, he's a beast, you know, he's really the one to watch. You know, we spoke about this before. He's absolutely one of the best players we have in Pacific right now, certainly one of those top duelists, and he's looking to get his team all the way to Masters Toronto, and you saw no signs of him slowing down today.
Yeah.
I wonder, though, if there will be any slowing down. Secret did pick Ascent as their map pick. This is going to be the map 2 going against RRQ, which you guys have rightfully pointed out that RRQ is definitely one of the best here on Ascent so far, especially running this particular comp.
Yeah, I mean, I have to say I'm surprised by Team Secret choosing to pick this. This is for sure one of RRQ's strongest maps, and we see Team Secret have banned it out every single week. So what do you have prepared today? I mean, the one thing I would hope is that you have a solid anti-strat, because RRQ have, you know, shown plenty of Ascent throughout this year, so I think Team Secret will kind of know what's coming. But what do you have prepared here? Because to go from banning this every week to suddenly picking it, I need to see a very clear reason why, and yeah, it's a little bit confusing from this outside.
I mean, they are the underdog in this series, so they're trying to throw a little bit of a Hail Mary. At the same token, I'll give Team Secret some credit. They're very good at taking a map in a lot of these series, and they do have some pretty good anti-strats, some good game plans at times. So I think I agree with you. There's a little bit of tape there for RRQ, who have picked this series, this map in series multiple times. So this gives an opportunity for Team Secret to prepare another one of their pretty solid game plans. They do have a history playing this map pretty comfortably as well. So I'm intrigued. I want to see what we're going to get from them, but they will have to start out on that attacking side, which again, I asked this question of DFM earlier, playing into the famous Yoru. It's like, what is the read that they're going to have? Because playing into Jemkin's Yoru is going to be even scarier. This dude is one of the players that is really pioneering this agent on this map, although it has seen play in the past, of course, but at the moment he's one of the scarier looking Yorus in the competition, and particularly on this map, it's just so annoying to attack into him.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to see him deep in lots of off angles. We're going to see him walk down mid. We see him lock these mains. He loves the operator, and unless you're smart with your util, he's going to be able to find those kills. You can't afford to just walk into him, or things might get out of hand for this Team Secret.
I think there is also a method to this for Team Secret picking Ascent, like you were talking about, that surely, you know, we can't underestimate them here. They've surely prepared something here, and if I were them, I would want to test out against the best Ascent in Pacific so far. If it's RRQ, I want to test out things not just in scrims, but on the stage where people play completely differently here. And I am curious, of course, how, in fact, they will end up countering RRQ. You know, we looked into Secret's past on Ascent, and the last time they lost ascent was Pilsky. You want to share?
Yes, the Australians.
Is he serious?
You can't be losing to an Australian team. Is that region even good? Like, unreal.
We just it.
That's very unfortunate.
Yeah. Me personally, I could never lose to Australia.
Have you ever lost to an Australian?
Never.
Yeah.
Never in my whole life, I don't think.
fair.
So, Secret got some bouncing back to do, that's for sure. On this Ascent map.
Yeah, they absolutely do. You know, that was a close haven there, and I don't think I'm completely surprised we end up going to an overtime there, despite the lose streak that they've been going on here in stage 1. But for Ascent, I mean, I hope we are given surprises, like our casters were saying. I hope we are giving something, you know, fun. I'm sure they want to cast something fun going into this, and they need to end on a good note.
I feel like Team Secret's just been changing their entire style these last couple of games. Like going into the T1 game, again, they're just running double duelists. Going into the game that you saw just then against RRQ, like, I feel like they really are trying something a little bit different in the latter half, because they were the team that going into the start of kickoff, they were playing stock standard comps, like Pearl was that Ascent Metacom, they were playing double Eni a lot, and now it seems
Chat,
like
I'm gonna
really
eat. We're gonna do things a little differently today. I'm gonna eat during the match, and we're gonna play time guesser right now. That's the priority today, okay, chat?
The way the meta is trending, being able to play fast, a lot looser in a lot of styles. So I don't mind them trying to like catch up, because you know.
Holy, where are we?
Not adapting, for not moving to the new meta. So if they're willing to try this and push this forward, it could bode well for their stage 2, but I think they have to figure it out. You know, I felt like they played a good map 1 there. The double duelists looked solid there.
Yeah.
But just not quite good enough.
Definitely. Do you guys like the shifts into the double
Islamic?
back into the double duelist era?
I think it's fun. I think it's, you know, I think players
Well,
like
this
double duelists, players like
I love it.
that sort of
Cafe de la Victoria. What's Team Secret
we're gonna
playing?
see them
Dude, they
continue
are
to
actually
progress.
playing Wild
Jeff
Oreo
and Yoro
Duelist
in this map
throughout.
with solo
Oh,
initiators
it's double
with
duelist.
that Teo. Now I think
Wow.
they're gonna have to be very careful of Jemkin when he gets that off.
Algeria makes sense.
Be, on the Teo this time around.
Wait, where is it? Here we go. Yeah, that makes that makes a lot of sense. That's a good shout.
On this map right now, so we'll see how they go. They're gonna have a lot of burst on this attacking side, and I think they do need to start out.
Yeah,
very
French
strongly
plus
on the
Islamic sounds
attacking
right.
side. You do
Pakistan?
mention, Jemkin,
No,
that they're gonna have to
French
keep in
plus
mind, but
or
obviously the way
French
they attack
and
a lot of
Arabic.
these
Yeah,
fights,
that's yep.
setups with the sheer on front B or in towards
Let's
mid
just
is
go
kind of
with
the more commonly played
Algiers.
positions
It's
that
in the
you'd be
middle.
expecting that. So we'll see how
What are we
RRQ
thinking
does
for
kind of play around
year?
some of those setups.
I'm expecting a little bit of trickiness coming out of Monyet on the Omen as well. We are going to go into the second map, and we're going to see if Team Secret is going to keep this series going or if RRQ is going to close this out looking victorious. We're going to send it back to our casters Achilleos and Paper Thin.
Oh shoot! It was Tunisia. Your second guess was good.
Solid run back there from the side of Team
Due
Secret.
towards Bab Al Jaladin, one of the main gates for the old city of Kairouan, Tunisia. Wow.
We go into their map pick here of Ascent.
Chat. No, it's because my parents have like childhood photos like that, so I figured it was around the 60s, like of that quality.
Well, this is going to be tricky.
Tunisia was correct. Anyone who said Tunisia, we got some Tunisia on YouTube as well.
Team Secret. They have to be able to find ways to get past that vice util Desk was talking about it.
Team Secret, you do have to start an attack, but you're playing double duelist. Double duelist. Double duelist.
Only got the single
The Tejo.
Cushy though.
I won't.
Damage taken. Salvo sent.
Are you making fun of me?
All the way back to boats.
Making fun of me for saying duelist.
Situated, but for now, Thorns will hold it at bay, stop them from advancing forward.
She's mocking me, chat. What am I supposed to do? I can't focus.
Here in mid, as contact about ready to come through. They now know his
Zero
position.
info
Brings back
gathering?
one Monyet. Looking for a little bit more. Tucks
What do you
back.
think Jeremy's role?
Keeps his life
Just kidding.
intact.
That was mean.
Will find one as well. So player advantage, but Monyet, Jemkin both tagged up considerably. He's now set here on A.
Yeah, that almost worked a treat there. RRQ able to barely scrape by.
Jemkin once again backpedaling Monyet.
For dinner today, we got roasted cabbage or stir-fried cabbage with some tuna and kimchi kimbap.
For the rest of the team to call for the strike here.
30 seconds left.
Okay, Jemkin, first one to fall, but Xfaro swings the corner. A couple shots through that smoke. Is able to find it.
Monyet, they're all low though.
For the team.
Doable.
Jeremy at 12 health. The paranoia still in the back pocket.
Ooh,
Now
just the
goes through.
paranoia at a good angle.
2GE completely blind
Now
up
they
for
have to
Gates
worry about the
vision.
flank.
Shots flying,
Uh-oh.
finds the head of one. Sparrow.
Oh, shoot.
Now it is
I
all
was
on
going to
Monyet.
say, that means Monyet just takes so long to get here, though.
To close out the first character,
okay.
the first player there, and is able to do so. And Jeremy will persevere. That's going to be all 3 pistols going the way of Secret.
Man, again, they're just scraping by in some of these pistol rounds, but RRQ just a little disjointed to try to get this retake. I mean, Team Secret ahead of the curve a little bit by getting a player up into heaven, throwing them off balance. Yeah, takes down the Yoru. That's a lot of entry power removed potentially, especially removing Jemkin from the equation, a big deal in and of itself. And, you know, Monyet is waiting for them to get to heaven before he can send out the paranoia. And by the time he's in a spot where the team is in a position that he can do it, doesn't make too big of a difference. Wild Oreo saying, no, 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 you can't push out short again. Oh, Jeremy just knocking down Jemkin.
Yeah, can't jiggle on A main. Great early kill to be found. There's like salvos check out over towards Wine.
Let's see how good Team Secret is going to be at snowballing this time.
Grab, so that's going to be 3 charges away from the dimensional drift here for Jeremy.
No, it's not Nongshim noodles today. It's just stir-fried cabbage. Chat, stir-fried cabbage is so good.
Just on the other side of this smoke. A little bit of spam out.
A little bit of, you season it the way you want, any way you want. Do like a little bit of soy sauce, a little bit of sesame seed oil.
I mean, you had to think, a lot of teams. Oh boy.
And Cushy not seeing enough there. Ends up getting taken down. Wild Oreo pushing forwards. Got a crossfire setup. Heal found. Outlaw now scooped up. Envy, however, still able to find one.
Oh my,
nope,
okay.
not fast enough. Xpero dead. B site opened up. Crazy guy.
No rice, because we actually forgot to make rice earlier today. Oh, jeez. Just, we had a extra roll of tuna kimchi kimbap.
Carry forward on the 2 Bulldogs and an Outlaw.
Korean rolls.
Close out the anti-eco.
Yeah, some shield damage done too, so overall not
Contact with an outlaw, mind you, against an eco. This was a little bit insane. This was a little bit insane. Like, no pre-fires, no anything.
I think they pretty well accounted for a lot of what RRQ was trying to do in that. You had to think that Team Secret picking this map, this has been a map that we saw RRQ destroy Nongshim and Talon on 13-5 both times. Everybody's been avoiding it against them since. They had to have some good ideas on how they could figure this out. They could maybe take this power map away.
He's got dash at the ready. Wild Oreo. Is he just going to stuff him here with a shorty? He's certainly going to try backpedaling.
I mean, I don't mind it.
Chasing up close.
I don't mind it at all. This was a sick play. This was actually a sick play.
Too delayed, and now Team Secret.
No, this was I like it. I mean, I like it even more because it worked out, but that was a sick idea.
Great flash on the entry again. Just nullifies.
They've come back with some good attack ideas, honestly. I will say, you know what I will say actually? Okay, I got to give credit where credit is due. Chat. You know what Team Secret has changed is they've actually changed. They now understand the current meta of attacking, which is just util don't flood. Because they were a set play heavy team, but they were very default heavy, fish for info, etc. Now it's just like, well, let's wait to see if they make a mistake. If they don't, we just go and boom. It's like shock and awe. They do understand that now, which is big.
Like I thought, with this double duelist comp, you're just going to have to go at them. And they are. They're doing a great job of it.
Dude, this was so sick. And then he TPs forward to catch up and trade? That was actually a sick
really good set little strat there.
That was good.
Reading it incredibly well and executing even better. A 1 carried over rifle in Cushy's hands. 2 stingers, 2 sheriffs.
See what the adjustment's going to be from RRQ. You don't want to play retake on this map if you can help it. It's challenging. So you got to try to slow Team Secret down. And right now, Team Secret's kind of just looking for some aggression. This is kind of similar to Haven, where once RRQ was on the eco, it was wait back and watch.
Damn, new friends. Hope it gets resolved. Driver issues are annoying. Hey, Chobra, I want to ask if this year's meta literally expected teams that can't adopt one fast enough with the changing meta, and that's the reason why a lot of teams in the regions are 0-5. If that's a big impact, I mean, I think that's a big impact. I think it's also a much bigger shift than a lot of people thought in the beginning. Like, it's not just like, oh, like, Taeho's OP. If you use Taeho, you're good. If not, you're going to be behind. It wasn't that, but, like, that caused an absolute shockwave of it. I mean, it's very just straight up different Valorant. It's not just a slight change on, like, 1 or 2 maps or whatever, right?
Will be able to finish the job. TP's back over into hell, but Team Secret have,
and it's not just like one agent change, but the point is like that happened. So the way the counter that was basically doing that even stronger, and it's like this weird cycle. And the teams who weren't aware of that, they thought maybe it's just agents or whatever. They didn't quite catch on to what the problem was.
RRQ just can't seem to
expose instead of expected. I figured it was one of those words. I wasn't sure, but
they're getting beat at the punch.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's 100% like an adaptation thing. I think that just goes to prove that all the quote-unquote meta shifts we've had in the past, they were like compositional meta shifts and slight strategy playbook meta shifts, map meta shifts, but they didn't really actually, other than from like first strike into the first year, right?
Only a little damage, not bad.
I don't think there was really that big of a shift of global scale. Like, Valorant is now a different game. So
flash entry coming through. Jeremy does get shut down, but Wild Oreo now storming his way forward.
Don't worry, Zen. I got it. I got the joke. But I imagine that the person having the problems probably didn't have the leisure to get the joke. To be honest, the meta change is kind of like Genshin or Honkai Star Rail. Yoru 2 and even Vice. Yeah, it was a combination of agents. But tell me more, Infinite. How is it like Genshin or Honkai Star Rail?
Securing that position. Setting up for the reinforcements to come. This time they're able to just get.
I'm curious how you're gonna make this work.
Team Secret.
Have you seen the team composition crafting theory about Genshin Honkai? No. Well, unless it's just like new character comes out, build around it type beat.
Keeping everything covered here, but smoke is out. Jesse Vash, he'll let him know exactly where he is. Salvos knows that any damage he could get would be very nice, but that's a very quick shot from Cushy. 3K from him, 1 away now from a Hunter's Fury. RQ first round on the board, but Team Secret still in a very strong position with ults behind.
No doubt, but you are able to win the round where your opponent uses their Yoru ult. That's a huge feather in your cap as RRQ. You know, they try to throw a flash.
Like, Taeho's spot is originally taken by the scan flash initiator. But then when Taeho, he doesn't do those same functions.
They're able to recover. So again, Cushy, that round, him staying alive, him securing
that we all agree on.
Like a fast hit.
Currently, the old meta characters are getting outclassed. Wait, hold up.
Running out of knives, and Cushy.
Okay, well, he's definitely... Dude, Jeremy's actually playing so well as second entry, which makes sense because he's a good rifler, chat. It's crazy. Currently, they're getting outclassed by new characters with better kits from the previous meta characters. The Honkai Genshin kind of works. New character comes out, the power creep. Well, yeah, but that's like just power creep. I guess I'm trying to... So since Taeho doesn't do those same functions, you need something to fill those spots, which makes you a much more valid pick. Oh. Sure. I think for team composition, yeah. No, that makes sense. That makes sense, and I guess I just never thought of it that way necessarily in Honkai Star Rail, but that is true. But I think, so my point is I think a lot of teams understood that eventually, but what they didn't understand was it fulfills the role, but the tempo is very different, right? Because, for instance, Yoru can't get good info. Yoru, first of all, can't get 100% info. Yoru can't get good info from afar, right? So now you have to be ready to always just react to the info. You cannot, like, do a lineup and then work on the other side, like things like that. So overall, there's this chain of events where the tempo just has to be faster, which means things have to be a little bit more all in. Like everything. Your defense has to be a bit more all in. Your attack has to be a bit more all in. It's a very all in meta, in my opinion.
Guiding it in towards the site, allowing for Monyet to maybe chase in. Yeah, look for picks off the back of the explosions, but I think gets held back at, at the switch.
And I think part of that is 2G's teleport, right?
Paradox, don't
He's
worry,
throwing
man.
off your
I can't
ideas
type
and your
fast on my phone at all.
timings and all that stuff. I
My
think
thumbs are
it's
too big for an iPhone, chat.
really
I think I'm
brilliant
gonna give up
maneuver.
on the iPhone.
Just didn't seem like
Chobra, you need to
RRQ
represent the.
was quite aware
Hold on, I already
that
kind of know what this is
quick
gonna
that
be
he
because
will
of who
strike
it
on back at y'all,
is.
so a lot of things just kind of going sideways for RRQ on these defender sides. Team Secret. So quick again.
Many people tagged me.
This
He
round,
has
though,
great.
spot on the ground doesn't look like it's going to be one of those fast hits. Maybe RRQ's going to try one of their own. Paranoia off the rip.
Oh my gosh.
Some salvos to back this up.
Jumpkin peeks in for that swing out, but quickly get shoved back.
And exactly, that's why I want to give credit, because even on Haven, their attack, like, it's not even, but that's the difference. It doesn't have to be fast-paced. I mean, Team Secret is playing a little bit fast-paced, but you just have to be ready to all-in. Like, you have to build around always being able to all-in on a dime. Like, that's the current meta, right? It's no longer, like, push-pull, push-pull. Like, unless the defending team stinks. If they're just like, hey, we're just going to hold 2-1-2, then sure, you can do whatever you want, but
Much info.
it doesn't really
RRQ
work
here.
like that anymore.
Do have the wall in mid. So, yep.
Get us honestly, chat. This is why I want a Fold, a Samsung Fold phone. The last time I said that, sometime last year, you all told me that the only people you know with that phone is like your aunts and mothers and grandmothers, and I was like, I mean, not that I really mind, but I don't know why is that the case. Dude, Wild Oreo is literally being sacrificed so Jeremy can live. It's crazy. Jeremy is thriving right now.
As the spike gets planted,
I have a Z Fold and do not regret it at all. Thank you. I really think once I switch, I might do that.
Bulldog and a Phantom, now a dimensional drift
Because
available, so Jeremy does get into a situation. He could just pop that.
I don't really use my phone for much, but whatever I do use it for, it's like
Has the full rifle, so
to, you know, check VODs on the go, to play mobile games on the go, and then, you know, like answering emails and stuff really quickly, taking notes really quickly. That's it. I'm not like constantly on it for other things. And usually, I guess the only thing is it's heavy, but other than that, but I don't use it that much, so it's like, I mean, if it's a little bulky or whatever, it's whatever.
Instead, he is just going to find a couple bullets to the face. As it's now going to be
Like 62, no? 62 is crazy.
Yeah, no other way to put it.
Yeah, the S25 Ultra is big too. We checked it out. It's big, but that's like so big. Because I usually still carry my phone in my pocket, so. Wild Oreo is the Team Secret tank. Wild Oreo, dude, they're learning from Nongshim, chat.
You know, early round, just exchanging util, waiting it out. They get the drone to come out. That's when they decide to put some pressure towards the A site.
My dad uses a fold phone. He's having the time of his life using it to watch Chinese dramas and playing Clash of Clans.
Salvos to clear the util at the front. Some jump peeking.
Does it have its advantages? I mean, it's just one of those things where if you use the larger screen to your advantage, I think that's the advantage you have. Otherwise, not really. Like, there's no cool factor to it after the novelty wears off, but.
It's been a little bit of an up and down kind of situation sometimes for Jepkin having to go on to these other duelists. It's absolutely, generally very, very good. He's had a couple maps.
To be fair, I don't really need a larger screen to play mobile games, though, because I would just play it on my tablet anyway. But, like, typing on an iPhone is rough, chat. I make typos all the time. Oh, gosh. Oh, okay. That cover was big. Oh, how does he get both, man? That's criminal. He was watching, too.
Last one standing. 1v3, even if he gets the clutch. They've suffered so many losses. Spray through the wall.
All right, now you lost me, Infinite. I have no idea what the national comp is of Genshin. But no, this is cool though. I should watch some videos on theory crafting of Genshin and Honkai Star Rail to see what there is to draw from it.
No kidding. And now you have a big question.
Wait, what's the nothing phone?
Pull out the second time out? Or do you just...
Might have to.
Yeah. I mean, Xfaro there got a nice double, but right
Yeah, Mew, it's not looking good. It's not looking good for RRQ.
Made it easy for the first, but that second was lined up for
VFL Twitter account posted that Margaret had the highest points in a single week alongside Dust9 with 23
so
points.
The early util has been very, very good to deal with the Vice stuff. This was something that Dust was talking about, and Team Secret is so well drilled for it. We saw the clone to deal with the wall. We're seeing the Tejo util clearing out some of the thorns. A lot of these things are being well accounted for by Team Secret. They've done their homework on this map.
The team comp vids for are all Doom posting. Well, like a theory crafting, like a philosophy vid, not like a hey for this patch. Not that.
Body there is Jeremy. Go checking for it. He's gonna pop it. And TP's out. So over towards 2G. He's got two players lined up against the wall.
Are you talking about team building in Genshin and Honkai Star Rail? Because someone was saying that there's some parallels to be drawn to how meta shift happens in Valorant currently.
And very quickly, gonna take him down. Monyet. Recycling this smoke as the gate crash goes forward.
All right, this is where we know if Team Secret has truly grown. They have. Jeremy checks wine. Crazy.
Sent out as he stays alive. Great crash spotted. Fake out, rushing forward, gun barrel spotted. Crazy guy able to find the one, but Wild Warrior, I mean, it's just insto. DB's taking forward space here in heaven with the op. Xfaro out in mid, noted. Does manage to find one kill, but it's taken down. Another round. Another Secret win. 8-1.
Yeah.
Timeout now called.
Yeah, you have to. It's just.
Yeah, no, I'd love to. I'd love to hear about it too. The phone.
I mean, just a masterclass from Team Secret so far. I was gonna say, got up on top of Jen and got that kill. Very nicely done. There it is. Looking great with these double duelist comps. I am so impressed right now with Team Secret.
No, you only see the smoke bloom from the
This may be
opponent's
a
point of
sign
view.
things to come for them coming
You don't
into
see it
stage
traveling.
2. They're going to be showing us some new looks. The confidence is just brimming today. From the get-go.
I mean, that's the thing. Is you know, if nothing else, that's what.
Yeah, everybody
you
drink
have
some water.
at
I
stake
drink some
as
water.
Team Secret. You know, you can pick up a win, not have the flawless losses here in stage 1, but show that okay, we are iterating, we are trying new things, and it's starting to look better and better.
No, this dude, this comp is actually delivering. Would it work against every single team? I don't think so, but it's so good against RRQ because while they have evolved, their DNA doesn't change. Crazy Guy's DNA doesn't change.
Maybe cause some concerns as well as.
And also, they're playing not Yoruteo Breach. Like, they're not all in. They are trying. They're basically playing. I mean, this is double drone, right? They're playing DRX's kickoff style.
Yep. And
I mean, the comp is straight up, but it's very good. But unless they adapt to it and start to just kind of get ready for more shutdowns, a little bit more all in, and get confident on their retakes, I think Team Secret bullies them. I mean, they've already bullied them enough. 8 rounds already.
Anticipating that he's going to be in mid. I mean, not the biggest shock in the world. They're going to line up. They've got a lot of util here to keep him uncomfortable. Oh my! And as they went to clear the drone, they got him. They got him.
Cannot get a damn thing for free.
Oh my God! They have so many plans.
No. I meant RRQ's playing double drone. I mean, Team Secret is also playing double drone. Wild Oreo is the second drone. You're right. This is straight up some Nongshim Dombi type beat.
Having to play around this operator. Granted, Jim can. I mean, no one realistically on RRQ has been finding impact.
No.
But Jimkin especially not being nearly as explosive.
Basically, box theory. Each given character for the function as character they sometimes perform doing like vice.
Now that he has the operator in hand,
I mean, that makes sense. It's a very, it's a good way. That's actually a good way to teach
should have been able to spot it out there.
newer like players or theory crafters about how to craft teams and comps. Oh my gosh! And then the lurk with the up, dude. Because you know that, dude, it's so good. Dude, the setup was so good. Your ult and then you TP out. RRQ read it. They left it open. They let the Armageddon happen. You're like, all right, here they come. So the rotation happens. Op's already waiting. And you're like, okay, well, if the op's there, let me see if I can get a quick thing. Nope, there's another guy here. Because the site was empty, you don't need any more support.
I mean, they're checking
It's actually insane. Why are we on 1080p? We should watch cinema like this in the highest quality possible, chat.
No one will forget. Cannot escape from Pizza. Does get taken down. This is getting awkward. Looking for the stun setup. Will be able to go ahead, clear that out. Saves the operator.
Dude, they're gonna get 9 rounds on attack. This is actually crazy. Was map 1 a fluke? No. I mean, honestly, Team Secret could have won that first map, too. The fact that it went 15-13 should feel bad for RRQ.
The timing, yeah. That drone was just bait. So many little.
No, I'm telling you, and like this is even if they lose here, I'm fine.
This has got to be mega concerning for RRQ.
Right?
Because Team Secret.
I mean, well, it depends on how they lose, but like this is what I wanted from DFM was just like, just show me that you at least understand what was wrong. It was the same thing with Zeta at the beginning of the stage. Show me that you understand what was wrong. I'll give you time. You need time, I'll give you time because we know that you haven't been fixing it for a long time. But at least prove to me that you understand it. DFM unfortunately hasn't quite done that. What is that Vice wall here, by the way? That is... I mean, this ekes desperation from RRQ.
Spike going to be picked up. Mind you, Envy a world away. And it looks like he's exactly where he may need to be. The Spike is starting to get ushered over.
Of course you're fine. Nongshim is in the play. Caught.
Updrafts up over the top. Spotting out. Takes him low. Jemkin will be able to take him down. The Spike has slipped the net, and now you've got Envy in this monstrous flank position. How patiently can he play it? There's one. There's two. Collects them both.
Oh, dude, the lurks on lurks.
Gets himself a third kill. It's him versus Jesse.
All right, Jesse. Did he hear him? Did Jemkin hear him? Ah, he's very fast. Yeah, this one's hard. I think Jemkin heard him, and Jesse did not realize he'd be this close.
With the 4K, gets activated here.
That's a good save from Jemkin.
Will be able to get themselves a second.
Dude, they're talking. Oh my gosh, RRQ is metagaming it.
A bit to have a bit more chatter.
Yep. Yep. They're time because they already used both timeouts. Oh, things are getting interesting, chat. It's the most interesting 9-2 scoreline I've seen in a long time.
This is just wild.
Yeah, you don't have to defuse right away.
Yeah.
You can chat away.
Sure.
Use it as an extra timeout.
I mean, you're gonna need stuff like that, I guess. This is almost round over from Envy. I thought he was gonna get the third for a second.
This has got to be painful for Achilles' hate casting.
Thing is, though, the operator can't be carried over.
No.
So they're lacking that, and there's an outlaw in the hands.
It's like sometimes you see teams do that when they just decide to save early and they hide in a corner, and you just see them talking away in the cams. They're just using it as an extra timeout, basically. Okay, so last round and a half, you're already happy with 9, so you just kind of go for an all-in. I'm okay with that. You check with the wall to see if there's a push out. So that's fine. Early drone. While Dorio hides away from it, I think he can probably hear it starting from here, so he's fine.
Monyet just doing the jump peek. The classic.
I swear, you should only be able to do that a couple times, and then you get like the concuss.
Yeah.
And then so they do that, and then they reset.
It is kind of ridiculous.
They're like actually not all. Dude, Team Secret actually wants to win, chat. Okay, that doesn't cover the corner.
Crazy guy, weapon stolen away, stun flying towards him as well.
They don't even bother fighting it. Don't clear it. He could be in the smoke. Let's just take the easy sight. Monyet, he's been hit. The smoke. What do we do about the smoke, Seeker? What do we do about the smoke?
Headshot goes for a quick little TP reposition. Draws out the shorty, and Monyet massacres.
No way, dude.
Sure, he's only looking to cut the lead down by a little bit.
I mean, that was the most Monyet thing I've ever seen.
No, that was nasty.
Holy.
Will not die to an ace. Xpharaoh is there, and it's damn near flawless fashion that RRQ close out the last round.
If Team Secret beats RRQ, does that mean RRQ is the best team in the front? That's actually such a funny way to think about it.
What Team Secret was able to do just about.
Chobra help. What am I helping with?
had dodged the steel
YouTube
guarded,
chat, what do we need help with?
able to dodge
Are you going
the razor
crazy because
vines.
Monyet just made it look like RRQ might win map 2?
Shorty and vines too. Unbelievable. That's a classic Monyet moment right there.
That's some lunacy.
That is very reminiscent of GE Monyet on split against
You heard
DRX.
it at the end. A huge play like that, under better circumstances, Monyet, you know, you'd be on his feet, he'd be screaming, and at the end of that, it was just like, yeah, nice.
Yeah.
Because they realized, okay, we are still in a pit that we have to claw our way out of.
No, this is not good. On Ascent, nonetheless. I mean, it's not too often that you see this be an attacker-sided map. Maybe today's that day. I mean, Haven certainly was, but that's a little more understandable. You get over to Ascent, you expect this to be pretty difficult for the attacker's side. However, it is double duelist.
So, even if RRQ loses today, it's 3-2. They can't even lose 2-0 anymore. Let's say it was 2-0. It's 7-5.
Something they were able to do.
So in a 4-way tie, you'd go right to map differential. RRQ has +2. The max anyone else has is +1 because Nongshim won 2-1 yesterday and not 2-0. And Talon is 0. So RRQ goes up in first place. At that point, in the current rulebook, it resets. It's like, oh, how many teams are left? 3? They're in a tie. All right, forget the map difference. This is the part where I think it's weird, but it's consistent. They haven't changed it. It goes through 3-way tiebreaker, at which point head-to-head matters. And Talon has beaten both T1 and Nongshim.
As good as done. Again, sliding forward here into the smoke.
Watch the entertainment during halftime. Oh, that was halftime. Oops. I'll check it afterwards. I assume you mean on Discord.
Ushered across towards B. Xfero sticking around here in main. Bit of a linger.
It's a bit of a fake sell.
Why do they use different rules to break tiebreakers? Well, 3-way, it's. I mean, in some ways it makes sense, right? It's like, it depends on just whoever makes the rules, like how they think about rule flowchart. But
Contact over here at B main ends up falling the wayside, but not before he's able to find Monyet.
basically the logic here would be that in a 4-way tie, we're just going to take whoever has the overall better record. But that shouldn't suddenly affect the remaining teams because that just means that team was better, and then the remaining teams are still tied, and one of you guys might have still beaten the other two, which means you would be better. Like, it's how you view it. I don't like that they, like, switch from, oh, there's 3 now, 3-way tiebreaker, reset. I don't like that they do the reset, but it is what it is. I mean, it's not like they, like, switched it around last minute, though, so, you know.
Salvo's going to be sent. Paranoia connecting on the crazy
Well,
guy.
one metric for all doesn't work unless you just do straight up round differential for everything. That's the only time a one metric for every single scenario would work. Dude, holy. 4 out of 4 pistols. That's crazy.
4-0 in pistols, 10-3 in the map. Team Secret. They are looking to send us a Lotus.
No doubt. I mean, hard to do it better than Team Secret.
Yeah, now I kind of regret not booting up Last Epoch during map 1.
No health, just have to play with confidence. Just make sure you hit first, and they do. And again, Jesse so aware the entire time because of that one drone that caught Xfero.
It's never too late.
Be a lurk.
No, but they look. Team Secret looks so good on this map, though. Holy.
That's huge. 9 kills, the most that anybody on RRQ can boast. They're not going to buy up. Going for the classics. Judging their face.
Puts it to immediate effect. Xfero going to be able to spam out 1 through that smoke, but Thorns lock him in place. Monyet has the judge.
Monyet.
23 HP. It's gone.
GG.
He will fall. Xfero coming away with another. Now 2 casualties. Team Secret storming away still.
The way I thought about it in Star Rail was how to enhance damage while ensuring survival. So Valorant, you'd probably think about this in like spacing until you have space holding.
Yep.
Which is why I was so confused. Energy refused to use Teho because you can take a large amount of space. While holding can be... Yeah. Yeah, no, that makes sense.
Great job by Envy. Playing a little bit further back there.
Screw tiebreakers, make them play a mini bracket. I mean, that would technically be the best way, I guess, but...
Gotten through. Team Secret coming through that outlaw forces out.
I mean, honestly, well, yeah, because Anders thinks about it in like he thinks about it in TCG terms, right? But it is kind of the same thing. His is TCG plus FPS, like classic FPS. So Anders' base philosophy is TCG of aggro, control, and hybrid. And then you go angle density for like how you like, do you need util to clear this or not? Like, how do you deal with different maps? But it is kind of a similar thing. It's just a different source of it. They have an incentive to play badly because if they show strats, they can be anti-stratted in playoffs. I mean, I'm just going to say this, chat. If RRQ is losing because they didn't pull out their newest and hottest strats against Team Secret, then RRQ is not winning stage 1. If that is your cope, then they're not. Like, yeah, you're right. They shouldn't be pulling out their newest and hottest strats. But if that's what it takes to beat Team Secret, they're probably not winning stage 1 anyway, because that means they would have to use it in the upper semifinals, and they still would get antied in the grand finals. I mean, yeah, you could argue, well, maybe they just want to make it to Toronto. That's also fair, and like then you could get more points as well. But you have to remember, chat, if you're thinking champions, technically, going to Toronto isn't actually always beneficial, right? Because you're like playing and showing VODs, etc., etc. It's only really beneficial if you enter top 4, and also if you like scrim the heck while you're there. But you have to be confident enough that your fundamentals are good enough to carry you in the beginning of stage 2. And RRQ didn't go to Bangkok, so they're in a different boat from T1, where every point actually does still matter because you're not that far ahead. So I don't think they have no reason to play badly. They have good reason to not have to pull out everything, which is fair. I don't think they should. That would be bad. But if you're, you know, that's different from playing badly.
Falling for that. Sure, Wild Oreo's there, but they're worried about a wine player. They ping it out. They don't want to.
Yeah, I think the map change will be after Toronto, but it will probably be the newer patch for sure.
And it looks like they're going to double back.
What's wrong with RRQ on this map? I mean, I think Team Secret is just playing really well on it, and RRQ... And, like, here's the other thing is that if RRQ is like, hey, just see how much you can get done with just defaults, that's fine for practice, but I also think it builds bad habits. I don't know if I'm a big fan, but that's up to the... That depends on how you scrim otherwise. But it does feel like they are just trying to, like, on the defensive side, they were just like, just play off of the defaults and work off of it, make better calls, etc., get the reads, like, see what you can read off of it. But Team Secret is just playing to current meta, and RRQ is playing defense kind of old meta.
Point blank. Decent amount of damage going to be suffered there as Jeremy stunned up here into the open, ends up falling. Armageddon.
Yeah, I mean, it's also, yeah, are you going to just go to an international? Which, honestly, for RQ, that alone is good motivation. Like, I'm fine with that. But this is, like, this is why Frost is such a divided figure as well, right? Because he's always like, well, no, champs is the only thing that matters to me. And everyone's like, what? Like, what if you don't even make it to champs? But it's like, no, I get that mindset. But some people are like, no, we want to go to, like, Masters first for sure.
Yeah, just good player. X-Pharaoh probably feeling like he should have had that fight against Jeremy, but... all as well as that ends well. Nice crossfire from Hell.
Oh no, I don't think RRQ. I don't think it means that RRQ is like a bad team. I think it's really just indicates that Team Secret now maybe has hope for stage 2. But what I will say is
this is gonna be fast.
Boom was disrespect. I mean, DFM also wasn't putting up as much of a fight, but you know what I mean. Like, it does mean that if push comes to shove, RRQ might fall into these habits, right? So, like, okay, it's not that convincing that they would, like, continue all the way to the end. Would you still rank them highly enough to, you know, be a strong candidate to go, especially when they only need to win one match? Sure. I don't think it changes that, but...
And a botched execute from Jemkin.
You have exams from the 2nd of May to the 26th. Good luck, Default. Wish you the best. That's a long period for exams. Hope you don't get too stressed out.
One more kill, but can find nothing more. Thrifty secured. Team Secret 12-5.
Frost is the ultimate min-maxer. In all honesty, I kind of like that, though, chat.
Him and Jeremy have shown us play today.
As an ex-MMORPG addict,
trying to make a solo play at A, like we saw
kind of okay with that.
And it's just shut down because Team Secret's throwing numbers at the problem.
It's very likely that Talon don't even make champs this year. What do you do?
Yeah, well, yeah.
I mean, Frost would literally be like, well, I failed. You know, like, he would at least own it.
Learn the hard way. Now they have a bunch of alts. Yeah.
If Frost played Honkai Star Rail, he'd be hitting the threshold of 70 at 140 as opposed to 60 at 180 crazy.
Good so far. They want to bring this to a very swift finish now.
A spike.
There's Monyet and Jemkin left standing.
Oh my gosh.
In sight. You do have the ult.
Oh, that's so funny.
Get snatched up here by Monyet. That's all well and good. You have the spike, but you don't have a site to plant it in. And they're drifting in to one of the more stacked ones as there's the drone coming through. Look at the try to pressure him out of the corner, and Jesse Batch does get taken out.
Hold up.
And Veach is popping the thorns, trying to pretend like he's...
Yeah, he's pretending that he's not in this corner.
RRQ.
Do they break the window and go to B?
Get the read.
Oh, they don't break the window. They're just going to go to B.
Because he had Envy right.
But now the rotation's already there.
He didn't receive any
Where does
contact.
2GE go?
You're going to be very aware.
But the pings are coming out.
Yep.
Team Secret. Reading this incredibly
Okay,
well.
Jemkin knows he has to get a kill. He knows he has to lower the numbers. He has to win this. Can he get the flick?
Turns around. And it looks like he's been spotted out. A pixel out of place.
Oh, no.
Gate crash. Just there in the corner.
Oh, my.
Spike will get the fuse. 13-5. Team Secret. Dominant here on their map pick of Ascent, and that means that we are going the distance for this last series of the group stage. We are going to Lotus.
Yeah, some smiles. They're getting loud on the stage. And Team Secret has really come to play today. And what I'm seeing is really good
gotcha
reads
default.
on
Dang,
RRQ
that's
in
intense.
general.
Yeah,
It
best
seems
of
like
luck.
they're constantly catching them in bad positions, catching them off guard, understanding the macro play more often than not. And just sharpshooting too. I mean, really sharpshooting.
Yeah, there you go, Cass. That's the right mindset. Enjoy the matches, enjoy the game. If you don't, take a break. Oh, good.
Has hit some great sniper shots.
A hell of a lot, but I think Wild Oreo having his best performance of the stage.
Heck
so
yeah,
far.
Ashley. Nongshim Kimchi Noodles. That's a big win.
You know, finding the impact here for the team.
Is that what the sign said? I was reading chat. Vash, please play until you're 65. He's only got a couple more years to go. All good.
Incredibly well, and RRQ clearly from the outset completely and utterly frazzled.
Is Achilles on Plaid Chat today? It's gonna be so good, man.
You know, neither on the attack nor on the defense.
I mean, sure, this isn't what you prepped for. I mean, you weren't
아니, 근데
expecting this from Team
시크릿이
Secret. You're expecting
아니,
maybe
이게
something
시크릿
pretty standard.
이상하다니까요. 아니, 왜 상관없을 때 갑자기 메타를 이해를 하냐고요.
Definitely wasn't anticipated well. The game plans behind it just weren't quite there.
I'm a Paper Rex fan. Stress is my default.
Something completely different, but today, Team
Understood.
Knows
100
that
Thieves
they
last year's an
kinda got
example of what you were talking about.
They can show
Teams making the second
something
Masters
wildly
event and
different
how
than
it
they've
doesn't
shown
mean
all
you will
year.
make
It's
champs.
gonna
Yeah?
work a treat.
That certainly has. We'll see what they have prepared, if anything different for that map of
No.
Lotus.
I don't think you should ever be like, I don't care about going to a master. Like, surely you shouldn't ever be like, I would rather miss the Masters. But my point is you better be damn confident that you're like, you need to snowball your value out of going to a Masters. And obviously, yeah, if you can go there and get fourth, then it's like really good. But I mean from like an outsider's perspective, is it a given that it's going to be worth it for some of these teams? No, right? So
they get the ball rolling in that first half. Honestly, very impressed with them. I feel like they had.
Oh, right. Thank you. Thanks for the reminder, Paradox.
Yeah, for sure. I think it's just another perfect example of some great preparation from Team Secret. I'd imagine coaching staff and the rest of the team included in that. And you know, we've seen this from.
Wait, does the audio matter? Because I can't hear the audio. I'm going to assume not. Wait, who the heck is Walmart Boaster? What the heck? Are you going to be on No, I'm not on Plat Chat today. Oh, Pacific Karambit? Goated? Oh, left-handed? Oh, I haven't seen left-handed in so long. Feels so weird. Oh, shoot. No shot. Wait, no shot. No way. gosh. Oh, that's so good. Dude, all the way from B main? That is a blunder and a half from the opponents. That is amazing. Oh my gosh. The dream play for sure. Oh my gosh. That's actually crazy. That's great. That was worth the watch. I guess I have a different take on these sort of games because I watch American football where teams will sit all their players and play a secondary roster in the last game. Why would teams put the stress of prepping for a game of their players and coaches when they can take the time to relax and prep for playoffs? I mean, if they have subs registered, you could. Some people might feel that you know, even in sports, that gets a little bit like it gets split, right? For certain sports, at least. Like I know in Korea, it gets split a little bit, where people are like, "Well, that's disrespectful," and I'm like, "No." Make sure they're not injured. Get them rested up. Play your subs. Get them experience. Get them some stats. So, do you think people still hate on the Frost idea because the Frost strat is only viable in the Riot ecosystem? No, I think it's just because of how Frost talks about it. Because Frost does talk in a very divisive manner. Because he kind of talks in extremes, and you know, he talks from his POV. He's very aware that he does this, by the way. Like if you actually have conversations with him. That doesn't mean you have to like the way he talks, right? Everybody has their own style, but player subs, trucks incoming. No, not the T1 trucks. Came from Sleepy Shed and his mods won't allow this emote. Can we add this emote? Well, it says it's unlisted. That's already a bad sign. I'm checking it on my second monitor. It's not even loading. Even 7TV doesn't want to let this emote happen. It's TMV. Oh, why wasn't it loading? That's weird. It's TMV's cat face with a wagging tail. That's actually hilarious. All right, chat, let me run some ads real quick, and then we can play. I think we have some Time Guesser games left, so play some more Time Guesser, etc. I'm going to go to the bathroom as well, so bear with us. Be right back.
This corporate mon yet?
Exactly.
I want to see.
Ties are off.
Yeah, I want to see whimsical dancing Monya. I want to hear that little giggly laugh that he's got. That's what
we
I
don't
want to
really
hear.
see the jolly, the jolly Monyet anymore. It's been a while.
Yeah.
And he used to be quite expressive on comms. I think you've, experienced the same here. I'm seeing a lot less of that, which again might be why RRQ is just finding more structure within their team, more discipline here. On the other side with Secret, I like that they are using these double duelist comms. I like that they're looking more like the Secret that we know, which is they're using their raw firepower, they're a lot faster pace, and they're just a lot more bold. And I don't know, man, I'm kind of sick of seeing Secret do this only when they are so down that they're like, we're just gonna come back up.
It's kind of interesting to me that I feel like a lot of teams that are copying the double duelist right now are trying to play the T1 style, and I feel like they thrive off of the individuals with that style. But I actually think the more effective and the more replicable style of double duelist is the old DRX style when they had Flashback in the lineup, and I feel like that's what Secret just did. And it worked very well. I liked it, honestly.
Yeah, that's exactly what I want to see. I mean, I feel like this ISO is a good fit for them. I feel like you're exactly right, where they would just want to free up Jeremy to be able to use his rifle more freely. He doesn't have to worry about being hard entering. He doesn't have to think about open. They just give that job to Wild Oreo. And I think the support players, especially when we look at Envy, Jesse, Vash, they're very, very capable support players. These guys are really, really strong.
Absolutely.
So they can support this double duelist. I like this direction.
Literally the most experienced people ever, because he's 62 years old this year. So that's amazing.
Happy birthday.
Yeah, happy birthday, 62nd birthday, Jesse Vash. Lotus is going to be the
candles on the cake.
That's
crazy.
We're gonna bankrupt Pacific by putting that birthday together. Jesus.
So this has been interesting for Secret. They've even dabbled with the Waylay here, dumped it and brought Raisin a little bit later. And Yeah, I mean, how are you guys feeling going into Lotus now?
I actually like the Waylay comp on this map and the way that Team Secret played it, but that's not double duelists.
No, it's not.
You know, I think
not.
they're just going to keep they're just jamming it on every map, and they're looking better than ever. So
I think they're going to go double duelists. We've seen other
surely.
teams do this. We've seen, you know, T1 brought up the ISO, and I feel like that would be a natural fit for this Team Secret team and the way we're seeing them play right now. But I agree. I like their Waylay. I mean, they haven't managed to get a win on this map in this stage, but you know, I like the ideas with the Waylay.
I get back to my seat, and the first thing I see is
Team
Valorant
Secret,
right now is like
they
Clash of
actually did
Clans
win a
Town Hall
head-to-head against
16 during the
RRQ in
Root
kickoff,
Rider
but
meta.
feels like eons ago, that feels like a
I
different
don't
form
understand any
RRQ,
part of that other
feels
than
like a
Clash of
different
Clans.
style from Team Secret, so it isn't even really
That's
all that relevant to
crazy.
me anymore. What I will
I
say
played
as well
Clash
is that
Royale,
RRQ,
not
since they
Clash of
comp
Clans,
swapped,
though.
actually, kickoff, they couldn't win a game on Lotus, even though they had a couple.
Anyway,
of closer ones.
RRQ is resting
But
their
in this
starters
stage,
for
as you
playoffs.
saw from
Only
the
real
graphic there,
RRQ heads will understand. Only real RRQ Randy's. Wait, hold up. We've lost the plot, YouTube.
Masterfully up against T1 in that last
Have a good one,
game,
Tron.
where they absolutely battered T1 on this map.
By the way,
And
chat, apparently
you
that
see
was
the
an
comp swap
immortal
into double
lobby.
duelists. I
People
mean, the
sometimes
popular
get too
style is
focused
that
on
T1
kills.
style at the moment with the
True.
ISO raise, and you just saw RRQ absolutely pick that apart.
So I want to ask you guys, how do you
It's
feel
like a
about your
2.6
predictions? Meek and
elixir
myself, we
log
think
bait
Team
deck.
Secret absolutely believed in it.
Yeah,
We
okay.
were not bribed. We were not doing it
Yeah,
from a
yeah.
bias.
No, that makes
Yeah,
sense. That makes
I
sense.
mean, how do you guys feel?
I think RRQ should still be the favorites.
I actually get it.
Right? I mean, RRQ have had good showings on Lotus, but I think, yeah, it's all about the compositions, and I think Secret clearly showed that they can hang mechanically, so it's about if RRQ can get the heads back in the game.
Is there P trophies in Clash Royale? It's been a long time. I don't remember.
That you saw
Wasn't
T1 get
too high. Wasn't that low though?
RRQ in that last Lotus game that RRQ
Oh my
was
gosh,
playing.
Wild
So
Oreo
we'll
back
see
to
if
being the
Team
tank
Secret
again.
starting out on the attacking side of Lotus here can execute
It's
it better
happening,
than T1,
chat.
the people that made the comp did.
Yeah, RRQ not making any changes. They've been very, very comfortable. in
Yeah,
these
Team
comps,
Secret
and
really said,
everyone
hey,
is quite
if one of
happy
the
in
other
these
teams that
roles.
used to like playing textbook Valorant now is playing double duelist, that really must be the way. T1 was really onto something. And they said, we too will play double duelist.
They've looked very solid here, so Team Secret need to find some different answers.
And scrambling to make sense of reality where Team Secret beat one of the best Ascent teams in the world. Forgive me if I'm doing some coping.
We're gonna send it back to our casters for the very, very last map of
전용 신맵 떡밥이 있어요. Oh, someone was asking earlier. So I did see Valorant Mobile as an announcement, but apparently there were snippets of like what seemed to be a mobile-only map. I didn't catch that. But they're releasing only in China first, right? So we'll see.
Hurrah here in the stage as they try to take down the top dogs of the group in RRQ.
Well, it is pretty wild. I mean, the desk just mentioned this, that Team Secret running the comp that T1 does on this map, but RRQ destroyed T1 with the very same setup. So, kind of curious what the difference is going to be. I mean, frankly, the firepower today for Team Secret looks insane. So, again, that can just win you maps sometimes. But it's more than that, in my opinion, for Team Secret. Quick TP up.
NV aggressively taking some space here. Wild Oreo eating quite a bit of damage as NV gets the jump, and Manya has no clue whatsoever. Ends up getting taken down. Wild Oreo going to be traded out. As Spike now to be planted. Shield from Jeremy already popped, will expire in all likelihood before the retake gets started here. So one less thing that
Don't ban me, but it looks like you weren't the issue for RRQ. Hold up, chat.
very much not like
We'll have plenty of time to tell the world, chat. Let's not celebrate too early.
some damage. Sending out a flash. The rest of the team
Let's not
still trying to
celebrate
scale forward. So
the
wary
proof
about
of my
flanking.
innocence
Either
too
sides are
early.
back in towards B. Be rushing up alongside the smoke. The push out coming through. Finds a headshot onto one. Turns, looks for a little bit more. Xfero able to find Envy.
Oh no, you needed to win that.
Fights back, and it's now
Ah.
down to Jesse.
He's
Back
weak. You know
finds
he's
the
weak.
First. And the fuse is just not going to be there for him. It's another
Dude,
Red
5-0
Bull.
for
How
pistols,
many
man.
pistols
RQ's not getting away with this, man.
has Red Bull gotten
This
today?
is actually so bad for RQ. How are you losing 5 pistols in a
All
row
of the
against
ones in
Team
the
Secret, man?
DFM series.
Yep.
And
And then this one.
oh boy.
I mean, Jesse just plays this beautifully, too. Knows the time, understands the situation, gets this first kill, and knows he can
No
just
void.
wait.
They have Valorant
So they
Mobile
have
is
to basically
officially
stick into
announced
that
in
point.
China for China,
Just
but they
beautiful,
announced
that
it from like the
initial
HQ
TP.
account, but global
Envy.
account. but apparently the video or something, or maybe someone leaked like a mobile-only new map.
I'm right there with you.
If Team Secret wins, I will eat my sock. Andy, you better get that. You better get that camera ready.
I fully agree. No, he is just such a good player. And when you've got players that are firing behind him, making good decisions behind him, it is just crazy what they can do.
No, stage 2. I actually really like this. I actually really like this system. For those who don't know,
2025.
Since this round,
But what a day to show up.
Team Secret should just, once they find out that there's people on A, they should just go to C.
Set up here by RRQ. Jesse trying to
Let me explain this.
Those prowlers with the haunt.
So let's say these are, oh god, just go C. So if these are the ranks, you divide this into 3 tiers. Tier 1 with 1 in first and second seed, tier 2, and tier 3. This is, you know, Alpha and Omega group, right? From each tier, only one of the seeds will trade places, and that will be randomly drawn. So maybe for the first tier, it's like seed 1 swap spaces. Okay, we're buffering. So it's like A and 1 will swap. And then for the second tier, it's like seed 4 swap. Wait, hold up. Okay, well, they should win, yeah. And then for the third tier, it's like seed 5 swap. So then the new groups would be A2, 3D, and E6, right? So only 3 teams mix.
Spun around back behind the corner to reinforce. Still, you know, RRQ fighting back. A good trap play right outside of A main.
So you will still play two other of the same teams, but you will play 3 new teams. See you, Void. Thank you.
Kind of a bit of a shooting squad on the site, but still able to find some good classic kills. Now you've got Stinger.
Yeah, there's potential for some unluckiness, but I find it interesting. Rather than doing like a whole random draw or whatever. Oh my. They must have just not seen that it was there. Well, I guess they just didn't have an option because of the salvos. It was a good play. It was a good trap play.
Stun forces them back. There's salvos there, and then the aftershock as well. Brilliantly set up.
Fantastic trap play. Smoke blooming, Jemkin pre-firing.
So I actually kind of think the system is kind of neat. The downside is obviously you will not play
anti-bonus so far here from the side of RRQ. Team Secret is going to be trying to get
3 of the other teams ever.
Position going to be noted. Sense of the paranoia. Swing onto the corner. Sparrow able to go ahead and stave him off. 2G now spotted. Jemkin.
So that's the only downside, which is a pretty big downside, but. Yeah, they were breach stunned. Yeah. And they couldn't just back out because the salvos were there.
Finds an elimination, picks up a weapon.
So we could potentially still not get Paper Rex versus Noodle Rex. Yes, there is a chance that does not happen.
He is not sticking this at all. Will now do so here behind the pillar.
In fact, no matter what, that will now not happen.
Flying his way.
We actually just know that because they're the same seed. Actually, yeah. So you already know at least one team that you will never play. That's actually crazy. Nongshim will never play Paper Rex in the group stage. Is that the system being used for stage 2? That is the system being used. That's what was stated. They might have changed it, but that's what was stated at the beginning of the year. But if you're the same seed, you would either swap places or not swap places. So you would actually never play each other.
Jesse had vision.
So Boom and RRQ will not be in the same group. DRX and Talon, unfortunately, will not be in the same group.
Absolutely not.
Genji and T1 will not be in the same group. And Paper X and Nongshim will not be in the same group.
Let's not do that again.
No, it can happen in playoffs, but just not in groups.
Line out, one yet. Chasing forward here is NP. TP's into the salvo and gets knocked down at 20 HP.
Well, because they know that the util was used.
Nongshim would slaughter Paper X? I don't see a problem with that, chat. I don't think they would, though. I think that's exactly the type of game where Paper X would wake up and thrive.
Raised, but it's gonna be a backpedal here. A bit of a poke
I know, chat. I was like guaranteed at least like 4 to 6 hours of Last Epoch, and now who knows?
So really couldn't get the info. If you're gonna make it a B push instead. Cushy's just like, hey, look at me. You guys.
Oh my gosh, dude. There's so many teams get away with this these days.
Smart play here from Cushy.
Now you can hold default.
Now the stealth drone will
See, they needed more of this stuff on Ascent. It's harder on Ascent. You can't push out of mid like that, but...
He's slowly walking his way forward, but Xfero...
Nice jiggle. Good back off from Xfero as well. Just keep the number advantage. This is sometimes where RRQ falters. Team Secret wants to get ahead and try to cut one off before. So them pushing out, I'm okay with. Yeah, that not so much though. Now you have to reset a bit.
And then he goes right into the drift.
Okay, Viper shows on purpose to try to drag him in. This is trying to set up for Envy. I think Envy just got spotted though. Yep. That's unfortunate. Jesse Vash. That's a big kill from 2GE, but that's not going far.
3 players surviving. RRQ gonna tie things up at 2-2.
Yeah.
Fuse handed it over to Crazy Guy. Rolling Thunder now going to be online.
Yeah, they're starting to get some aggression of their own, starting to find those reads, find the confidence.
So you're saying PPX is better than this? No, I'm just saying I think they would thrive, but Notion would still beat them. I just don't think it would be one-sided.
Oh, Jemkin caught the head there before he re-swung and shot through the wall. Right into the dimensional drift, and then they still had a ton of util for this.
No, I think this is a much more balanced system. It's just, it is silly that you don't play 3 teams ever during group stage, but I think this is a much more balanced system.
His opponent's on a weaker buy. There is a full shield for Envy.
I actually don't think the system is that stupid. It's just, you don't, you know. But even last year, it's not like you were guaranteed to play other teams anyway.
Very swiftly swooping forward. The Prowler not checking his position. Shots now bringing out flank potential. Yes. Wild Warrior, he'd already got a previous kill. Cushy got taken down. He doesn't get the read. He doesn't get the memo. And now suddenly Jemkin's the only one alive.
Or no, yeah, because last year was still cross group, so you still play everybody. But I think last year's might make sense more in terms of like an infographic, but I think last year's does not actually tell you the better teams though necessarily.
Here at this position, Jemkin trying to get this done with an outlaw is going to prove to be so damn difficult, and every single weapon that he would love to collect is just a world away.
Right? Because if one group was just stacked at the beginning of the year,
The only thing he's got going from is
then like the second stage is just one group dominating the other, and then you have to have weird rules like you have to have X number of wins to move on because the groups were unbalanced or whatever.
Here at Tree. Time starting to tick away, dwindling. Oh, tries to go for the flick. A 2GE a bit faster. Team Secret pulling off effective thrifty here as things just get way too chaotic outside of A.
Yeah, this is just madness. I mean, Crazy Guy catches him completely off guard.
Well, I mean, chat, groups of 4 would be just an entirely different system, though. That wouldn't ever work for a league format. That would just be a tournament format.
A player trying to go bail out his teammates.
Like you want to change the actual foundation of VCT, sure, that's fine. Like if you think that it's built on a bad foundation, that's fine, but like we're gonna assume that that's not changing until minimum 2027. So within that realm, I think this is better, is what I'm saying. Yeah, for instance, like one big group of all around Robin would be too many games per stage.
Wins the duel against Jeremy. Does get punished as
in terms of the schedule that they want. That's what I'm saying.
Player advantage here for the side of RRQ. And with 2G dead, there's no pit here. As Rolling Thunder not going to get a connection.
Okay, Nightfall. Ooh, Nightfall to counter in a 3v4.
Slows them up as they have to wait for the decay to expire. Showstopper now.
You had to use it early just to buy time.
They try to slow him up. Jemkin. The tap, just trying to bait this. Even goes for the game.
Yeah, he waits as long as possible to try to bait them out of it, but I mean, the spam angle is pretty good here. You just have to spam along the wall.
Back and forth here through the smoke. Neither team able to see each other. Diffuse being held. Diffuser killed.
But now they have to rush in.
Down, and Cushy just hounds them all to hell.
You could tell that Secret didn't really have a good plan. Like the Nightfall was used to try to buy time, but they didn't really know what to do. Wild Oreo was wondering if he should flank around or not, and then you're told like, well, you just showstopper, we can spam from here, and like that's kind of true. But
on the bait for the showstopper, good smokes, fault line too to make sure that they can't push out.
There should be groups of 1.
I mean, you just don't know what's going to happen there with that smoke and everybody just spraying. Who knows? Flip a coin. Roll some dice.
Even by Apex standards.
Someone was asking if I would rather have more or less teams, or if 12 is fine. I mean, I think 12 makes a good, like, regular season into 8-team bracket.
Seem like they're suspecting this. They don't. And Xpero is able to collect 2. In the end, it's going to be 3v3, but Inbeat down to 47.
I think 16 is too much, but
Sent here, Monyet just taking a quick little peek out. Not seeing anything.
With a TP in a tree. He's going to stick it.
I think 16 is too much for a regular season. I think 16 is fine for a tournament, obviously. Whoa.
Collecting. Quick with a headshot. Opens up
And
the site.
8, I think 8 could work too, but then I think you should do like more separated regions, right?
Does he play it slow, quiet? Does he try to get the salvos out, prevent the plant, allow for
I think we should swap seeds with other regions and have a mega shuffle. Yeah, we should take a page out of Overwatch's book and really make it truly a global league, chat. How do we feel about that?
1 pump of damage, yeah.
You have to move your team
Play it
house
up down to 67.
every stage potentially.
Suppress there for the moment, waits out the
Now you have home and away teams. I'm okay with that.
The fight on the corner goes the way
I
of
mean,
Cushy.
where are we
Now
going
it's down to
here?
Envy.
This is pretty obvious,
Finds the
no?
rope, down below.
No way.
Looking for the push forward, but she realizes it. A quick flick finds that headshot, and RRQ will find themselves once again in the lead.
Yeah, I think a body block into Cushy's movement. Alert.
Just doesn't make sense. Monitor. I was joking, chat. That's a terrible idea.
Madness. I mean, this round goes back and forth so many times. A great 2v1 or a 2v2 essentially, because Jemkin got.
Are you going to be at Plat Chat today? No, not today.
And then Cushy opens a door and no reaction, but yep.
Just an ethereal vandal floating in front of his face.
What could that be?
The darkness. It's a ghost.
Come on, Secret. At this point, you gotta win. Otherwise, I'm really gonna regret not booting up Last Epoch. You look so good on Ascent. You're telling me you didn't do your homework on Lotus and you left it open?
Gonna be dumping his there on C.
Just the ghosts of SCA past. Just an absolute scrappy Valorant. But I'm here for it.
How does the system fix that? Fix what? The potential of skewed? Well, because you're reassessing the teams after stage 1, right? Like imagine if, you know, after kickoff in some weird world, like let's just say, like a Team Secret, DFM, and listen, I'm sorry, Global fans, but struggling right now. So Global was all in the same group, right? Because of how they did at kickoff. And then you see that they're like that in stage 1, and you're like, all right, well, now the next stage, the other group can just farm these 3 teams. I mean, could they get better? Sure. But, like, most recently, they still weren't, right? So it's like, it's just a kind of rehash check of, like, okay, these are kind of similar level teams. Let's see how they do against the other levels. And now we, you know, now it's a kind of recheck on where the group's unbalanced or not.
Monyet wants to save, but Team Secret's well ahead of that. They just swing that corner. I don't know if Monyet can hang on.
You probably just expected to win Haven and Ascent. Actually, not a terrible assumption.
The early fight over Rubble is quite fascinating because so much is committed, and it's kind of another attempted trap to set up the aftershock for RRQ, but this time Team Secret outweights it. And their pivot to B is just too fast. They're just not quite ready.
Well, no, because half of them would be shuffled away. That's the point.
People down. 2GE looking snappy.
Because half of them would be sent to the other group, but not all of them. If you do cross group, it's just like, well, this side now just like it keeps the power level instead of saying everyone gets to beat on the little guys a couple times.
Double duelist. More rounds they're able to.
I mean, chat, it's not perfect. Like, is there a world? Sure. Because, like, maybe the strong team suddenly look crap in stage 2. Like, I mean, but that can always happen, right? But I think this is a more foolproof way of, like, keeping the balance versus everyone playing against each other.
Starting to get a sense of what's coming his way. We'll backpedal up over the top. Shields there. Broken.
I'm not saying that it's like a fail-proof idea. Okay, doesn't commit to it. Okay, still wants to make some noise.
Attempt to the blind spray.
Yeah, that's a good wraparound. Nice bait. Nice bait from Cushy there.
Oh. And it's now the dimensional drift to try to scout Jesse Bash playing forward though. Snappy.
The pre-fire. Oh my gosh.
Crazy guy still fighting. Is Envy alone? Paranoia said connects
on the bow. Envy! What an Envy round. Dude, that Paranoia hit both. He was trying to swing out of it too.
Doesn't matter what agent Envy's playing.
Envy really is the Forsaken of Team Secret. My gosh.
So good. I mean, a great use of the ult here to
Yeah,
try to
also
clear the pit.
also this way the previous score doesn't carry over, because what happened last year was that it was in theory a full round robin, so like your score in stage 1 mattered for stage 2 placement, and that was weird too, right? But now it's like, nope, just do it again, right? We've rebalanced the groups. Do it again. Prove that you're the
Did I
best.
say 3 million? I'm at 5 million.
Just each clutch.
The Fountain of Youth is doing wonders. That Paranoia was a
Look out, LeBron.
godlike Paranoia.
Envy's coming.
No, I don't think it means RRQ is actually bad. I just think it means that they aren't as sturdy as people would want them to be, being a more favored team. I think it would also just prove that Team Secret at least learned for 1 week what the new meta was.
The map. When they put some A rubble control, it's been able to be broken open, and then when they leave A rubble open, that's when Team Secret has found their moments to get towards the A site. Here goes the showstopper. X-Pharaoh is already backing out.
Might just end up sending this towards drop.
Can we get an All-Stars Pacific roster with Envy, Forsaken, and RB?
Said nope, sends it up over the top. Still not going to be found. And okay, Envy catching a glimpse here, I believe, on a crazy guy. Ladder had not seen him, but it's just going to be the Paranoia in the back way as the spike gets planted here on the A site. Player advantage down here in their hands. Cushy dead. There's Wild Oreo to try to take over the round. The call from RRQ to save.
4 godlike flexes.
Will just be the back pedal. Everyone cutting away from this
Plus
A site.
Jing.
And for the first time in forever,
Or
we're gonna have a
Dobby.
team actually securing a 2-round
You know what?
lead.
6-man the duelists.
Secret move up 6-4.
Get a raise, get a raise god and a neon god. We're good to go. Who needs a jet?
That Team Secret, if they get any sense that there's open space on A, they just pounce. They're happy to try to break through that single controller. Whoever's holding it, goodbye, crazy guy.
Trying to make something happen.
Dude.
Envy's looking for a little bit
Oh,
more as
they're
well,
cleaning
and
up,
he's
dude.
gonna
Envy's
find the
feeling it,
ball.
man. Envy's feeling it. He's back.
Envy is just insane. Granted, yes, Wild Oreo ahead of him in the standings, but the impact that Envy is having has been stellar throughout the series.
Yeah, I mean, Wild Oreo, what a job he's doing. Switching
You guys are
over to the
freaking out.
duelist today.
RRQ is the best team in the world because Team Secret only beats the best. Trust. Also true. Also true.
He's been asked to be kind of the raise that's blasting in and creating
Termy
space.
was
He's
right.
done
The
a brilliant
6-man
job of it.
roster.
So how do you
It would be the
kind of
5th
figure out
goated
how to
flex player.
reinforce A
Nah,
here?
Munchkin's not as
Again,
goated on the
you
flex
have tried
department
to
as the other
contest
4
Rumble.
though. Who's another
Been quick pivot
goated
for Team
flex
Secret
in
to other side of
Pacific?
the map. Like they know where you're strong at, and they know
Like
they cannot
potentially all
maneuver you.
roles,
So they're going to.
or like solidly
It's pretty
4 out
tricky. You
4 out of
don't
the
have much in the way of
5.
delay util. You're not running a Sentinel. You're not running a Vice.
X-Pharaoh. Yeah.
Team Secret, very aware of that.
Love this continued.
Kind
Team
of.
Secret
There's
really
something about it. I'm not really buying it. Monyet is
It's a good day
a
to show up.
texture.
Well,
The duelist sentinel.
yeah.
Yeah. Look,
I was
this-
trying to think of something else. I'm like, no.
Actually,
never mind.
technically
This is-
Devi.
looking like a
That
good
that
one.
one
It's the
Vice
best
Flash
day that,
has us
you know, if you're a
reeling,
Team
but
Secret fan, this is the
technically
best day
Devi
that
would
you
be
could
it.
have chosen so
I mean,
far.
maybe freeing actually.
Who knows how it ends, but
I know his Yoru was a little
For the moment.
sus, but
Feeling pretty good.
Meteor only plays 2
Singers,
roles.
half armor, and a sheriff there for
Meteor only
Cushy.
plays 2 roles.
Which
We're
means that
thinking of
Wild
who
Oreo
could
brings out
play
the outlaw.
like
And X-Pharaoh probably dead on the
3 to
field
4
now.
because
Okay.
they were saying Munchkin. I'm like, yeah, Munchkin can play. You know, he can. I mean, yeah, Munchkin technically did. Yeah. Put him in there as the IGL. Yeah, that works.
Door, couple at A.
No, Meteor
All you
doesn't
saw
count
was
as a
X-Pharaoh,
flex,
so
chat.
Maybe you feel like you can punish that.
Meteor couldn't even play Reyna properly, chat.
Trying to take those fights to him when he's by himself.
I mean, if we're gonna make a Meteor a flex, we might as well make a team out of like
Finding the first.
just the aimers.
But now they're like, it's not just X-Pharaoh by himself. Let's take a moment to think about this.
They don't trust like that.
No.
Because she has a lot of info.
Breaks,
He has
keeping things
Armageddon,
quiet.
though, so him being on this side kind of stinks.
Checking for a trap at door.
But they have
Very
the more
diligent.
instant delays of the paranoia and the
That's been
snake bite over
part
on
of the-
C side, so I
game for Team
respect
Secret
it.
today, why it's been so
Dude,
it
and the
failed them on
fault
one map,
line,
it's so
dude,
close
this
on
is
the
a
other.
crazy trap play here.
Good paranoia.
I mean, did they just dump all of it though at once? They did. That's not great.
Ton of firepower behind this.
You have to let at least one in before you commit all three of those util, even on an eco.
Finds Crazy Guy, Jesse Bash, noting
Oh, look, a really good B hit where you have so much extra space. Wow.
Right now, Team Secret feels like they are zoomed out.
Why did it have to be Team Secret that shows us how to do
Every
it?
single bit of the map from the top down. Understanding perfectly how RQ is going to look to play this. 7-4, they have secured
Darien has
themselves
also
at least a
true,
two-round lead at the
but
half, potentially even more.
unfortunately, I don't know if I would rate Darien as a
Sure.
top flex. He's a very reliable flex.
Smooth. And it's just, yeah, again, awareness.
It's not that Meteor couldn't play Reyna properly. It's that Reyna couldn't play Meteor properly. Stop using anti-Meteor language.
Rethink, re-clear.
Wow.
Phenomenal protocols, phenomenal
Uh-oh.
thinking today. Clearly have done their homework. And, okay.
Jemkin getting out wide is able to find it.
Yeah, I
So
have no
Ray Ball's
idea.
down.
I mean, I'm sure. I feel like Paper Rex would be the type of team at some point to talk about it, though, while it was
Others to
Mind
go
Freak
through, though.
that
Jeremy's one
went on the
away.
bench.
This is a council fight.
Yeah.
Wild Oreo.
Actually, Primmy's a good shout in terms of pure skill. I mean, Munchkin works as like a solid IGL, but Primmy's a good shout. We haven't really seen him. Yeah, but Primmy's also kind of. Primmy is more the aimer team,
Now
though.
the kill contract coming through. Monyet pulled into the gulag, able to win out the fight. Is the punish going to be there? Yes. Now it's just Jemkin finding the first, needing to find them all.
Envy's in both. Envy clearly the best.
Decoy sent out.
I don't know who else would be in the aimer team. May doesn't really cut it anymore.
Split steps over towards the C site. Want to check it out. Jemkin setting up with a gate crash. Pull off a little bit of a bait
Yeah, I don't know.
himself.
Yeah, he was on the flex segment, but
Just have a
that
flash.
doesn't really count.
But Team Secret spreading out a little bit.
Yeah, the backpack team. Put Jesse Bash in the aimer team. Actually,
Time is
though,
gonna be of the essence here for
Dust
Jemkin.
9. That's good.
Slow creep in.
No, Hyunmin to me is like, I don't want to call him an aimer. He's a bit more than that.
Instantaneous swing from Jesse Vash.
He's just a really
8 to
good
4.
duelist. He's just a really good
5
duelist.
rounds ran back here. The latter half.
I mean, also,
of
chat,
that attack.
Ivy is a
Secret
goated
setting themselves up
flex. I
nicely.
know everyone's like hating on his
And we
ISO, and I can't
remiss
defend
not
it,
to
but
remind,
Ivy's a
5-0
goated
in
flex.
pistols.
He really is.
Team Secret have not dropped one yet.
And you can't afford to lose this one. This one is a do or
Akame
die
could
for
work on
RRQ.
aimer team.
That's definitely going to be in the back of your minds. Secret.
All right.
I just
6-0 in pistols. Chat, if we get 6-0 pistols, we get cinema no matter what. We
so
either
ahead
get the
in terms of
prophesized
thinking
Team
RRQ today.
Secret upset
Shooting at
first
times,
seed,
too.
or we
They
see
just
Team Secret lose a
found
best of
another
3
gear
while getting all
and
the
have been
pistols.
Very cognizant of their
Okay,
weaknesses,
chat, we
of
want
their
the
aging
6-0
compositions,
pistol.
and have
That way
changed
we're
them up.
guaranteed to get value out of our time
Roll a 20
investment.
on that dice.
We can escape the sunk
So
cost
far,
fallacy
we'll see.
if Team Secret
RRQ,
can just win the
attacker side of
pistol.
Lotus,
All right,
you
chat.
would think this should be a pretty close ending. You would
We
think
gotta
that
see
this
it.
is going to come down to the wire with that 4-8 score line, but I don't know. Team Secret's been so good today. It comes down to this pistol.
Whoa. 6-0.
very much.
6-0. Pronunciation.
They move over on to the defending
Yeah,
side.
Karon's
Be
Karon.
a little less of a
But is
a dominant
Karon
run
much
here
more of an
from them.
aimer or a good
Advantage for
movement
RRQ,
guy?
but the pistol has to go their way to really get that ball rolling. Otherwise,
Yeah, they
you're
do
looking
it
at
once
a
per
10-4.
stage. Team Secret does it
See
once
how
per
they do
stage.
fare.
See, everyone thought it only happened once, but
Some kind of B exact. Jemkin's tucked into the back corner.
Hellman's the kind of guy who would blast back into an opping something also accurate. That's why he's a good duelist. Someone's got to do it.
Goes all the way in towards the B site.
Aldorio. Pushing forward, paint shells just going to be sent out there.
Okay, clearing corners, not overcommitting.
7 to be found there.
Vash overcommitting.
Overwhelmed here.
I think they thought there were more people on B main. Bad assumption. Oh no, the lurk is good. Xfero's lurk is good. But Xfero always lurks. He literally always lurks. Secret, did you do your VOD review? Are we VOD reviewing these days?
Ends up falling.
Doesn't really matter, does it?
To make this as even as possible here for 2GE. But it looks like RRQ will finally get it done.
Literally robbed of the one guaranteed entertainment value, chat.
Look to try to close the gap.
Yeah, they're just kind of
we get 6-0, and then we get cinema no matter who wins.
Once they get
and now it's 5-1. Well, now I have to root against RRQ, chat. I don't make the rules. It wasn't my words, chat. They brought this on themselves. Freeing is a name. Freeing's a name god. That's true. Freeing for sure.
As expected with the pistol, and yeah, RRQ gets the win.
You know, the moment I said it, I was a little worried. But chat, that just means that Nongshim... Dude, what is going on? Nongshim is just the strongest team in the world. If no other team can escape my powers... But Nongshim, doesn't that automatically make them the strongest team in the world?
No one really looking to push and challenge this angle at Waterfall, though. Paint shells for now, just to try to delay. She eats a tiny little bit of damage. Ultimately,
the caster said it before you did. Oh, it wasn't me. It wasn't me.
Oh my god.
Okay. Sparrow. Maybe he can try to, rotate in, grabs it off the top of the box. As shields out, Jeremy forward, finds the shorty pump there.
Dude, Jesse Vash. Unkiko.
No shot. No way. In hell.
Unkiko! Let's go! All part of the plan.
The pistol, but who gives a damn?
All part of the plan.
The 3K found the round. Team Secrets.
Jesse Vash.
Red Bull clutch.
He sacrificed one game on Lotus last year, getting 0 kills so he could get this win. It was all part of the plan, chat. Jesse Vash knows what he's doing. A masterclass of upsetting the #1 seed, chat.
Blink an eye. There's no change in his facial expression, but this one's got Jesse smiling. That is incredible. Those ghost shots.
Is Jesse Vash the best 30+? I don't know about 30+, but like out of the mid-30s, right? Like 34? The 34 line? Probably. How old's I think Evanis is 1 year younger?
Team Secret punches right back, and they've got rifles in hand.
It doesn't make a difference anymore because Nongshim couldn't get the 2-0 yesterday. I actually don't care about the result of this game. But because RRQ won the last pistol, now the only entertainment value I will get is if Team Secret wins. Wait, is Evanis not 30 yet? I thought he was 30.
I know.
Maybe not.
Just send it. Don't make me scream about using the gulag again.
32. Yeah, see? He's only 1 or 2 years younger than Jesse Vash. 2 years. Who else is plus above 30 though? Is it just those three? I feel like there's got to be 1 or 2 more at like 30 or 31. Boaster is 29. Is Boaster 29? Really? He does look younger. No, Angel. Yeah, no, I know. Angel's already in there, but like Jesse Vash clears Angel any day of the week. Sorry, I really like Angel, but Jesse Vash clears Angel any day of the week.
Oh, that's a good start.
Does. That's the gulag now coming through as Chemkin will get put down. While the Oreo in the meantime looking to maintain some dominance, but Crazy Guy wins a fight versus Jeremy, and suddenly we're into a 2v2.
Well,
we continue to be.
This isn't great. You got Paranoia though. You got Snakebite and Paranoia. Doable. Doable.
Through a lobby, Spike now plans it here.
No, Persia's young. Persia's 28. Persia's just the oldest on the team is all.
Crazy Guy at drop.
He's just an uncle to the babies as well. Xfero? What the?
Xfero, I thought for a second maybe he was showing a pixel out of place, but just goes for the timing swing.
I mean, this smoke was actually terrible though. Envy. This is where the flex inexperience shows, because that smoke literally allows him. Oh, no shot. Wait, why did we just go back in time? What the hell? I was so confused.
will be able to strike him down.
Dude, YouTube, you didn't even
As
buffer.
now
You
we
just
are
sent me back in
trading
time.
rounds, trading blows. RRQ down by 6.
That was so
I mean,
weird.
This looked like it was round over. You got everything you could want here. Kill from Wild Oreo. Player. You got everything you could want here. Kill from Wild
What the
Oreo.
hell? YouTube, what are we
player
doing here?
into the ISO ult. And somehow, some way, RRQ just fights their way back. I mean, so many of these rounds today have been where you think the team that plays it better should be winning it, and then they don't because the other team just out-frags them.
Oh my goodness.
I mean, you said it best. This is just SEA Valorant.
Okay, well, Jesse Bash can't see a damn thing. I don't know if Jemkin could either, but he found a kill. The pucky will be left on the ground. Sparrow does take a good amount of damage. I'm not sure if there was a peek over towards C. Either way, is down to 30 with that Outlaw. Secret just getting clustered up around the center of the map now, starting to fan back out a bit.
Yeah, but you haven't seen any follow-up pressure from RRQ, so they're backpedaling. They're heading over towards C. A little bit of B exploration for Jemkin and company. And that might be the call to make a pivot once they realize this has been left undefended. Or not. Surely. Maybe when they get contact at C, they'll pivot back. We'll see.
Paranoia caused an immense amount of disruption. Not going to fall for the fake out here. It's just going to be a tap at the door, but Jeremy sprang through, able to find one. Sparrow does get taken down, but it's a trade on the Vipers. As Wild Oreo going to try to stem the tide in onto the B site and can't find too much of it.
Why are you rooting for Team Secret? Because I was this close to turning off the broadcast and playing Last Epoch on stream. And then I thought, no, I should watch it. And they brought it back in map 2. And if this is a best of 3 fake comeback, then why wasn't I just playing Last Epoch for the last hour and a half?
Now they're 2 away from tying things up, and Wild Oreo picking up an operator.
Well, this is much better kind of map awareness and understanding.
I just want some value out of my time investment.
Back over towards B, they read that very, very well. They're starting to get a better feel for the game. Wild Oreo, though, with that operator, it's been quite
also just like, yeah, like if RRQ eventually, it's just like that doesn't really make me any more faithful about RRQ or less faithful, and then teams, you know, it like doesn't change anything for me at this point. Like if they won 2-0, I'd be like, all right, well, RRQ, they're looking great going to playoffs, no biggie. Secret, they look terrible, all good.
They're gonna restack the one-way for him.
That is true. Which one was it? What was that? What was that muddy China match that we tuned into after Pacific? You guys like convinced me to watch it, and I was like, what am I doing here?
A little bit of util. Start to get some info. And they're just going to go right for the flanks. They're going for the rears. They know there's no sentinel.
Was it DRG Tech? It might have been. I feel like that. No, I feel like it was a Billy game, but.
That's what he sees. Sight opened up, and Xparrow noting the flank.
Beautiful.
Yep, able to find Jeremy.
Spike planted.
Spike now in play. Wild Oreo does have a showstopper, but
that's true, yeah, and a lot of it in China is muddy. Okay, I mean, he gets the trade, but you didn't clear drop, so you didn't get the information on it. Dude, YouTube, wake up, man.
The wall falling, Xparrow finding another Envy, now taken down.
I saw that this was happening a lot with Sliggy, too.
Try to pull off the 2v3, but like you said, time just not going to be there, Jesse.
Good to know it's not just me.
Call for the escape, but he cannot get away. Operator does get recovered here by 2G. Minor consolation prize to try to hold on to this one, but Monyet is on the hunt, trying to take this out of their hands. Will not be able to find him. Paths not going to cross. RRQ now, 3 rounds in a row, 1 away from
same for Shungaris as well? Okay. YouTube failing us.
RRQ starting to pick
it's alright, YouTube chat. Still love you guys. Appreciate the support.
Find the gap.
That I said that too deadpan to make it sound like I was sincere, but I am sincere. I'm just back to being done with this match.
Positions to use that ultimate, a good preempt with the Armageddon in case there is a showstopper. And Jemkin gets right up.
Like I want RRQ to, like you don't have to show me new strats, just
There's not going to be any
Like,
more
there's
damage
no,
than just
because
him
here's the
getting
other
traded.
thing. There's no way you're so drilled that you can, like, purposely
so now
look
it's gonna be a timeout for Team Secret.
like 10%
See what
worse
they want to do to
and then
readjust.
bring it back to 100 in the next match. I do not believe that for a second. I don't think any team in Valorant yet is that disciplined to do that. So, like, and that would also be throwing, and I don't think they would be doing that anyway. So, like you can win this without showing me new strats. Literally, you just have to be smarter about the information you got.
Kind of checking angles.
It does kind of feel like the Loud EG game. Someone else was saying that in YouTube as well. It does feel like it. And that one, I chose to nap. So.
Even if they see it, if they could trade it or use some
Oh
utility to keep
no,
off balance.
comeback. Wow, it's so real.
But that's going to be the real key in this next one for me is how do you deal with that operator? You got a lot of players at A. This is kind of looking like the classic T1 hit. Throw in the vulnerable, throw in the CEs, throw in the paint shells, maybe a paranoia. But there's only one player. Well, they're holding, they're being patient. I like this.
Slowly inching onto the line, and Xfero.
Ay. Really? We're gonna... Oh, okay. Just picks up the op.
So off those get shut down. Envy gonna scoop that up.
Okay, but now RRQ... Like, this is where I would want to see RRQ re-clear Rubble.
Team Secret's timeout
Instead of
called.
waiting 15 seconds for everyone to rotate and then checking C. Like, literally, why didn't we just re-clear Rubble when the worst could be is one op?
So this isn't going to be open. Plan B.
Like, that doesn't have to be a crazy strat.
B pivot for them.
I'm taking any chances. Dimensional Drift comes out. Jemkin checking forward. Fault line. Center. Ooh, I don't think he noticed.
That would be crazy. It had to have pinged the minimap. It had to have.
I think you're right.
But I don't think he... I mean, that's weird.
Either way, though,
They should be fine, though. They took baby... Yeah, they took baby door.
Finds 2 GE, so even with this unscouted position here from Jesse Bash, the likelihood of it delivering many results. No.
Dude, what is going on, man? I mean, at least the pivot to B was good. So you wait. I mean, okay, so if that's calculated, though, hold on. There is some value from this round. If that isn't... I think it's kind of risky. I think it's very much like a... I think that's... You're drawing a fine line between looking stupid and looking like a genius, and I don't think there's any need to take that risk. But... the only thing that they could have done is they could have purposely waited. It's like, okay, well, we have no idea. Let's not run into an eco accidentally, right, on A side. So let's wait. Let's cut noise. Let's pretend we're not re-clearing, and then we'll check C. If it feels like they rotated, we'll go B. Okay, that could be good. I don't think it's the safer route, but...
Using the ult to be diligent this time to make sure.
But maybe they didn't know exactly how to clear Rubble because obviously I was looking at the minimap, so.
And there you go, a little bit of that paint shells vulnerable combo early from the side of Team Secret, but Jemkin's just right in here.
Okay, well, this was like the most free site ever. And then they pit one side. Okay. And then you still have Mound. I'm okay with that. Here comes that though. Okay, Rolling Thunder, but now you close in, so the flank is fast from Monette. This is crucial from Monette. Monette has to get this kill. I think he will. I don't think they're expecting it at all. Yeah. Oh, dude, the smoke bloom as well. That was actually insane. That was actually really good teamwork. And then that allows him to continue going on to heaven. This is a good read, but oh no. Jesse Bash reads that? What do they have? They have nothing. Salvos?
I think he's got it done. He absolutely has. Salvos, however.
No. No way. Oh my gosh.
Oh my.
Dude, if Envy didn't tank that last burst, they actually lose this. That's actually insane.
And sticks it to completion.
This was actually it turned into a crazy round. Crazy good flank from Monette. Extra confusion with the poison cloud. Then he goes double flank and Jesse reads it. How does he read it?
But holy hell, what a round.
He is just brilliant.
Do you think Envy just wants to stretch his legs?
Brilliant. I mean, the fact that he gets
He's like getting up so much.
So quickly there.
6 million. Spray forward into the smoke.
Oh my gosh, they're feeling it. The momentum is, dude. They're such a weird momentum-based team.
Quick hop out with that gate crash. Solid advantage here for Team Secret. Having since regained.
I can't believe he just tanked that last hit. Like, what if you died? He just ran the numbers. He was like, I can tank it. He tanks the last hit of the salvos. That was insane.
Nice there. Throw up the toxic screen. Jesse can throw some util. Boombot check. Might even got a spot. Ooh. Well,
This team's so weird.
Gets a double. Right there to trade after Wild
Literally the greatest enigma of VCT Pacific. It's such a weird team.
Spike on the floor, but options limited.
Such a weird team. Yeah, I don't know what they were talking about when they said 6 million. Oh my gosh.
RRQ looking like they're going to be burning their last time out of the set.
Dude, can you imagine that? Like, if I was Ewok and Warbirds, I'd be so frustrated that I have to use all my timeouts. Like, I would actually be frustrated.
Just deuces are wild here for Team Secret. They look so good today.
Yeah, the only reason they didn't beat T1 is because they knew they weren't the best team. Can you imagine? Can you imagine, chat? It's like, well, why didn't they upset T1? It's like, well, they just knew. They turned on their friggin' power meters and they were like, they got the readings and they were like, nah, T1's not actually the best team in this group. Oh my gosh.
Just incredible today.
That's so crazy.
To break things open for them.
No, you can tell Ewoks, like, this shouldn't have ever happened.
RRQ's gonna have to dig deep.
No, seeding doesn't change because Nongshim lost a map yesterday, but
this is the one that he wanted.
I haven't watched enough of Loud's games. America's the region I've watched the least, actually, like including China, because obviously China's the region I've watched the second most. But so I haven't actually watched a lot of Loud games, but his stats are insane. I'll have to go back because I really like that Loud roster. I should go back and check it and kind of just get a gauge on what is going wrong because I like the roster, but.
You can deal with envy. Jeremy, lone ult in the server here for the moment.
Yeah, looks at T1 8,999. That's exactly it.
They're looking for a crunch play.
Okay, but they chill. They chill, dude. They don't overinvest. That's crazy. And now they hold them. I don't know about this hold though. This is an insane idea to hold. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Dude, how are they allowed to just hold that as a triple and get away with it? What? Dude, why are we not just going RRQ? They literally did a BC pinch. What is RRQ doing?
Stage 1. They are looking to
literally the most classic pincer play of Lotus. And they're like, well, hold. Let's just fight them back.
RRQ and you still can't stop it.
This is actually insane.
The ISO ult with your clone, and you're still just getting outgunned, out crossfired. They try to push out of the smoke. Back into C lobby, pay the price. Jemkin sidestepping some util there, but doesn't feel comfortable to go any further. And RRQ is huddled in a corner. They are starting to death ball. They're getting a little bit nervous.
Because it's like, even if you went A there, like, you know what I mean? Like, you can't even defend that with saving strats. Like, what do you mean saving strats? It's just a mid-round, like...
The situation and Will.
No, seeding doesn't matter. Seeding doesn't matter, chat. Seeding doesn't matter.
Spots out one over at Waterfall. Just checks around the back.
Must be saving their aim as well because they're getting fully dipped. That's crazy.
It's so damn smart.
Envy's just chilling, waiting for the ultimate lurk because they know Xfero lurks. They've pushed them all out. Dude, the Omen ult to clear space. Dude, Monyet and Xfero have to go huge. But now you know. Now you know for sure. Well, okay.
The snake bite. No chance, no time. 13-9. Team Secret will close out stage 1 at long last with a match victory. over none
Dude,
other
they
than
don't even care that
RRQ.
they're out. Dude, they're so
Delivering
proud. They're like,
loss.
doesn't even matter. Did our job.
Out of their top seed run in the playoffs.
Dude, they're not even
just one
sad.
of those things
They're
about
like,
Team
no,
Secret
we had
that-
one job to do and we did our job.
Some of the best teams in our league fits. They've done it all the time.
Oh
And
my
they
gosh.
find, yeah,
That's
Robin Hood,
so
you're absolutely
funny.
right. And it's their first win this year.
Oh
What a time
my
to do it.
gosh.
They just
The fact that
always seem
that's
to
like the
find
biggest
ways.
smile
I mean,
we've
they've
seen
been
from Envy is actually
a thorn in the side
insane.
for Paper X in the past during Paper X's dominant era.
Oh
Who
my
knows?
gosh.
Maybe RRQ's up next. But finally, RRQ's looking to have their time in the sun.
The seeding doesn't
There
change, chat.
is
RRQ is
an
still
eclipse
first seed.
looming.
RRQ is still
It is
first
the
seed.
Filipino team. Team Secret has sent darkness over Indonesia.
Absolute insanity.
That's
But for the
so
first time in
funny.
a long time, it's something good here for the Filipino fans to cheer for.
Yes.
Because this team, yes, it has been a very rough 2025 thus far.
Yeah.
This is the first victory that they've been able to get this year. But this looked damn good.
It did.
It looked concise. That is said, clean. This load is
That's
crazy,
I cannot
scrappy,
believe this
but
actually
overall
happened.
Good. At the end of the day,
That is one champion point. It starts with one.
Going to be standing by with our winners interview.
This is the first, yeah, exactly. This is the first time they've beat RQ as well, which is why they're happy, I think, because they know. I think that's why they wanted it. It also beats the Warbirds allegations a little bit for Secret, right? I think most of us know that Warbirds' value is still very high, but
네, 팀 시크릿의 인비 선수
Seeding doesn't change, chat.
승리 축하드립니다. 스테이지 1 승리로 마무리 짓게 됐는데요. 먼저 승리한 소감부터 들어보고 싶네요. Congratulations, MV, for picking up that win. Stage 1 is over, but you guys are ending it on a good note. So tell us about today's win.
I think this match showed our true potential as a team. I mean, the past few weeks we've had really low confidence. So this last match we made it like we know like there's no more like stakes, nothing to lose anymore. So we showed our true potential. So yeah, it really means a lot to us.
사실 그동안 너무 자신감도 많이 떨어져 있었고 팀 분위기도 좋지 않아서 이번 경기에는 정말 잃을 게 없다는 마인드를 가지고 임하자라고 얘기를 했고 오늘 승리를 거둠으로써 정말 팀 시크릿의 포텐셜을 보여줄 수 있었기 때문에 앞으로가 더 기대된다고 좋은 경기였다고 얘기를 했는데요. 말씀해주신 것처럼 이제
Pick'ems are easy work, chat.
준비할 수밖에 없는데 스테이지 1
Pick'ems are
되돌아보면 좀
easy
어떤
work.
것들을 배웠고 어떤 것들을 느꼈는지도 들어보고 싶네요. It's gonna be a long season, don't worry. I mean, you guys will be coming back stronger in stage 2, but what were
I'm sure they'll show it, chat. Let's listen to the interview for now.
To point out throughout your journey here in stage 1.
I'm sure they'll show the seeds.
Definitely, I think
I'll write
we
it
just
down,
needed
actually.
A lot of confidence coming in for stage 2, so I think we can take away that we should play to win, not to lose. So yeah, that's our mindset for stage 2.
그동안 자신감이 얼마나 중요한지를 몸소 느낄 수 있었고 정말 경기를 치를 때마다 지기 위해서 경기를 하는 게 아니라 이기기 위한 경기 그리고 이기기 위한 게임을 해야겠다고 마음먹었고 좀 그게 가장 크게 배워가는 점이 아니었나 싶다고 얘기를 하는데요. 그러면 마지막으로 스테이지 2에도 열심히 응원해 주실 팬분들을 위해서 한마디 부탁해 보도록 하겠습니다. I mean, the fans will be here for stage 2 and so long, you know. So anything you want to say to your fans?
Thank you guys for supporting us always, even though we didn't qualify for playoffs, and I'm really happy you guys came to support us. Thank you all.
플레이오프에 진출하지는 못했지만 그래도 항상 응원.
No, chat, I'm not opening other windows because I want to let the interview go through, chat. I know they have it, but
나아지는 모습 보여주겠다고 했습니다. 이렇게 해서 인비 선수 만나봤고요. 저희는 다음 주 플레이오프
you know, they finally got their chance on. Envy finally got a chance to speak on stage. We should at least have the respect to listen to him. I mean, nothing too crazy. I think him saying, I think those lines are kind of meaningful though, saying that we learned we should play to win, not play not to lose. I think that's pretty important because I think that does indicate the attitude change that they showed on maps 2 and 3.
Finally getting that first win.
What a crazy game. You know, we always spoke about Secret have the ability to do it. It's just about finding the way. And then now, week 5, they find a way against top of the group, RRQ. Just crazy. I mean, we saw so many big plays, especially from Inri. I mean, just these guys can't
Chat,
do it.
these are the
That's
seedings.
why it's almost more frustrating
This
that they
bracket
got
is
that one
correct.
before this.
I don't care what it says here in the overview. I wouldn't trust that. I mean, it's correct anyway. Wikipedia has the rules in there. There was no change. Chat, this match did not matter. So it's not like suddenly like you feel like you should be robbed. The only way you're feeling robbed is because they never actually told you the full rules, and that's, I don't like that they always do that. They've always done that. I've always fought for it. I've always said we should explain better, and there's always some other reason of why they don't do that. But this is the seeding.
Now that they've fully committed to that style, they played a little bit looser with a little bit more confidence. It's unlocked some of the players, but
the simplest way is in Pacific, and the rules have always been like this, at least for this past week, so nothing has changed, so the rug's not being pulled out from under you. But basically, if it's a two-way tie, right, if it's a two-tie, then it's fully head-to-head, right? If it's a three-tie, then it's head-to-head, or if there is no head-to-head, map diff, round diff. If it's a four-way tie, it's map diff and then round diff. But the moment it gets down to a three-way tie, right? If the four-way tie resolves by having one team already go up, then they just go to this next rule instead of going down the line. That's the rule in Pacific. I know EMEA and China sound like they have different rules. It is what it is. That's not new either. It's weird. It shouldn't be like that, but there's always been a region with different rules, so... So this is why. So the reason this works out this way, for those who are still confused, so there's a four-way tie of 3-2. RRQ still has the best map diff, right? Just by far. So they move up into first place, and suddenly now there's only 3 teams left, so the rules reset. So now it's a three-way tie. Talon beat both T1 and Nongshim. Three-way tie still has head-to-head as the first rule. So Talon moves up, Nongshim is 0-2, so they move down by the head-to-head rule, and therefore you don't even need to look at map differential. T1 is in third. What if in a four-way tie, 2 teams are tied at the top? That is then what they would probably have done is those two, you would still go map diff, round diff until one team is up. Basically, they are always doing it so it always moves down the line. This rule is set up as a flow chart. It's just a different way to think about rules. I don't like this philosophy, but it is not illogical. It's just a different logic. Right? You would do map differential, then round differential. If there still isn't, then they would probably have done... I think there is a rule for after that as well, but...
Again, very promising for the future, and again, we will see RRQ very soon as
yeah,
well.
no, it's weird. I don't like it, but it is consistent within its own philosophy. Oh, then it's best of one. Right, that's what it is. So then it would be best of one. But then it would go back to, yeah, then it would still go back to the three-way tie, so.
Big time ended up going for Famous, also very solid duelist pick here. I think, I don't even know what the score is.
How is Crew above Sen?
Yeah, so
I haven't looked at Americas.
Who do you feel like gave you the most value in your team today?
Good question. I mean, I think underrated value was Jen.
Isn't that just because they beat him?
Work from that DFM, you know, we have to have someone from DFM
that one's simple.
Today, and I feel like Jen was actually a very, very solid choice.
Milo, go to YouTube and rewind. I'm gonna go through all of that again. I think Americas follows the same exact rule as Pacific, but I think EMEA and China do something slightly differently. I think they do head-to-head no matter what first. Like, they do, like, overall match score within our group, which is, to be fair, that's also a little bit weird. So, as long as it's consistent, I mean, it's okay.
As long as Victoria doesn't win, I think I'm happy with this whole thing. So.
I mean, she's still winning, guys. She is still, and it's by quite a... Oh,
well, stage 1 isn't technically concluded, because I guess you technically count mid-season playoffs as stage 1. The playoffs is stage 1, so... Why though? Why is it not consistent everywhere? Because the Riot teams just don't all work together. The easy answer there, chat, straight up, and I have no problem saying this because I've said it internally before, is that they're just not unified. There's just not good comms globally.
But that was pretty fun. Fun way to end off the group stages here. Lots of surprises all along the way. So we're gonna pull
that is just straight up, because there should never be a reason why you would do that purposefully.
set in stone now.
Yes.
These are the final standings. So
Yeah, so we see the results. I mean, from today, things were...
Or maybe they're testing formats faster. It could be true, although I think you just... But that's what Challengers is for. Like, Challengers, everything having different rules because it's all different TOs. I'm okay with that. I mean, I still think it's weird, but that I get. But...
And then you get an absolute mess in Grupo Mega.
Are you surprised? Wait, who Zaya was asking, how surprised are you? I'm actually technically not that surprised. I really thought, like, literally, if they change one thing, I thought it could happen. I told you. I predicted it. I mean, am I surprised that RQ... I think RQ looked worse. In some weird way, actually, I am more disappointed in RQ. I thought I wouldn't be, but I am more disappointed. Like, that last round when the pinch happened and they just sat there and spawned and they pushed the pinch. And then the other rounds, they don't do that. You know that rubble round where I talked about they should re-clear it? They don't re-clear it then, and then they're like, hey, we should re-clear this literal 5-man pinch. That was such a weird decision. My leaks of Wild Oreo being on Duelist finally feature. How long have you been leaking that? All 3-2 is insane though. But chat, I did say this after the groups came out that I think Group Omega is gonna be tighter, like it's gonna be harder, and I think it goes to show. I agree. I'm exactly with you, Zaya. I am a little surprised because while I thought there was the upset could happen, I predicted it because of the memes and whatever. I thought RQ would be better. I agree. Have you seen this glorious photo of yours? Oh, I think I know. Isn't that the one that Tron posted? Very, very well aware of that. All right, chat. Next week, they play here, and then the winners go straight to play the Indonesian teams. DRX T1 again. Talon versus Korea again. Have you seen Thinking Man's Kitty Cat? Yes. Unfortunately, I have. People called us crazy for supporting Team Secret, but we're not so crazy now, are we? I said that Oreo was going to duelist Op and Jeremy second fire since week 1, but they only tried to do it on Nongshim. I think Mao was scared of changing comps after kickoff results. It does work out though. I mean, I don't think it is very sustainable long term, but Jeremy seems a lot more comfortable doing that.
Absolutely. I think right now the results of all the regions. Grow up, guys.
Do you think Flashback comes back? No, I don't think so.
Right now are a bit in
yeah, no, Pacific's great because we don't even do 3-day weeks. We purposely do 2-day weeks so that when you drop to the lower bracket, you have a full week to reset.
So crazy way to end this weekend, this group stages, and next week it's going to be playoffs time here.
I mean, the artwork was great for TMV's cat makeup, but it was disturbing.
It's going to be absolute bangers, and
there's a rumor for Yoshi. Oh, since Scars is disbanded. Wouldn't be bad. I would be curious what Yoshi looks like in a full Filipino squad, just because I think he showed potential, but I don't think we quite ever saw it if it is there in Scars.
I really hope. I mean, I think these Korean teams have had their time, if you ask me. That day is done.
Well, relax, bro. We're in Korea.
It's SEA.
Chat, I just want to say, Nongshim potentially getting first seed wasn't that out of the question now, was it? I mean, granted, Secret didn't win 2-0, but neither did Nongshim. But I'm just saying. People were like, there's no way Secret beats RRQ. There's just no way. There's no way Secret beats RRQ.
So we're going to close it off today. And tune in next week for
also,
VCT Pacific action.
Wasn't the problem. I wasn't the problem. I'm just saying. I wasn't the problem. All the RQ fans, I mean, just welcome to what I've been going through for 3 years. That's just how it goes. I wasn't the problem. No, they both could have been 2-0s. Yeah, they both could have been. They absolutely could have been. Yeah, doubting Secret against the top seeded team. Chat, everyone who didn't believe, you guys don't watch my YouTube, huh? Literally, if you watched my YouTube, you would have known why. I tell you exactly why this would happen. We knew. We all knew. Oh, this was YouTube anyway. We all knew that this was going to happen, chat. So... And Team Secret, the ever-important giant killers, They wake up from their slumber and they open their eyes and they look at the standings and they say, who is the giant of VCT Pacific right now? And they go, oh my gosh, it's RRQ. Welcome. It's just how it goes. Once a stage, chat. Once a stage. Sponsor a Plat Chat episode to advertise your channel. You know what? That's not a bad idea. That's not a bad idea. I mean, we're growing. We could probably grow faster. I will be looking into editors for stage 2, I think. No, Team Secret played pretty well. I mean, I would argue Haven was a bit sloppy from both sides, but I guess you were also playing mirror comps, but get Nongshim to sponsor Plat Chat. Chat, speaking of which, I will keep my word. We will be doing Nongshim bundle giveaways, and I will dye my hair red if Nongshim qualifies for Toronto. I just want to set up... I think I'm just going to open an actual platform that can do like multi-social media platform giveaways. That way I don't have to like do everything manually. So I just have to figure out which platform would work best. And then we'll post about that both on my Twitter/X, YouTube, and Discord. So make sure you're following and or joining any or all 3 of those, and then you'll get a notification about the giveaways. Obviously, we'll have it as a command on stream as well. Don't worry. You can win the giveaway even if you've already bought it, because there is no actual way to gift skins anyway. So, you know, don't wait to buy the Nongshim bundle. Just buy it, and if you have it, you can get a different skin of the same value, right? So go ahead and buy the Nongshim bundle. Thank you so much for the tier 1 sub, by the way, Sandy. Appreciate it. Welcome, welcome. Thanks for the support. Soon there will be. Are there plans for gifting? Because that would be great. 디코의 모바일 전용 신맵 사진 올렸는데 용량이 크네요. 아, 진짜요? Win the giveaway and buy the RRQ bundle. Hold up. Don't make me require photo proof of what you're buying. Hashtag ad, I have the bundle and it's good. I've been winning my ranked games with it. Honestly, though, I started winning after I bought the Nongshim bundle as well. No, we're not changing it to Ramyun hair and red tips. Chat, you can't just keep trying to up the ante at the one wager. You gotta wait. You gotta wait for future opportunities. Oh, gifting might happen. All right, fantasy. Let's do fantasy before I forget, because that we should just do. As always, pick'ems and predictions I will be doing 1 or 2 days later. Give me time to kind of digest everything, maybe review a couple of VODs if I want. So we won't do that right now. But what are we doing? Fantasy League. Oh, they fixed it. It shows your points. Damn. 77 points. Damn, dude. I should have known. I should have known that Cushy wasn't gonna be able to put up a fight. It always did. No, it would show you 0 points because it would immediately go to the next week as soon as Pacific's last match was over. It used to not show you the last week's points. Like immediately as the last match ended, yeah. 도스나인이 킬은 워낙 많이 내가지고. Don't have high expectations, they said. They said we will add replays to 7 years ago. DOS9 and MV? Yeah, that's big. Alright. I mean, not bad. Not a bad week for what it's worth, honestly. Just, you know, I put Persia on IGL. He was still recovering from COVID, so it's all good. I don't mind. They got the win, that's all that matters. This was a big week for 11, so that would have made a big difference, I guess. But it's time to make our transfer, chat. Okay. So, So this doesn't work for playoffs, right? It's just the EMEA one. Obviously, we can't get a full team of EMEA because we can only do one transfer for now, and that's fine. This is a beta. But we got... Who am I targeting for here? Who's a good target? Vitality? I don't think so, though. I feel like Navi's gonna strike back, chat. I think this is gonna... This is the Team Secret RRQ match of EMEA this last week. 이게 진짜 빅 매치죠. Dude, it's crazy that this is the last match of the regular stage. What a banger. Team Liquid? Yeah, getting someone from Team Liquid could work. Okay, who am I transferring out? I mean, I guess one of the Pacific people. Or I guess whoever. Okay, first of all, let's put Angel in, right? What? No. And then Fluorescent in. And then we will... I mean, I guess it depends on who I'm getting. So for now, we'll just put him in. So I can get... It depends on who I need to trade. Who's the most expensive? Who's the most expensive? Cushy's the most expensive. Okay. I don't want to flame Koi, but even with good teams, Koi has an R. Damn. Mate, and Gentlemates have the best odds this week? Wait, really? Who are they playing? Koi? I think I was originally thinking I might get Mini. Trade Munchkin because he's your wild card. Oh. How many points do I have, though? I have 4 points? Dude, I can get a 12.5 if I trade Munchkin? Easy work. I could get Alpha Year. I could get Kamo. Kamo and Kiko are both good. Yeah, no, I know. Fnatic plays Heretics. Rien's, no, that's a Fnatic's game. Kix's points per week is 18. That's insane, man. Sociable. I am a BBL believer. I forget who they're playing, though. That is this week only, though. It's this week only? It says points per game. It's a lie? Oh my gosh. That's messed up. Yeah, it's bugged. I thought it was weird. Go to player stat for season average. I'm gonna be honest, chat. I'm not that invested. Once the full season comes out, I'll be more invested. But I can't even get a full team anyway. I'm thinking Kiko. What are we thinking? You know what? Fine. We'll look. We'll look at averages. Mini Boo, too expensive. Woot? No, but Heretics, yeah. Well, that could actually just be like kills for days. But Martine. Who do they play? Who do they play this week? Yeah, Kiko's not bad, though. Get sociable, they're playing foot. Wait, why would I get sociable because they're playing foot? Oh, KC is playing liquid. Oh, I don't know about that. No, I think I'm gonna go with Kiko. I'm kind of liking the Kiko pick. Nice. Manage. I mean, it doesn't matter who we sub out, but I guess we will sub out Dust9. Yeah, all EMEA with 2 Nongshim. Oh, I should change IGL, though. Who should I change IGL to? I'm thinking either Kiko, Nats, Levin. Chat, trust. It's time. It's time. It's time for the Angel Monster game. Trust, chat. Chat, what did I tell you about Secret? It's time for you to trust me for once. No, it's time for the monster game, chat. It is time for the absolute gigabrain monster game. You don't think Angel can do it? I think Angel can do it. Angel's got it in him. Yeah, literally EMEA with Nongshim. Let's freaking go. What's the leaderboard like so far? Where are we? I didn't do that well this past week. 1,200. I think I've slowly tried to climb back into the top 1,000 though. Not bad. I was down to like 1,700 after week 2. Damn, top 20. Wow. What about Sideshow? Angel will Giga Brain. He won't be able to shoot. Damn, top 100. Look at these guys. I know his team though. Mini IGL is a good shot. I think Mini will do well. Originally, I was thinking about getting Mini. Anybody in the top 20? Any chatters in top 20? Who's the top team? 491. It's close. It's a close race between Nived and Chemo. I'm thinking Mansvallow. Seevolf was a good pickup. Damn, very well regionally balanced roster. Wait, they can't have all EMEA either, though. They're screwed. We got this, chat. It's time for us to rise up. I was top 800 until this week. I cooked. Now I'm in 2400s. What? That's crazy. Yours is perfect? Well, if it's perfect, why are you not number 1? I don't know. I don't believe it unless you're Nived. Oh, I don't know. I mean, granted, like I think a lot of the top people have, they can't get full EMEA teams. So I think that's probably where it differs a little bit. Only like 800 out of 13,000 have a 7+ EMEA players for next week. Oh, really? Damn. And top 2. All right, we'll look at both of yours. Ragu and Ping. Is your name the same? Camo, Floor, Crashies, Mulsey, Safe, Boaster, Woot, Nats. Did you already do your transfer? I assume you did. Because otherwise, no offense, but I don't know what Mulsey's doing in here for a perfect team. It's not bad. I mean, Boaster's been fragging. I don't know if I'd call it perfect though. Safe for 10.5? Unreliable IMO. Unreliable. No, I like Mulsey, but for fantasy? I don't think so. Sideshow's still pretty high up. He's in the top 100. 005155. That's Ping You Nope Nope. It's a pretty good team though. I mean, all in all, that's a very well balanced team. You're telling me because of your team you're gonna jump all the way to the top 200. Am I supposed to believe this? You're in 3700. Kayak Martine, Mulsey Estrella. Wait, you don't have a full EMEA team. What? Yeah, baited. Oh, I was looking at week and not the split. Okay. Oh, you haven't done your transfer yet. I see. Yeah. I mean, at some point you need a cheaper priced player. So yeah, I'm okay with it. Which team would I like more though? I actually might go back to Ragu's team. I mean, I have a lot of faith in Governor, but it's been looking a little bit rough. What the heck? RRQ lost. What is that prediction from you, Chobra? I just know. I mean, listen, if Team Secret's strong enough to beat my curse, then I don't know what the problem is for RRQ, chat, but it wasn't me. That's all I'm going to say. If Team Secret can beat my prediction, why couldn't RRQ? That's all I'm going to say, you know? I'm just saying. Everyone says I'm the problem, but I'm not seeing it. I'm just not seeing it. All right, chat. We're gonna run some ads real quick. Let me boot up the game, and then let's play some Last Epoch. We can talk about it. We can talk about the matches and whatnot. I mean, a pretty good stage one though. Pretty good stage one. Let's be honest. I mean, even Secret gives us a little bit of hopium at the end, which I don't know if that's actually better or worse for that team, but either way. So I think DFM's the only one that I mean, DFM and Global both I'm kind of like, I don't feel great, but Global I'm willing to give a little bit more slack of like, I mean, all right, we'll see. But DFM, we never saw a single week of it, so I'm just like, dude, 1 map win is rough. I mean, 2 isn't that much better, I guess, but... But yeah, otherwise though, very, very fun, you know, entertaining stage one. It's still, listen, as much as we meme about it, I think this is a big win for Indonesian Valorant, regardless of who actually goes to Toronto. The death of, you know, SEA or Pacific was greatly exaggerated, right? It's not necessarily VCT Korea. Obviously, yeah, there's 4 Korean teams, but, you know, now go yell at Zeta and Team Secret and DFM and G. So, you know, they prove that you can take over these spots. So that's good. The bracket's exciting. DRX T1, Talent Gen G. These are all hard to call, though. This playoff bracket is going to be bloody, chat. It's going to be bloody. It's going to be very bloody. So... Pacific is such a good league that even the 0-4 team can beat the first seed. Exactly. Nongshim can't go to Toronto. No? What? Anybody can go to Toronto in the top 8. What do you mean? Paper X could go to Toronto. It's anybody's game. You just have to get to the lower final. So the way this works is you don't flip until this round. So the loser of Talon Gen G plays Nongshim, DRX-T1 plays Paper X, but the loser of RRQ DRX-T1 plays Nongshim in lower round 2. That's how it works. I have no idea, Tens, because I don't actually... That would be a TMV and their mods question. I'm very sad for the Japanese scene. I mean, it is kind of sad, but honestly, I think Zeta did show, like, legit improvement throughout this stage, like, week by week. I really do. Even though they lost a close series, and they lost it in kind of a Zeta way at the end, and Nongshim won it in kind of a Nongshim way, but I don't think you should take that away from the improvements they showed. It just hurts because it was so close for Zeta, but I do think... Like, I would say the big jump against Talon was kind of like a more shocking thing, but if you look at just overall the progression from first week to last week, I still think it was a very good progression for Zeta, and I think it's going to be an exciting future for them. DFM, on the other hand, who knows? Who knows? I mean, they feel it, that's for sure, but do they know what to adjust is the big question. So by pattern, Talon loses Gen G, then beats Nongshim. See, that's where you're wrong. That's where you're wrong. I don't think that's going to happen. You think patterns hold true forever? Let's chat. When will you learn? Drop the superstition, chat. It just doesn't work. Yeah, no, Zeta really... I think Zeta is a... Like, if you're a fan of Japanese Valorant or Zeta Division, like, I think Zeta is a team worth rooting for again. Do I think they could, like, win Stage 2? I mean, yeah, that's a little far-fetched, but I think they're a team worth rooting for. Right? Counterpoint, 100 Thieves send for patterns. Well, that's just because one team's just not good and the other team's better. Do you think energy goes to Toronto? Probably not, but I mean, who knows? No, but chat, as much as I memed about it, I legit thought this was a game for Talon to win. Similar scenario. T1's not going to do everything in the world to win. They're going to try, but they're not going to do everything in the world. And they played well. Like, Talon gave respect to. They played well. But Talon can probably show everything they can. So... yeah, for people that are confused, yeah, for rule breaker rules, go to Liquipedia and don't look at the overview, but go to the link for the full rules. But basically, in a four-way tie, you go through map differential, one team moves on, and then you reset for a three-way tie. That's why. And Talon has beaten both T1 and Nongshim. So it's not like in a four-way tie you rank all four. You do four-way tie until it's a three-way tie, and then you reset. Is it weird? Yes. Do I like it? Not necessarily. Is it logical within their own system? Yes. It's not inconsistent. So it is what it is. Teams knew about it because it seems like the Nongshim coach knew right away yesterday that they were locked in for fourth because they won 2-1. So it is what it is. But anyway, we're going to run some ads chat and then let's set up some Last Epoch. We can continue chatting. But then let's continue just chilling with some Last Epoch. What a crazy weekend, though, huh? Wait, hold on. Before I go on, what's going on with So what's the status here? So it's EDG BLG, do or die. EDG's gonna make it, man. Ugh, they just can't help themselves. China just can't help themselves. But send EDG. Listen, I would become a BLG fan again if they beat EDG. Imagine the timeline where Nongshim was first. It was possible. I'm just saying I wasn't that crazy. It didn't happen, but I'm not that crazy. EDG versus BLG has a 0-9 all-time record, by the way. I mean, listen, I'm all for breaking patterns, but this one ain't being broken today, or not this week. Yeah, I mean, Wolves XOG is fun, though. I can't. Yeah, I'm just more upset that it was BLG that, like, pulled a BLG and let Wolves go to Toronto. I think that upsets me a little bit. But EDG's going. No, chat. It's EDG XLG Wolves. EDG has that record with every Chinese team? That's not true. What do you mean let? Because Billy just sometimes loses games. This should have never been like this. You don't think Billy can pull it off? No. I don't. I don't think they're consistent enough to pull it off. At their very peak, could they? Sure. But no, I don't think so. I think the chances for this are really low. I mean, out of these, I've always liked XLG more. So I would, it's not even like the meme on like trying to hate on TMV's team. I've always liked XLG's play more. But my pick'ems are just cooked. Will EDG get first seed? Listen, chat, I'm telling you right now, if EDG does win this, they're getting first seed. There's no way that Wolves and XLG both somehow beat EDG in a best of 5. Like, they've never played a best of 5. It's just not going to happen. Pick'ems, Pacific Pick'ems. We'll be doing that in 1 or 2 days. Tuesday or Wednesday is usually when we do them. We'll do them on stream, and we'll record it and put it up on YouTube as well. Do EME and Americas now? No, we're going to play Last Epoch, chat. Just because also, like... Well, EME we can't. And then America's... I mean, I haven't watched... This holds no meaning. Right? I might as well just be like, Cloud9 to the moon! Like, it doesn't really... It just doesn't... I mean, yeah. I mean, G2's gonna go, though. I guess that's... G2's gonna win, chat. There's just... And I mean, I am led to believe that MIBR is probably the next best team. Energy's not going. Doesn't matter who wins here. I don't think it matters who wins here. This could be a fun one. All right, chat. All right, seriously, now ads time before you guys all run away. I'm not sure MIBR is that good. I don't think they're that good, but I don't really think any other team is that good in Americas either, to be very honest. At which case, I just think MIBR has a higher ceiling for now. I've heard some rumors about FPX at least. I hope they can run something back for Stage 2. Autumn, Yosemite, Ion Core is too good. I mean, they're good, but... Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what happened to the FPX roster this season. They dropped them after Furia. I mean, what does that say about RRQ, chat? Chat, don't read into it too much. Chat, T1 was dropping maps to everybody and they won Masters Bangkok. You can't take that. EME랑 아메리카스도 중계하시나요? 가끔씩 EME는 하고 아메리카스는 사실 좀 하기가 어려운데 풀업 이제 최종 매치들은 다 할 계획이에요. 어디 갔지? 중요 매치들은 할 수 있으면 좀 하려고 계획 중입니다. I'm gonna try to do top 4s, chat, for EME and Americas, but we'll see if I can actually manage because there will be some time zone overlap. Yeah, I mean, I am curious. Yeah, we'll see if C9 does well. That will be an interesting point, honestly. All right, where's my game? Where are my video games at? We are going to play some Last Epoch, which is an ARPG. You sounded disappointed about them not being locked in, but can you blame him? Wait, who? Who did? Oh, Osboss did. RQ's not going anywhere with that performance. Well, no, no, listen, that wasn't my point. My point is you can't read into it like that. Chat, how overreactive is the SCA Valorant scene going to be if one of Boom or RRQ don't win their first match? They only need to win one to go to Toronto. If one of them, even one of them doesn't win it, how overreactive is everybody going to get? They go insane. Dude, why would they go insane though? Like, it's not that insane. Like, it's so, like, I know it feels bad because it's one win away, but like, dude, Pacific is so tight right now. You think RQ will go? I mean, listen, I'm sorry, RQ, but I am a bit more convinced with Boom. But I think Boom, you know what though? Because I actually think Talon can beat Gen G, in which case I would be worried for Boom. I really would, actually. No, it's not that bad, but like the community is going to overreact for sure, which is messed up. It really is. Oh, I forgot to wait. Why isn't this loading? Hello. Game. You can't do this to me now. Like, losing to any of Talon, Gen G, DRS-T1 is not that bad, but imagine both don't win. Okay, how crazy does the fan base get if neither Boom or RRQ wins? That's a good question. Chat, you think Talon beats Gen G or not? Like, ignore the pattern memes for now. You think Talon beats Gen G or not? I legit I am leaning towards Talon, like, in terms of power, for sure. Why do you think Talon wins? I think they know how to play this current meta better, and I think they know how to abuse it. 디맥 맞아요. 리듬 게임을 되게 좋아해가지고 디맥도 한때 많이 했습니다. I think Gen also, fair point. I think Gen G will just shoot. I mean, that's fair game. Wait, are the servers down? What's going on here? Okay. I mean, that's fair. But why I think... Like, I don't think Gen G necessarily has a problem. I mean, what do I think is their problem to, like, win a trophy? Yeah, I think they're just stuck in their ways. Sup, Will? Have you played PoE 2 before? Still am. Still loving it. We're just doing some Last Epoch for now, since I haven't played it since early access and the new update was very hyped. Yeah. Like, literally, to me, Talon's bigger concern is themselves. I know I say that every time, but like if Talon played G2, I don't think their bigger concern is themselves. But I think if Talon plays T1, I don't think their bigger concern is themselves. I think it's like you have to make sure you play well against, like, you have to know how to play against them mid-round. But when they're playing Gen G, to me, it's like, I mean, Talon, your bigger opponent is yourself. Meteor in Gen G? Yes. I think Talon never beats Shinji, so they wouldn't now. Oh, Chad, when will we learn? When will we learn? I'm about to check out D4 and watch some vids on it. I mean, honestly, I think D4 looks pretty decent now, too. Bro, why did RRQ lose? Well, I think for one, they didn't expect Team Secret to actually play aggressive and play double duelists. All right, chat, let me go to the bathroom real quick. Did I run ads? I think I ran ads. So let me go to the bathroom real quick because we didn't go to the bathroom. Alright. 이번 주 목요일에 블록 딤에게요? 아니요, 그 DLC를 매번 구매를 해야 돼가지고 터치를 안 한지는 좀 오래됐습니다. I think Genji lack adaptability. For now, yes. For now, yes. I don't think that's true in the long term, but I think they still think their old way of playing gives them the same adaptability, which in the current meta, I don't think it does. Talon versus Genji, who lose versus Nongshim, right? Yes. Yes. Talon and Genji, the loser plays Nongshim. 농심의 다음 상대는 탈론과 젠지에서 패배한 팀이고요. 저는 어제 공약을 걸었죠. 탈론이네. 농심이 토론토를 간다면 농심 색깔과 비슷한 이런 빨간색으로 머리 염색을 하겠다고. And that's the color my hair will be once 농심 qualifies for Toronto. This is Last Epoch, yes. Oh, I gotta change everything over, huh? Let's do that. Last Epoch. Change that. Last Epoch. There we go. All done. Done with the updates. No, we're not in endgame yet. I think I'm getting close, though. DLC는 할인할 때 사는 걸 강조했어요. 아, 그러면 되긴 하겠네요. 좀 즐겨찾기 해놓고 할인할 때 사야겠네요. 오랜만에 좀 새로운 거 사서 하면 재밌긴 하겠다. You do realize talent have a literal 50% win rate. Chat. Team Secret's never beaten an RRQ, and they just did. Where am I supposed to go? The Majelka Way Station? Oh, we gotta go to Titan's Canyon and move on. I don't know. People always say, like, by Act 7 or something, you'll know, but... Where? I don't know what act we're in. Also, apparently I have all this stuff that I gotta put back in storage. Let's see. Oh shoot, we have more idle slots. I don't know when those unlock, but I should use them. Why can't I use this? Level 42. Oh no, I saw the title of that post. I haven't read it yet. We don't want PoE2 to become Last Epoch. Ever since LA Season 2 came out, every other post is how much PoE2 says, yes, there are definitely things you could learn, but the whole premise is to be drastically different. Arguably perfected the existing formula, but as of now, there are no other games trying to do what PoE2 is doing. If you want traditional RPG power fantasy, we already have Last Epoch and PoE1. Yes! Oh, wow. So logical. What a good post, actually. Gives it the flowers without having to poop on it.
Can I help you?
Just put an, if all else fails, just put an op in Texture's hands and 8 out of 10 rounds and probably get one. That's also true. That's your second account on Reddit. Chat, is this game also CPU heavy? Last Epoch? I don't think so. PoE2 is not optimized well for your CPU, but Last Epoch is pretty smooth. I'm pretty sure. 오, 꿀 정보 감사합니다. I say that as the game lags. My little minion has a shield now, chat. Look, he just punches people with his shield. Most CRPGs are, well, I guess it depends on what you mean by CPU heavy, but like I don't think this is poorly optimized. Wait, why is it that most ARPGs are CPU heavy? Why would that happen?
I cannot do that.
42, but that's melee damage, which I don't need anymore. But that has physical damage. Oh, this is kind of iffy. This is 34 built in. I think this ends up being better. Oh wait, oh, the sword is the no. JK. How strong is the manifest armor? Pretty strong, actually. But right now he doesn't have very good attack because I haven't given him a weapon. I have to give him a weapon. What do I want here? What do I want? Ring of Shields, which I don't really care for.
I cannot do that. I cannot do that.
I hate that I have to check this every time at this point, which is kind of annoying. I guess I just ignore it for the most part, because it's pretty good right now. Anyway, the only thing I have to worry about is at some point I want to switch to like full fire damage, but I gotta watch out when I do that so I don't, because I'll get like a drastic decrease of damage. What the hell?
Do that.
Did you see Valor Mobile? Yeah, I saw the I saw the announcement. I don't know if that was the trailer. I mean, it looks pretty good. I'm not a mobile FPS gamer, but I feel like it could go places.
I cannot do that.
Oh, yeah, why did that change? I put everything on medium. I was going to say something felt a little off. Hello, Spy Master Zarek. Oh, what the heck? I guess. Right on, Infinite. Have a good one. Wait. One of our mods is a liquid fan? Wait, I don't remember this. Said RPGs mostly require calculations, so CPS most. Oh, that actually makes sense. I've never thought about that. Yeah, so I guess maybe compared to other games, but this one's fairly smooth. Yeah, that makes sense, though. I love that shield charge is basically infinite.
This is the Arctic. Can't say I'll enjoy using it. Quickly. On my...
Oh.
And that should do it.
Yeah, this seems like something we would want to try using.
This waypoint's harder than I anticipated. But no worries. All good now. Just in time. Looks like we've got company. Anyway, off you go.
You guys thought about Paper X at Shanghai? Dude, what is it with Paper X, man? Who has faith for Paper X in playoffs?
Don't. The Emperor wants you dead. You're trying to over there. Go. I want to say I'll try. Hopefully, I will see you soon.
이상 D 121년째 이제 아 감사합니다. 영상도 한번 확인해 볼게요. 또 약간 보고 어느 정도 내 스타일인지 볼 수 있으니까. 요새는 완전 근데 이 헥슬 ARPG 쪽에 다시 오랜만에 빠져가지고 track by track. I mean, no, seriously though, how many people believe in the track by track? How many people are actually on board?
I cannot do that.
I wouldn't be surprised. I just have more faith in Nongshim is all. I gave up after kickoff. I mean, I think that's the safer bet, at least until stage 2. I think you just reset expectations until stage 2, and then if it still doesn't look much improved, then you doubt. But I think the logical expectation is not to have an expectation for stage 1. If you mean reaching second place in playoffs, yeah, you think so? You think they'll get to the grand finals again and lose? They might have been Rasanov. I don't know where this takes me, but let's go. Oh, I remember the Clove Deadlock Bind. Yeah, that wasn't that great, was it? Yeah, no, in all honesty, I think the logical advice for Paper X fans is you should just consider stage 2 to be where to like gauge your team again. I think teams get wrecked by meta so bad. True. And some people will say, well, the game shouldn't switch so much, but also I think you know, it is kind of nice to know when a team that adjusts well finally wins. What the? Oh, there we go.
Stand down or die.
Is this better? 52 melee damage. No matter what, that's got to be better, right? Such a high base. Oh, but it's... No, but I think it still affects it, though. 821. Never mind. Maybe it does, but... not in the way that we wanted it to. 오, CS2도 아직도 하고 계시군요. 한국에서는 좀 어때요? 할만해요? Top 4 is possible for Paper X? But surely if you think Paper X can get to top 4, that you believe that they'll get top 3, no? Oh, is it because they're gonna meet Nongshim? Is that why you lose faith? Because that's understandable. That's understandable.
I cannot do that.
Because that's as high as my faith goes as well. I don't want to do that yet. I did see Thinking Meow's Valorant. This is the 11th unique drop I've had in a week. Nice. All different ones, new friends? 아, 홍콩 서버로 잡히는군요. 아, 뭐 중국어 배우고 좋죠, 뭐. Alright, should we go towards the damage now? Probably. I don't know if eventually I go for Forge Breath for the guy. Or just get some movement, but... Where were we going with this? We went for the anvil. I don't know what I was doing with this. Oh, riposte. Right. Right, this is just to get extra damage while I'm... so I can just wail away. I don't know if we want to go for Iron Blade, to be honest. Can I now go to the next spot? Yes, I can. Dude, that comment about, yeah, it's just the same top 4 teams, like Team A, B, C, and then Ospas. That was something. Wait, okay, so why was Sideshow wearing a Fox onesie, chat? I missed that. Whoa, what the hell? Not that I think I want to know, but... 아, 어플로 한국하고 일본하고 막아야 되는군요. 역시 손이 많이 가는 한국에서 하는 밸브 게임. Yeah, he's a freak. Came out of the closet. Oh, I mean, good for him.
I cannot do that.
Did you see the rumor that Oblivion remake is shadow dropping today? Oh, is that today? I've never played Oblivion, but if it's a remake, I might give it a shot. Because it was Easter and the people on America's broadcast were wearing bunny onesies. Oh, is that why? That's just why? Maybe. Okay, it's because of the main broadcast, so you just went and brought it out. Okay. Ooh, does this look good? Extra resistances, increased critical strike with physical spells. Well, oh, this is all for spells. We don't have spells. It's cool, though. Okay, this is worth keeping.
Right. I'm willing to take her. I'll use my... There should be some aqueducts up ahead. Let's be...
Stand down or die.
Oh shoot, it's an idle one.
I cannot do that.
Stun him. Nice. Why Oblivion first before Morrowind? Wait, which one's which? Which one's the... What's the order? Well, that's really weird, Exco. That's... Like, what? And we're really...
I cannot do that.
Cool looking weapons, none of which we will use. 3 is Morrowind, 4 is Oblivion. Isn't that what Persona did though? Didn't they remake 4 first? 아무래도 쉽게 할 수 있는 게 편하죠. Lightning resistance, lightning... Oh, I mean, that one's cool. Might as well. That one seems like one worth keeping. So I have yet to try the Empower. I should try that the next time. Don't forget to include drops in the stream title. True, chat. You all get drops if you play this game. Wait, Expedition 33 is this weekend, right? Or this week. Thursday or something, right? Oh, man, I have such high expectations for that game, chat. Am I going to be okay? I probably shouldn't have such high expectations. But I do. Oh, thanks for adding that.
I cannot do that.
39? We're 39. Okay, so we can just move along. Because Last Epoch is so... See, I think this is the thing, is that, like... The campaign, like, people thinking PoE2 campaign is still... I kind of get where they're coming from for sure. But also... Like, if it's gonna be so... non-meaningful, then... I feel like then why is it even there, you know what I mean? It's like actively trying to make me dislike it. Which I think is a darn shame. Well, that animation looked weird. Usually most of them have looked pretty good.
I cannot do that.
Yeah, chat, should I be trying Oblivion Remake if it's true? I don't know if I will. 아, CS 카스 근데 대회는 저는 아직까지도 넘사벽 중에 하나라고 생각해요. 경기와 역사와 뭐 다 생각했을 때.
I cannot do that.
Dude, my minions gotta keep up with me.
I cannot do that. I cannot do that.
These guys leaping looks so weird. Never been as fan of Skyrim, but Morrowind and Oblivion are some of the best games, period. Yeah? Like, if I just straight up couldn't get past the first couple hours of Skyrim on, like, 3 different tries. You think Oblivion, or which one? Oblivion? Changes that? Wait, why did the forged weapon? Oh no, it's because I commanded them. Right. Okay. Never been able to play any auto-score games because of motions. I could see that. They're doing a Witcher 1 remake. Wow, all the remakes. Yeah, never got into Witcher either. I've only tried one Witcher game. And that was 2, I think, which I think is also notorious for its convoluted controls. And I like couldn't get past the combat tutorial, and I was like, I don't have the time to learn a game like this, no matter how good everyone says it is. What the heck? Whirlpool champion. Jade Empire. Even in the third game, it's rough, huh? Team Secret made a statement today. They did. Now, for Team Secret fans, is that more or less hopeful? I think that's the big question. Is there supposed to be a fourth game? Like, is it either being planned or always been planned, or?
I cannot do that. I cannot do that.
Why can't I do that? Let me do what I want.
I cannot do that.
Open up. Increased health regen. Okay, we just want all the damage while we're leveling up.
Seriously, for you, and 2 when he fled. I saw him.
Okay, I've made it.
From there, you are not the heart of the citadel is beyond.
Okay, we got XP. Oh, we got a side quest on this way. How is it when you play this game but 1 frame of PoE2 and the stream craps itself? Well, because PoE2, the optimization isn't even close. It being in early access, I don't think they've prioritized that very well. PoE2 is also much more intensive, the engine itself. But I think optimization is a big part of it. Hey, Tron, welcome back. Tron, were you a Liquid believer by any chance? Someone in chat was asking who was the Liquid fan. Witcher 1 combat was janky AF. They made a good change for 2 and 3. But you want it to be... Okay, so it seems like, in general, it's always a little jank. Yeah, I mean, Last Epoch looks a lot better than it was in early access. Like, it looks a lot better. But if you look at, like, the corpses disappearing, like the ragdoll, the corpses, everything, like, you'll see, you know, there's definitely a quality difference. To be very fair in an ARPG, is it crucial? No, I don't think so. Generally, I'm not a big, like, graphics fidelity guy anyway. But I will argue that if PoE2... Because 0.1, the first release of early access, was pretty smooth for me, so... If they can make it smooth, I mean, I'm down. The way they did fidelity, I think it's very good for the game. I think they did a good balance of, like, not overdoing it for the sake of just looking pretty and actually using that to add more weight to the game. I think that's good.
I cannot do that.
Wait, kill the leader of what? Which one of you is the leader? Is it you? You're not it. Oh, I have to kill them to bait their leader out. Okay.
I cannot do that. I cannot do that.
I was like a fan just for them to win Bangkok. Is my team a joke to you?
I cannot do that.
Oh my gosh.
I cannot do that.
Yeah, hopefully. But like again, optimization is always one of the last parts. So if it can run, you know, if it's a little bit rough on stream, like I can play on 10. Like it was smooth once I was playing on 1080 Windows. So you know, as long as it can function, like I'll wait. But obviously, it is something that has to be addressed for sure. Wait, find the oh, we just go back anyway. We're done here. Who's got the quest? You've got the quest.
If we pull this off, maybe I can give us some good news for once, eh?
Okay, more crit. Open sesame.
I cannot do that.
Feels like for honestly though, I think the ARPG scene is in a good state, right? You've got mobile ARPGs like Torchlight Infinite. You've got Last Epoch and PoE 1 for the old school, just like truly hack and slash loot explosion experience, and then you have PoE 2. And I haven't tried D4, but I'm sure that's somewhere in between. I feel like that D4 is somewhere in between though. I feel like D4, what I've seen from it isn't like fully hack and slash either, like just old school speed loot explosion type. So but either way, you know, good balance of stuff. It's always a good time. It's always a good time when that happens. Now you can pick and choose, like you can go back and forth, you know, depending on which one you want to play at whichever day.
Do that.
Ooh, set item. The shield charge? I mean, I assume it's just intended. But it's infinite until you hit a wall. So if you line it up correctly, you can literally dash through the whole map. Like for straightforward maps. It's insane. 이번 1분기 대회들 뷰어십 순위에서 마스터즈 방콕 뷰어십이 CS2, ESL 블라스트 대회들보다 높게 나왔네. 아 그랬나요? 근데 이번에 되게 잘 나왔다고 했었어요. 약간 아시아권의 FPS 뷰어십에 대한 증명도 좀 동시에 한 거죠. 일단 시차가 아시아였으니까. Yeah, we're just talking about the Masters Bangkok viewership being really good even compared to other esports for this for the beginning of this year. I think that's great news, though. Right? Like, kind of just goes to show that Asia FPS viewership exists. You know, that you don't have to always just do it in the West. All the way. Oh. Ooh. Alright, we're starting to hit some crits. We're doing some good damage. Why is the sound so low? Oh. I mean, they're all equal. Except for whenever a team is playing against Nongshim, we love them a little less. I just realized Nongshim get one whole week to prep for... You mean one extra week? Yeah, Nongshim, the lower bracket team gets 2 weeks, but you could argue the same, that the team that lost doesn't have to play back to back, right? So I think it's a pretty fair system, that it gives you a chance to reset. But it's honestly not too bad. The only, like, again, the only real bad thing is you lose your out and you have to win 3 matches to get to Toronto versus 2. But I think it's a pretty good schedule to do it. All right, let's look at this tweet. Reports of SCA Valorant's downfall have been greatly exaggerated. 4KR for SCA. What is this?
No England, no USA.
Dude, this is so dangerous, by the way. Do not do this at home. Do not do this at home. It's actually so dangerous. Oh my gosh.
I hate when all these school influencers use this word. This place hidden gem. Hey, how many hidden gems you forgot?
How many hidden gems? The single. What is
this? Very authentic. Authentic, my cousin lah.
Why is this so accurate? Dude. Valor 2 Asia is so funny, man. Dude, everything about this is so accurate. This is so good. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I hope Nongshim... I think they will. I think they will. It'll be good. It'll be good. Dude, Japanese teams? No, I think Zeta will come back pretty strong. I have faith. Chat, it's so funny that we all felt it. Like, the analysts were talking about it, right? About Donbi's pistol clutch kind of seemingly being the nail in the coffin. That's when the tempo just changed. The Nongshim squad always does like a victory one-line interview with one of the players after each of their matches on Instagram. And they asked Francis, when was the moment that you knew you would won? And he straight up said, I think the pistol clutch by Donbi. And he was like, the moment he clutched, I was like, oh, old Nongshim is back. Dude, it's crazy that the players felt that during the live match. You still had 5 or 6 more rounds to go. And like that's when they just knew, oh, like we got this. I mean, it was a big shift, but it's still insane to be like usually players are like, oh, you know, 3 rounds before the end or the last round or whatever. And for him to just straight up be like, nope, second half, we just knew.
I cannot do that.
Do you think I'm coping too much by hopping on the EG train? Listen, I have some faith on EG, but yes, I do. But I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with copium. Just don't overdose on it at all. I mean, they're in playoffs. It can't be possibly that bad. 배그는 PGC 베트남 팀. 아, 맞아요. 그 소식도 들었어요. Wait, IC's the IGL? Wait, I did not know this. See, I'm like most out of the loop for Americas. IC's IGLing that squad? That's what someone in YouTube is saying. Am I getting one guide? There's no shot. It should be nature, no? Sound like I see Nigel and Duelist, it doesn't compute. I mean, they might have changed it mid-season, but I wasn't aware. I feel like there would have been way more, like hullabaloo if that was true, though, no? Alright, we gotta find the source for this. It's not that I don't trust you. Well, it is that I don't trust. It's not that I don't trust you as a person. It's just that I don't trust that as a truth. That sounds insane. I mean, in some way, I actually wouldn't be that surprised. It wouldn't be the craziest thing I would expect from that team. But
I cannot do that.
It'd still be insane. Yeah, that's an upgrade. Damage reflected, increased healing. Wait, so my thing works like what? Block effectiveness? Is that what it is? Block chance. No, so it doesn't matter. It's just block chance. It is worse block chance, but chance to shock attackers seems good. Oh, shock attackers? Eh. Never mind, I messed up. It's early in the morning. All right, we're good. We got unintentionally one guide, but we figured it out. It's all good. All good. It happens. Okay, I'm gonna carry this shield just because it looks cool. That shield is nasty. Oh, I don't actually throw my actual shield when I throw it. I mean, I guess that would probably be a mess for optimization, but that's unfortunate. That's a little boring.
This was once Solarum, my home.
What can I say? As a Liquid fan, I'm very familiar with glue. That's messed up. It was a trap. Oh no. It was a trap. Well, nice trap. Oh dude, why is the damage, is it the crits? Damn. Wait, oh, this dude's back? Spymaster Zerg? What the heck?
I cannot do that.
shoot. This boss actually kind of hurts. Alright. Now we just slash away. And we can parry for the win. Never mind, this poison is insane. Alright, before anything crazier happens. Yeah, melee we don't really need, so we go for that.
Now's our chance. Quick.
Whose side are you on? Wait, I need you guys' opinion on something. Say there's national teams for Val. All right. Oh, this place looks kind of cool.
I'm back. This is Solarum. I can see smoke in the distance. I will not let Raya lead another massacre.
The shrines are so OP in this game. They are literally just auto XP. They just kill everything for you. It's like not even just like a buff. Straight up kills. How hard does this Canadian... Okay, chat. We got a Canadian team incoming. Everybody get your pitchforks ready. No, just kidding. I feel like Canada actually has like a lot of good talent in Valorant. Every time this conversation comes up, I'm always surprised at how many good players are Canadian. The people yearn for IESF. I mean, it's always kind of fun though. But you know what the funny... Now that you mentioned IESF, if you really think about it, especially in esports, I think national teams are the best when you're imagining them. But that's not... But I want to hear it out. Marved Mata. No, I like Canada. No, it's not that I'm upset that there's good Canadian talent. That's a crazy narrative. Ooh, that Griffin is kind of cool. Cool looking boss. Dude, where's my minion? Yeah, that's right. Go fight him. Now come back to me. Sprint to me. Dude, the sprint animation is just so funny. I hope they actually just never change that. I mean, for one, it's nice that they catch up, but two, it's just so funny. Oh, champion? Again, I don't really know what the champions guarantee, but the hell? Oh shoot! Oh gosh!
I cannot do that.
Oh, I almost died. Oh, I died. Damn. No, I think they're writing it out one by one. Does Mars still play? By the way? WSG, ISF, WCG. I mean, I guess that's it. I mean, Overwatch had their own Overwatch World Cup.
I cannot do that.
Ooh. very cool, but not what we want right now. Excuse me. Yawning my brains out here.
I cannot do that.
Chat, I'm so happy that Nongshim's in playoffs. What a relief.
I cannot do that.
Oh, it's also because now I take more damage while I'm throwing my shield, which is like non-stop. I may as well actually just have a debuff on me at all times. Hasn't played since NA versus EU. Darn shame. He was very good.
I cannot do that.
Ooh, unique armor. Oh. Oh, what is this? Oh, offhand catalyst. Dude, so many, like, mage type items that I don't really care for. Just started as a mage. Then they'd probably give me non-mage stuff, probably. I wonder if they actually have weighting like that. Like, give you more stuff that's not from your class. Also, apparently, like, choosing trade or not trade league, the reason that matters for those of us who have only played, like, PoE and Diablo, so what this game does is it has 2 different leagues. I mean, you can also make your, like, character solo account found or not. Oh, this is cool. Oh!
Stand down or die.
This place is cool. But Last Epoch does the whole thing where it's like you can choose trade league or faction, I guess, which is Merchant's Guild, and then you can choose Circle of Fortune, which means you're not going to trade, but, oh, okay. But that gives you better drop rates. So they're like, okay, well, you're not trading, so it doesn't matter, so we're going to give you better drop rates. Which is an interesting way. I don't know what the actual number balance is, but it's a cool way to do it. But yeah, because that's what I was wondering, because I was like, oh, when do I choose? But I think you choose it for end game, I think. Oh shoot, he just straight up died.
I do not have much longer. Go north. Retrieve the lance.
Put your weapons, Herot, my lord.
I was too late.
And who are you? Did he now? Fine. Yes, one and here. Come. We have much to discuss.
So I think you can choose, like, once you get to end game. Yeah, that's what I was wondering, but I don't know. Maybe I didn't choose those, but that's why I tried creating a non-solo account found character first, and it just threw me right into the tutorial, but maybe that's because it was tutorial?
The lance is, it lies perhaps.
But it doesn't say anywhere that I'm playing Circle of Fortune, so I'm not sure.
You will speak, they will reveal the path to Herot's temple. We don't have much. The lance, it lies perhaps. It is not my place to then pray. You will speak to the nomads with their...
Oh, I was wondering. It's because we got disconnected. I was like, why do we have to do that again? It's a solo AF. Yeah, maybe it's just after the tutorial, but solo AF, it just automatically puts you in Circle of Fortune.
I cannot do that.
Let me use movement abilities in town.
We don't have much. The lance, it lies perhaps. It is not then pray. You will speak, they will reveal the path to Herot's temple.
So... What? Why can't I open my quest log? Oh, I am in Act 7. Here we go. That's what I was trying to figure out. So we should be nearing the end. Apparently this act boss is like the first time you'll kind of get power checked. So
Yes.
curious to see. If XLG, Wolves, and Nongshim are the final three of Toronto, who would win in a fistfight between oiled up TMV, Butter Josh covered in eggshells, and you with ramen brick knuckles covered in broth? Obviously me. 농심 결승 가면 스트리머로서 뭔가 있나요? 아, 뭐 공약 같은 거요? 아니면 뭐 혜택 같은 게 있냐고 물어보시는 건가? 공약은 어제 걸었습니다, 현장에서. 농심이 3등 안에 들면 이제 토론토 진출하잖아요. 3등 안에 들면 제가 농심 빨간색으로 염색을 하기로 공약을 걸었고요. 혜택은 뭐 정해진 건 없죠. 하지만 일단 어떻게든 저도 토론토를 쫓아가야죠. 그러니까 농심 응원 많이 해주세요. 염색도 하고 어떻게 해서라도 토론토도 가고. 자, come on, let's send 농심 to Toronto. Really though, it's doable. 신라면 그 자체. What level is this? 46? Okay, we can actually farm some levels here to catch back up, so we're not just getting one shot in a little bit. We've got like crazy poison meteors flying down from the sky. That one gives me remove speed. Whoa, I almost died. What the heck? You take the extra move speed. 농심 순위 4등 확정 맞습니다. 농심은 이제 2위를 2주 쉬고 패자조에서 플레이오프 시작해요. 오늘 왜 이렇게 갑자기 말이 안 나오지? The voicing is nice. I mean, even if the cutscene, like, you know, they added the value where they could, and it's fine enough. I don't think anyone's playing these games for, like, unless you're playing a Diablo game, for the insane cinematics. What's the last row? Mace or Scepter. I mean, maybe I do go back to Sword, actually. If I'm gonna be throwing my shield anyway. Get the extra attack speed. Huh. Do I want Smelter's Wrath? We're not sure, but I guess we should at least experiment. I mean, yeah, D4 cinematics. Blizzard cinematics are always golden.
I cannot do that. I cannot do that. I cannot do that.
Okay, just get me to the boss, get me to the end game, man. I wonder what the average length that it takes most users to get to the end game is. Not like people who have been practicing it, etc. But, and I wonder if it's actually faster to do the alternate route even on a first character. So I realized, I guess I didn't. Well, I guess I'm doing all the side quests, so that takes longer. But also that way, I never have to do any backtracking for extra passive points. Yeah, Lightning. Sorry if that was a disappointment. I had the command set up just because I said it yesterday and people were like, you have to keep your word. So just in case people were wondering what happened to it today. I just got to try to find the right platform to set up a multi-platform giveaway on. Yeah, you think so? You think D4 can really rise back up to the top?
I cannot do that.
Where are we going? All the way down this way. Batman is streaming. Doesn't even have sub on. Oh, damn, really? Yeah, I guess so. That makes sense.
Stand down or die.
Wow, we're rich.
I cannot do that.
Campaign is roughly 1 to 2 hours. See, I don't buy that. How many, well, I guess I wonder how many hours we've actually played. I don't think we've played that much either, but definitely already played more than 1 to 2 hours. Whoa. That's speedrunning and skipping big chunks. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, for newer players, that's what I want to know. Five to 6? Yeah, that seems about right, if I'm getting close. Ah, minion bleed? Let's try Empower. I want to see what that does. Like, because it's supposed to give it to me with better, like, stats or whatever next time, but... Ooh, we get runes off of that? Wait, that's pretty good. I always have faith in Blizzard and their D4 dev team. They're not perfectly easy to make up for the mistakes. Yeah. Possible. We should give him a visit when we're done. Yeah, if he's still streaming, for sure. Oh, what's the knife in the battle pass this time? much rather Blizzard succeed than for RPGs to suffer or fall into. Oh. I mean, comparison wars will always happen. I think comparison's fine. It's just obviously weird clickbait agenda. Oh.
Huh?
No, I see what you're saying. I can picture it. Minus 12 BE. Excuse me.
Stand down.
It's your first Valorant purchase. Oh no, they should fix stuff like that though, for sure. Who are you? Oh, you're just another mob. All good. That doesn't have a quest for me, so. What the heck? That thing just like flew off the screen. This way. Yeah, I mean, I think just hit an email. I'm sure they'll bump it up in priority once they have more reports of it. Stop it. Stop throwing. Stop throwing weapons.
Gods.
Less health, less strength? No, we don't want that. Ooh, 53 melee, extra stun oh, but 100% physical damage. That might let me do the switch to fire damage, though.
I cannot do that.
Give me another shrine. Ice beetle. Oh wow. Is that a one shot? What the heck? Chase him. Thank you. Boss time. Ooh, double boss.
I cannot do that.
I wonder if we need to kill him at the same time. Well, I guess it's too late because I can't. Yeah, well, I was wondering, why was I getting so targeted? I gotta let my minion do the work.
I cannot do that.
These guys are tanky. Probably lacking some damage on my end. Nice. Ay, ay. Use the Blessed Horn in the Tundra. What? Oh. Okay. Yo, you can travel from wherever? I just realized that's the first time I realized you could do that. You can fast travel from wherever. That's crazy.
Yes.
They really did. Again, I don't know if I like it, but they really did do like a whole like we just want everything to be smooth and fast and easy.
Yes.
Okay, we got more idle slots. Yeah, fast travel, seamless fast travel is important. All right, should I have Plat Chat on the side, just muted for stream? Follow along, because I will probably keep playing. Yeah, if you want to listen along, I'm gonna be listening to Plat Chat. See all the crazy takes that they have. Would they allow you to have it? I'd have to ask, but probably not. Probably not. And I mean, I don't know if I would, because I wouldn't have it on screen, right? So, well, I guess they do the audio version as well, but let me see here. There we go. That works. I usually listen in late or listen at full-time speed.
I cannot do that.
Yeah, 1.5 times is actually the goated way to do things when you're just trying to quickly get information. It's like hard to go back to things at normal speed once you do 1.5, which is also a little bit dangerous, but
I cannot do that. Stand down and die.
wait, what the? I wasn't looking at my health bar. I was looking at the minimap. What the heck? Damn, they do start late every time, huh? That's insane. What the? Dude, wait, what the heck? Why am I suddenly taking so much damage? It's not like I'm like in the negative for something. What in the world? Wait, do these not die? Oh, it's a champion. Do the lizards not die? Also, I just realized I didn't have my pet to draw aggro.
I cannot do that.
Okay, we got Scepter. Oh, they started. I wonder if I should change the scepters at some point. That's a cool story. Seth was just talking about meeting Ben Affleck.
Do that.
Him and Elon Musk. Do they? Why don't they use Twitch? Not sure. They used to. Weird question, but how are people in Korea depositing money from Twitch? They can't anymore. That's why they've all migrated off of it. The only Koreans still on Twitch making money are the ones who would have like either business registrations in another country or like, you know, accounts from another country. That's his name? The drummer actor from Whiplash? He's in so many different stuff. I guess I've never known his name. He doesn't know any celebrities. He has to think. What the heck? Isn't that like you? What, having accounts abroad? Yeah, that's me. Or you mean not knowing celebrities? I mean, I don't know a lot of them by name, but I could name, like, you know, a celebrity that I would want to see, like, share a same interest or whatever. Dude, Kurt's so fast with the, like, image searches and stuff. Very impressive. Ooh.
I cannot do that.
Robert Pattinson, really? He really does. The Twilight jig really, well, it was probably both great and not great for his career, right? What the hell? That escalated crazy fast. Is he a nice guy or is he an awful guy? Yeah, you'll always get disappointed. That is true. Donald Glover. Oh, these guys have some nice takes. I mean, that's how it's always gonna go. He also hates Twilight unabashedly. Really? 100? Wait, 100's quite a bit, though. Yeah, 100's a lot. What? I mean, also, yeah, but that's crazy. Saisho didn't know who Kim Kardashian was.
I cannot do that.
Oh, Sliggy. Oh, Sliggy was watching Pacific? I thought he would have skipped those. That's crazy. What? The first... No, the first game was not a great game. That's actually insane that he said they were great games. I know, honestly, though, you know what's really funny? Is I actually bet that Sliggy has a better overall sleep health than most of us. Actually. Yeah. No, because he probably does basically intermittent napping. Like, whether he knows it or not. And I think he actually, yeah, no, I think he probably actually weirdly has a better sleep health than most of us. Everybody wants to talk about paper rights. Curious what they're gonna say. Yeah, like good naps. If you know how to nap properly, naps are actually golden. Let's see. I gotta bring up my build while we listen to Plat Chat here. Low-key wish I didn't have to sleep. This is kind of nice, chat. Yeah, everyone should just open up Plat Chat. We just chat about it. Get away from the craziness of their own chat. Uh-oh, what's Slugy about to say? I know why he's saying this. That's so funny. That's actually funny that he's saying it that way. I guess maybe I go for more of this. Oh, I never adjusted to throwing. I wonder if I just get all the percentage here. Damn. You and your minions can fight. Yeah, no, I want that too. This we probably don't need. Frailty chance. Reduce bonus. Take less fire damage per point of overcapped fire resistance. Less fire damage taken per 10% over. I don't know about this. Why do they call it Plat Chat? It's because apparently back in the Overwatch days, they would, like, that was the meme for all the chatters that chatted in the chat of the official broadcast without knowing what they were talking about. But it's very accurate because, like, in League, people actually say the actual worst rank is Plat because it's filled with people who think they know better, but they don't. I feel like it's generally pretty true because, like, gold and below, usually it's like you might have some people that are like, well, I know I could hit gold, like Plat, but like they know they're bad or they're like just hungry to rank up. That's it. But like Plat thinks that like they know like what the pros are doing and everything. I wonder if this is just like too spread out, honestly. I guess I can adjust it later though. I guess I get, well, on 20, yeah, I don't know. This was the old build. I might not need that anymore. Strength will give me more damage as well anyway. Yeah, no, it's a pretty good name for the podcast. It's like a good reference and all that.
I cannot do that.
Drops gold. Nice. I actually don't know if they need to, though. In all honesty, chat, do you think they need to lock in rolls? I don't know if they really need to anymore. I actually don't think that's necessarily the first step that they need. Dude, are these guys multiplying? They are. Okay. Thought I was going insane. I wonder if chance to bleed on weapons also turns to chance to ignite once I get fire damage. They're gonna do pick'ems? Oh my god. Hey, Brace does have a tough bracket. Some sick cope if they were in Omega. There's no shot. Use that art paper. That's good from Shia. I mean, China's moving venues though, so excusable. I mean, also, I don't know. I think that's, at least it's not like going into Masters. It kind of works out, actually. What the? Is this me or is this them? Oh, it's this guy. Whoa, wait, what is this color? Legendary coat? Why is it red? Oh, it has like a fixed thing. Lots of health. Oh, it's because I empowered. Oh, I see. Okay. Wait, where's the... Why can't I pick it up? Oh, what the... Why is that hidden? Oh, I wonder if it's because it's low level. It was a good member question. I think red just has like the... I don't know what it looked like before. I guess we'd have to rewind. But I think it's just like the max tier. I'm not sure.
Stand down or die.
There's some controversy over Nongshim's ranking in the Pacific season. About what? About the tiebreaker?
You're alive, but how? And Yulia, Lance.
I don't know why there's a controversy.
Think I but who cares about that? I must deal with Ryan. Lance,
I cannot do that.
Dude, the colors are throwing me off. Yeah, CMN, I mean, I'm happy to talk about it. I just need to know exactly what you're talking about. On a run. Evade charge. What is charge? I think people are just wondering because there's better round delta. Yeah, I mean, it's like, yeah, there should be no controversy though. Like, the rules just haven't changed. They've been there. You can like or dislike the rules. I'm not a big fan of them, but I don't, you know, controversy would imply that, you know, you think something was wronged, and I don't think that's true. And also, at the end of the day, Nongshim did lose to both T1 and Talon. So even as someone from Nongshim, I mean, listen, like, it is what it is, right? I don't know if I would rather have them be in the upper bracket just because they got a couple, you know, a couple more rounds, but still lost games just because you played more, you know, just because you stomped a couple games, but then lost other maps. At the end of the day, you got to win them all to get through it.
I cannot do that.
Like, it, you know, it stinks to be in the lower bracket, but But also in my head, it's like, yeah, you have to win an extra, but I actually think the 2-week break can be a blessing in disguise. And you're kind of between 2 and 4, your position on the bracket doesn't change. 3 and 4 does, but I actually think this side of the bracket is better. So for Nongshim, for what it's worth.
I cannot do that.
So, like, it's unfortunate, but if it wasn't going to be first, I think it didn't really matter. No, it's not a sensitive topic. CMN, I just don't know what you're talking about. I just don't, like, I'm not sure why. I wasn't even aware there is a controversy because there shouldn't be. But I guess it's not that it's a sensitive topic. I'm just wondering, like, where or what are people saying? Like, if it's literally people just being like, what the hell, why aren't they second or third? Then it's like, well, because that's not what the rules are. And, like, people got caught up in their own algorithms beforehand, but it was never the case. After the round differential of the win yesterday, it was already locked in. People just were doing their own wrong calculations. I just succeeded as a DRX fan. Bane showed my drawing on his stream. Nice. That's sick. That's awesome. Oh, come on. Yeah, no, I mean, listen, I'm not... Listen, I think, like, never clarifying officially on broadcast and on a very public platform about the rules is bad. I think the way Riot handles tiebreakers is terrible, and I've fought against it when I was on the broadcast every year. I've always said, we need to clarify this for them ahead of time, because otherwise fans are going to feel wronged. But I'm just saying, as someone who, you know, kept looking up and asking people on like how it actually works for Pacific, etc., as someone who is very well aware that every league can have very different rules, as much as that doesn't make sense, that's just how it is, and knowing that it wasn't changed after the fact, I don't think there's really room for controversy. I think if anything there should, because controversy just implies, because that's just going to blow over. It just really feeds Riot to never clarify ahead of time anyway, because it's like, you know, they'll have controversy for a little bit, whatever. There's no such thing as bad press. It blows over, we move on. But if, like, there's like a full gathering of like, no, you need to stop doing it this way, like, that's when things will change, right? I think I already have this one. Yeah, so CMN, in case you're not aware, the rule was always the same. Like, the rule hasn't changed for Pacific. In a 4-way tie, you look at map differential first. However, as soon as it goes down, you do that just to bring it down to 3 ways. As soon as it's down to a 3-way tie, you do count head-to-head. Talon beat both T1 and Nongshim, so the logic there is that they are the better team, and Nongshim lost to both of them, so the logic is that Nongshim is the worst team. You don't have to agree with the rules, but, like... Right, again, controversy would imply that there was like some sort of like wronged, like someone being wronged, or at least being intentionally misguided. And I think the viewers were misguided, but the teams knew about this seemingly too, because Silkanen, I mean, sometimes teams just don't care about the rules until after the fact, but Silkanen in the press conference was like, well, we should be 4th, locked in no matter what. We should be starting from the lower bracket, so it stinks, but now that means we have 2-week break. Like, he said this yesterday. So I know there was like a lot of different algorithms going around. Like, yeah, I know there was like Korean fans in the Nongshim Discord saying like, well, there's a chance for us to get second. And I thought about correcting it, but I was like, I mean, I haven't really like triple, double, quadruple checked. So I didn't say anything, but I mean, it's just how it was going to be. So like, I'm not trying to defend it. I think the way, I always think they should clarify better, but...
We have the land. Would you? But why? I'll give you one. Tell me more of this.
The lance was found, and the
Yeah, it's because basically how Pacific does it is it's a flow chart. We always bring it down to the next step. If there's 4, we have a 4-way tie rule. As soon as it gets to 3, we have a 3-way tie rule. As soon as it gets to 2, we have a 2-way tie rule. That's just how the rules work in Pacific. Is it good? Is it unified, etc.? Totally different conversation, which I will go ahead and say I don't like that style of rule making, but it's not illogical. It's just I don't believe in that philosophy.
Yes. If what used to be honest, I can't imagine it. But I will take your warnings to heart.
But you know, it is what it is. Are you saying you want some trucks in front of the Riot Studio? No, that is not what I'm saying. So, yeah, so in case you want more clarity again, CMN, for clarity, 4-way tie equals you do map differential, then round differential, but you go down to a 3-way tie. Once you're in a 3-way, you start again. And here you do head-to-head. Then you do map diff, and then you do round diff. And then, give me 1 second. Let me confirm. Let me confirm for these guys. And then once it's 2-way, obviously it's head-to-head, right? So it just goes 4-way until it's 3 teams, 3-way until it's 2 teams. That's just how it is. I don't like it because I would rather like 4-way. It has its own rule of how you go all the way through. 3-way has its own rule of going all the way through. Like that's how I would like it, but it's not illogical. It's not like built in some way to screw someone over. It's just like a different thing. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's something you could really press Riot about, whether it's Jakeson or Leo or whoever. Yeah, but the reason I'm saying this is because like we can't talk about this as if it's a controversy. You can say, oh, I didn't know this and I think it sucks, or oh, Riot should really make this clear for everyone ahead of time, etc. Because otherwise we don't get what we want, right? It's what I always say, we need to choose how we fight our battles. And so, because if you say, well, there's a controversy here, that makes it emotional and that makes it sound like you only didn't like it because like for instance in Nongshim case, like because Nongshim got 4th, and it's like, actually no, even if Talon got 4th because of this, I would have said, well, the rules are a little weird. So namely the tiebreaker championship points, which I think is very important. Yeah, that's also important. So I hope that helped, CMN. Like I don't mind talking about it, but I'm just saying like if you want more information and you want to know how that, like if you don't like where this is going, you need to be very good about how you bring this up to like the community and Riot basically, because like if we just say like, well, this screws over Nongshim, it's like, well, I mean, no, that's not why it's bad. It's just, you know. Let me answer these guys on Plat Chat. Personal request from Flashback. Players and coaches caught off guard. This type of situation sucks for team. Thanks for players for doing your best. Chobra should do a yearly interview. I should reach out to him. I think it'd be good to kind of circle back because there's probably some things that Jake would like to talk about that they have improved on for sure. I can hear it to some extent, but I'm English is not good enough to interpret it real time. Yeah, no worries. Are you Korean? 혹시 한국 분이시면 제가 한국어로 설명을 해드리는 건 괜찮아요. 한국어는 상관이 없어요. 제가 다른 언어는 못하지만. If it's Korean, I can explain. If it's not, I don't know the other languages. Yeah, no worries though. No worries. Should I get here? 아, 한국분이시구나. 그러니까 제가 일단 룰 자체는 Let me just explain this in Korean chat. 룰 자체는 4명일 때는 그러니까 4명, 3명, 2명일 때 다 각각 이제 룰이 있어요. 규정이 있어요. 근데 이게 각각 4명일 때는 결국에 3명을 만드는 게 목표고 3명일 땐 2명을 만드는 게 목표고 2명일 땐 당연히 1명을 만드는 게 목표겠죠? 근데 4명일 때는 바로 맵 차이. 그래서 맵 차이와 그 다음에 거기서 만약에 어떻게 다 4명 다 동률이다. 아니면 뭐 둘 동률이다. 그러면 라운드 차이. 이렇게 넘어가는 거고 3명일 때는 이제 혹시나 한 팀이 다른 두 팀을 둘 다 이겼다. 그러면 그 팀이 올라가고 그러면 당연히 한 팀은 0승 2패라는 거겠죠? 그러면 그 팀은 내려가고 이렇게 정리가 되지만 그렇지 않으면 맵 차이, 그런 다음에 라운드 차이, 라운드 격차 이렇게 올라가고 이제 둘일 때는 뭐 당연히 이제 승자 승으로 가겠죠. 근데 여기서 그러니까 다른 지역들과 좀 다르게 퍼시픽의 규정이 적혀 있는 게 4명일 때 맵 차이와 격차와 라운드 격차로 쭉 1, 2, 3, 4를 순위를 매기는 게 아니라 여기서 막 정리를 하다가 3명이 되는 순간 리셋이 돼요. 3명이 되는 순간 3명 동점으로 리셋이 돼서 여기서 승자승이 있나 확인을 합니다. 근데 이번 경우에는 아쉽게도 탈론은 T1하고 농심을 둘 다 이겼고 이제 농심은 T1 탈론한테 둘 다 아쉽게 졌죠. 그러니까 갑자기 격차가 상관없이 이 팀이 더 강하네, 이 팀이 더 약하네 정리가 되는 거예요. 그러니까 이게 저도 개인적으로 이런 시스템을 좋아하진 않는데 뭐 말이 안 된다고 우기기는 좀 그렇고 저는 그냥 아니 여기서도 한 번에 정리될 수 있으면 여기서도 한 번에 정리돼야 되지 않을까? 저는 그냥 그런 거를 더 선호를 하고 그게 좀 더 깔끔하다고 생각을 하는데 이제 이것도 뭐 나름대로 일리는 있죠. 아니 이게 이렇게 해서 차차차 내려가는 게 우리는 맞다. 승자승을 가능한 이제 최대한 사용할 수 있는 방식인 거죠. 이렇게 그냥 순차적으로 하나씩 필터링하는 규정 세트인데 그게 그 전날부터 알려져 있었어요. 그러니까 뭐 그 전에부터 알려져 있었지만 그 전날부터 감독님도 알고 계셨던 것 같고 그래서 뭐 이게 뭔가 뭐 막 다 숨겨졌다가 바뀌거나 이런 거는 아니고 그냥 좀 상황이 안타까운 거죠. 상황이 안타까운 거죠. 그래서 그냥 뭐 근데 저는 이제 여기서 추가적으로 그러니까 제가 항상 저희 영어 쪽에서도 팬들한테 드리는 말씀이 이게 막 문제가 있지 않나요? 이렇게 말하면 이제 감정적으로 되면 사실 라이엇 측과 뭐 그 방송 측에서도 막 그렇게 귀를 기울일 필요가 약간 없어지는 소리가 돼요. 근데 저희가 만약 이게 룰이 좀 더 깔끔한 게 좋지 않을까? 이러면 이제 이게 이래서 그런 건 알겠는데 전체적으로 어느 팀이 그랬든 이거는 좀 이게 더 낫지 않을까? 저희가 앞으로는 이게 뭐 다 동일한 게 낫지 않을까요? 모든 지역이 통일되는 게 낫지 않을까요? 이런 얘기를 이제 더 많이 하면 그거는 이제 좀 더 라이엇과 뭐 그런 이제 대회 측으로 귀에 들어가기가 더 쉽죠. 근데 아무튼 일단 상황은 그렇습니다. 좀 아쉽지만 농심 입장에선 저는 근데 대진이 뭐 나쁘진 않다고 봐요. 그냥 탈락하면 아웃인 게 좀 안타까울 뿐이지. Alright. I know that was a little long, but hope you guys understand. Yeah, I posted in the chat, but I don't know if they saw it. Buzzing Joy, that it was pretty exaggerated. 아, 아닙니다. 그래도 또 봐주시고 질문도 해주셔서 감사해요. No, thank you. No problem. No problem. Danger, I just did it in Korean, so if you want to play that back with Papa... No, I'm just kidding. Basically, there's different rule sets for 4-way to 3-way ties. 4-way does map differential first, but once it's 3 teams, it resets. So then they do head-to-head first. So because Talon has a 2-0 record in a 3-way tie, and Nongshim has over 0-2, Nongshim is last. Maybe I do need some more defense. Maybe we should start getting this. Actually, maybe I just get this. Dude, that's all they're going to talk about for the Nongshim game? That's crazy. It's actually insane. No, this match, dude, this is people assuming. I think the RRQ secret match was actually good. I don't know if I want armor shred in the long run. You can always reset, but I guess we'll just go with that for now. Smelter's Wrath. Channel to charge a powerful... You have to channel... Oh, this is a town. I have to leave here. Wow. Oh. I see. I see how it works. Do I want this skill though?
I cannot do that. I cannot do that.
So slow.
I cannot do that.
Probably not. I wonder... Well, I should look at the skill tree in the long run, but... More damage, more crit chance. Spews furnace while charging a fire split. Oh, okay. Well, this is different. Can you move while you're charging it? I've thrown... Okay, well, I mean, this seems like a cool spell that just isn't very practical. Yeah, you can do faster charge up, but yeah, maybe if you get this 50% faster, yeah. Yeah, but we don't really care about it. Let's get that first. Chance to summon lasts longer. Talon rematches Nongshim. You think Talon's gonna lose against Shenji? I don't think so. I actually don't think so. I think I'm gonna end up predicting Talon on that one. Does Red Bull Clutch give something or Masters Clutch? You mean like, is there like a award or something? I don't think so. That's just a sponsored like moment. Nice, we got our little guy a weapon here. Manifested armor gains a charge ability which knocks back. Oh, that's pretty good. I don't know, do we really need... Well, boots. Taunt is good. The ability is Whirlwind Strike. Uh-oh, my YouTube's lagging. Seth is so furious. Increases the effectiveness of all armor shred. Yeah. I don't know what Frenzy does here. I guess we'll try that. I thought they get a Red Bull can for every clutch. I'm sure they just get more Red Bull just in general. Yes. Ooh, that's a good upgrade. Why did I get this? Right, this one has 18% move speed. Not yet. 767. Not yet. Really? Because this has only increased physical. I guess it's still. I'm so confused why that does more damage, chat. Chat, it literally shouldn't. It just increases the physical. So this must mean that it's actually like PoE, where it just does more. That it increases the physical and then converts it to fire. That has to be what it means.
I cannot do that.
Dude, I look nice though. 49. Yeah, we don't have to farm here. We can just move along. Well, that dude's big. Oh, look at him. He's got a nice sword now. Look at him. Look at him go. Oh, he actually does good damage. Damn. Oh, I do good damage. Holy crap. They have an org that can potentially kick them. No, I do think so. I do think it was meaningful. I don't get why people think it doesn't mean anything for RRQ. People are really underestimating how close the points can get in stage 2. Shit, am I crazy? Why are people pretending that the points don't matter for RRQ? The only team I would be okay with that is maybe T1.
We have heroes. We must move on. You're right. We'll travel west towards the sea.
Is this not crazy to me? I feel like I'm like losing my mind.
Cannot do that.
Yeah, it did. It came down to one point difference, I think.
I cannot do that.
It's... Here's the ruling. Total split event map differential. Total split event round differential. Tie teams only matches split. No, that is what's confusing everyone, Tron. Because Pacific's not following that to the T. That's why it's confusing. Pacific doesn't follow the global rulings to a T. Pacific has its own rule system within it. Sideshow's so much louder than everybody else.
I cannot do that. Stand down or die.
Dude, no, the sideshow needs to stop, man. This is actually so broken. He's actually killing it without... and it doesn't even need to be killed. That's so good from Shio. That was a good analogy. 20% of current health lost per second. Holy. This is so crazy. Yeah, because Tron, exactly. If you follow that rule, it shouldn't...
Stand down or die.
Talon should be 4. Right? Is that how you would understand it? because that's how I'm reading it. Unless I'm just misreading it, but...
Down.
Oh, it says in the global that if four-way is resolved. Oh, even in global, it says if it's four-way resolved, then three-way. So Pacific's actually following it. It's EMEA and Americas and China that's not. Okay, so apparently it says it. It probably just doesn't say it in that exact section. That once the four-way is resolved, it goes to the three-way tie rule. Oblivion full reveal tomorrow. Nice. So when's it actually dropping? Yeah, I haven't actually read through the rulings myself. I just trust it when people give me exact the enough receipts.
Show no mercy.
And generally, I trust Wikipedia, but they have been wrong with Valorant because Valorant's not very transparent.
Hello.
Dude, I don't understand how... Oh my gosh. And, Tron, Yissel's telling me that it does say it somewhere in there that once the four-way is resolved that it goes to a three-way tie. But it might just be hidden under as a different section. But I don't know. That might... It might have been the Pacific rulebook. But either way, like, it is stated like that somewhere. And I've seen it as well. And that's why Wikipedia has it that way as well. And things like that. I imagine they'll reveal the release date. Oh, okay. Yeah. I see. So confused. Fire resistance shortages are... Vengeance's base physical damage is converted to fire. Consequently, this damage scales with increased... Okay, so I think it does work like PoE in that sense, where like the weapon increased damage applies to the base damage first, and then the conversion happens last. I'm confused. Chance to shred physical resistance from all sources are converted to change. Yeah, okay, yeah. So it is last. This damage goes with increase to fire damage, but not increases to physical. But see, that's where it says it doesn't get increased by physical damage, but it is stronger. 767, 724. But this is the only way it makes sense. Okay, I'm gonna assume I understood it correctly. Note, if ties reduced to 2 to 3 teams, utilize appropriate tiebreakers above. There's no head-to-head. Right. It's written badly because the note is at the end as A, and it looks like it should be checked after 4. Right. So the ordering is weird.
Goodbye.
Which is not surprising at all. But, you know, it is what it is, I guess. So, yeah. So we are following it to a T, which is crazy. I'm so confused. I'm so confused on this damage conversion. So then why does it even matter? Like, where would I get, like, a global fire damage? Why does it imply that... Why does it say... Does anybody play Last Epoch? Why does it say increases the physical damage? It doesn't scale this. Because it clearly does. Maybe they mean this, actually. Maybe they mean my passives. Maybe that is applied last. I guess I can test that later. Do I have a physical damage node? Melee physical damage, +5. No, but this is +5 to all of it. Something that does only physical damage. No, that's not... Okay, melee physical damage +1 per point. Okay, so how do I... Where do I go to adjust this? Right on, new friends. Have a good break. Yeah, Tron, I mean, it's unfortunate. See here. To be honest, the rules are written very stupidly because under head-to-head tiebreakers, it's number 1 is head-to-head match score and number 2 is head-to-head map diff, 3 is round and so on. But if you face against... Yeah, yep. Yeah, no, it's just like they like cover their butts and Riot does this a lot, and I'm gonna go ahead and say it because I've worked with them for so long across different games. They do this a lot, and it just goes to show that I'm gonna be honest, I don't think they have full experts, and I don't think it's very organized because it's just one of those things where they like clearly did something to cover their butts on one area, but they don't do it in other areas. And it's very unfortunate. Oh, they're looking at our bold predictions. Let's see. Where do I end a time? Is that how do I go to... Wait, what is this? Oh, waypoint locked. Oh, that's the end game. And where's my... Where's the actual... Is it Council Chambers? Where's like the weird space town? correct word is sleaze. Oh, they're doing the full pick'ems.
Greetings.
Let's see, where do I... Respec 1 point. Okay. 759. Wait, what? Why does that go back to fiscal? Wait, what? What do you mean that's fiscal? Okay, it's fire. 759. It was bugging out. No, it still increases it. I'm so confused, chat. So why in the world would it not ever matter? I think it's just poorly written. I think I'm just getting bothered by something that's poorly written. I have a small tournament in my company, and I have to make the rules very exhaustive because even for... Oh, for sure. Like, you should. But I just mean, like...
Greetings.
But they do it in certain areas and then they don't in other, right? So it's kind of like, what?
Do not dwell on regret.
So just straight up, just higher numbers. Which,
Yes.
wow, that does make it boring, though. I don't know. We'll find out as we go. I mean, maybe I'm just PoE brain, to be honest. Dude, plat chat is so... Dude, I can't wait, chat. Chat, it's gonna happen. I can't wait to see Nongshim make it a not RRQ. I can't wait. They can have all their fun slandering me for now. Your pet peeve is rat draw shows? Why? I think the draw shows aren't so bad. I mean, I wish they could have more fun with it, but I mean, after the first one, that was a little bit of a whoopsie. I think they've cleaned up. No? Am I being too forgiving? Could be. Dude, and the fact that they have no faith in T1 is actually kind of crazy to me. Dude, what was that? Why is that glowing red? I think DRX they could, but... I think if DRX beats T1, sure. I think RRQ can win. I mean, I'll have to think about it more, but I think T1... Granted, I mean, I just have faith in T1 to show a different look, but, you know. It's kind of looking like the truth. The fact that they say because I left them and they lost to Team Secret for the first time, chat. Where's that? Where's that logic? It's crazy. It's insane. Wait, so Iron Blade launches a blade. But Riposte is... But this is AoE. Well, maybe not, actually. Dude, they're sending Nongshim out? He thinks Paper Ace is going to beat DRX. I'll give it a year or two more rules being consistent. After that, I'll be more forgiving. Ah, fair enough. So armor shred? Okay, so... Okay, but this does... Okay. So this would change that. I don't know, this wording is weird. What do I want here? Great axe. Yeah, no, let's take that. All right, so this is now full fire damage as well. I don't know. I'm confused, but it's working. Honestly, I should probably not try to theorycraft too much in Last Epoch. I should just enjoy it for what it is, and then I'll play more PoE too.
I cannot do that. I cannot stand down or die.
How do I get up there? Oh, this one. What the? Wait, oh, that's my shrine. I was like, what's doing poison damage? Speak with Harbord the Ferryman. Where? Back at town? Somehow they just double the hours. That's actually so true about DRX. See, I'm glad I'm not the only one that thinks that way, though. Like, every time I think DRX needs more time, they're like, we had enough time. And I'm like, what? It's actually crazy. Like, honestly, Termi is a magician, really.
Hello.
Man, it's also crazy to me that people think Foxy being mad is a good thing. I think if Foxy's emotional, that's when they lose. When they eventually blow it up. Dude, this guy with the sword looks kind of nice, though. T1 wins the rematch. Whoa, what the heck? Where are you? Freaking big boy out here.
I cannot do that. I cannot do that.
Wait, why can't I... What? What the hell? Why is this on, like, permanent cooldown? Oh, like, my shield just didn't return. What the heck? He thinks Paper X can make it and Nongshim can't. That's crazy. That's insane to me. Slig is farming. Slig is farming for content. He can't actually think that. If he wants to say he thinks everyone in the top upper bracket, yeah, fine. I actually think everyone can. Obviously, the chances differ. You know, I agree. I think even Paper X can. But that's crazy. He is farming for content. That's insane. Sliggy's lost the plot, chat. Now we keep the strength. Yeah, dude, what happened? Why is Sliggy still against Nongshim? I mean, I know why. Not like he's not against it, but the way they play and what they are, their improvements are not what I think Sliggy would normally favor. Which is fair. Which is fair. I think there's still a lot more work to do for consistency. So that's probably why. And then also probably a little bit of content farming, right? He's already Paper X pilled anyway. No, it's not so much the Neon one trick. I do think the playbook is a little bit lacking. Dude, this is kind of cool. It's always low-level stuff, though. I feel like... I mean, I guess it's good for leveling alts, but... China. Curious to see what they say about China.
I cannot do that. I cannot do that.
All right. What do we got here? While you're using your shield, you have additional element of increased fire damage over time. Throwing attacks of additional critical multiplier. Yeah, I mean, I guess we get this first, but this gives me, yeah. Whoa, this crab is freaking massive. What the hell? I'm turning off plat chat on the side. That, well, not a good start. Nope, we're done with it. I mean, I don't know. Today's not the day to do it, IMO, but I don't think it's like bad, but
I cannot do that.
I just I think the plat chat crew is so good at content. But, and like, some people are gonna say like, oh, you're just too old school and you're boring, and like, maybe that's true, but I feel like there's just a slightly better balance, and generally they're actually really good about this, which is why it's, you know, like, I don't have like a dislike for their content or anything, but there are just times when they sometimes just, they're too deep into the content. Oh, train, what the heck is this? Uh-oh, well, that meteor is gonna wreck me, I think. Never mind. Yeah, I mean, it's not just any one member. I think it just happens every now and then.
I cannot do that.
You know. And I think it's also one of those things where it's like, oh, well, if we do it with like everything, it's kind of, it's fair game, right? And it's like, kind of, but like, there's a difference between like roasting at like a roast show and then just like doing that all the time. You know what I mean? But it's fine. Time is that one? Okay. Dude, why is this dude so? Oh. Oh, I had to click on it. Okay. Dude, I have no idea what the story is here.
I thank you for your efforts.
Okay, let's go do the side quest first, because it probably gives us a passive point.
I cannot do that.
Whoa. Pretty. Find Leath's study. Leath's road. Feel like upstairs is the way to go here. Maybe not. Find the leader of the tower invasion. Found him. Easy work. Bolts. Pile of books. What the? No. Was there... What the? Where am I? Ah? Oh, we're back here. Oh. Wait, I'm so confused. Yeah, I have no idea where we are on the map. It's crazy. Oh, the waypoint was a bit far out, wasn't it? But it's okay.
I cannot do that.
Yes, you can.
Ha! I cannot do that.
Oh, Nemesis. These probably don't really matter in the story. In campaign mode. Yep. We have a couple good leveling uniques if we ever wanted to use them. I haven't upgraded my gear in a long time, I feel. Why do you have like a boss thing on you? Like a health bar? You important?
I cannot do that.
Oh, my shield's like bugging out.
I cannot do that.
Dude, where did my shield go? Why does that happen? So confused. I don't think it's a bug.
I cannot do that.
Nongshim versus Talon or Genji, and then RRQ or I'm gonna assume T1. Chat, I'm calling it right now. I think it's gonna be Genji or RRQ that Nongshim has to face.
I'm glad you are. I see. Did she? That
I think that's winnable.
Liath's been known to be.
Gods be with you.
Though I see her as a friend, she will consider me as a threat.
What though? There's so many quests to do in this town. Town's kind of pretty.
May I help you?
Ooh, now we got all the idle slots. That's cool.
Very well.
What do you think wins stage 1?
These waters are deep. I've made my pry.
Wait, oh shoot. No, I wasn't ready, but okay. Here we go. Oops. Who do I think is going to win stage 1? That's a good question. In my head, the strong candidates are T1. I actually think it's going to be either T1 Talon or maybe DRX, but I'm pretty big on Talon going into playoffs. I really am. It's not just that one game. Obviously, small sample size. So could they do the most Talon thing ever and still go back to win loss, win loss, win loss? Sure. I mean, absolutely. But I don't think so. Because the way they played it, it wasn't just like they had just enough hero plays to get by and they had a couple, like, it was very, like, it felt like a level up. It felt like a level up. But if they level up, I think when Talon levels up, they level up big because, like, map pool, prep, etc. is already all there. Right? Like, you see what I'm trying to say? I think for Talon, once you level up, like, you just jump, like, 5 more levels compared to other people that might be like, okay, we leveled up this one thing, now let's level up the other thing.
I cannot do that.
So I can't help but be kind of big on them.
Do that.
Okay, so now I'm not stunning, auto-stunning anymore, which is a little bit sad. But I think if Talon wins their first game, I think they beat Boom. And at that point, they're into the lower finals, but minimum. But I think they do decently in best of 5. But if it's Talon, like under my current assumption, which again, it might change when I'm doing my pick'ems. Under my current assumptions, it's Talon T1 in the upper finals. I don't know if Talon could ever beat T1 in a best of 5 in stage 1. Dude, these giant crabs are actually kind of cool, but also gross.
Stand down. Die.
I keep collecting all these. Also, if I'm gonna do shield throw, yeah, maybe I should just go with a. So would this raise it? 12-11. Oh, I can't use it. JK. I should start looking at swords. Ah, my favorite. This guy gonna be the boss? I'm kind of a big boy.
I cannot do that.
Should really give my passive points. This is one thing that PoE 2 has definitely changed for everybody, right? This is the ESC to pause. Definitely miss it. Take the extra damage for now. Chance is only at 10. Okay, they're doing the gather crab eggs in the coral pools. Okay. Wow, I feel like this is like the first actual fetch quest that we're doing in this game. Melee attack speed, that doesn't matter. No, I need like physical attack speed. You know, that's the other thing about this game that I've seen people say, which I was thinking but couldn't quite put into words. It's just like the weight just isn't there. I know I talk about it a lot with other games, but the animations, the sound. I mean, the sound's not bad. It's a little light, but the sound's not bad. But it's not. There's not a lot of weight, and then you just blend. Like, there's no good collision. The collision system is really bad. You just like, I'm just gone. You know what I mean? And there's a bunch of people. I think the designs are cool though. Even that affects it, yeah, so it's just poorly written. All good, though. Dude, I need 8 eggs. Where? Oh, they're like bunched up. Whoa, the biggest of the big crab? Oh, never mind. They're the same size. He just has the ring around him. Also, the potions just being insta-heals is like both nice, but sometimes annoying. You can't like have it going. Oh, I missed an egg. Wonder if there's more than 8 around the map. That would be the ideal way for this quest. Looks like there will be. Got them all. All right, didn't want to go.
Gods be with you.
Return to inform. Okay, that we've done. Action Merchants Guild. Oh, that area is just like blocked off to me. That's crazy. Where is Isle of Storms? Oh, it's not an attacking shrine. Oops.
I cannot do that. I cannot do that.
Wand, gloves, 75 armor. Holy. Huh. Yeah, we'll take that. Sure. Oh, I unlocked my last specialization. Okay, now what can we do? If you have to pick Last Epoch or Path of Exile. Oh. I mean, it's still not entirely fair because I'm still we've been taking this game very slow. I'm still not at the end game. I'm going to personally choose PoE. Either PoE 1 or PoE 2. Personally, I would choose PoE 2 over PoE 1, but Okay, but I will say this. Okay, so what's your experience with ARPGs? Because my base answer, if it's because you can only buy one, my base answer would be buy Last Epoch now, and you can enjoy PoE 2 when it comes out fully for free, right? That would be my recommendation, because PoE 2 is, I mean, this, you know, has some bugs and whatnot as well, but like PoE 2 is still early access. It's buggy. Sometimes the way they do things may not make sense unless you are in the mindset fully of a tester and things like that. So I think if it's because of cost, then I would say Last Epoch now, try PoE 2 later. I enjoy PoE 2 more though, but I'm not at the end game yet for Last Epoch. But I enjoy PoE 2 more because I feel like every step of the way did have meaning. Like, everyone jokes about friction, but to me, like, this campaign, I'm literally, like, the game, everything about the game is, like, telling me that campaign doesn't matter. So I'm sitting here, like, even as a first-time player, so I'm like, then why am I playing this? It's fun, but, like, the action, the combat, it's the ARPG part is fun, but, right, I'm just like, well, why don't you just throw me into the end game? But, and there are options for it, but, you know, it's just one of those design things. And then 2, I was just talking about it. This doesn't have much weight. Like, everything's very light. Like, my abilities, the collision between character models and enemy things. If you're new to the genre, I would say then Last Epoch, though. Last Epoch does, it's very good for people who are new to the genre. The theory crafting's easier, it's more straightforward, but there's still customization, etc. So for someone who's newer, yeah, that's hard. That's hard because I think if you're new, actually, that is a good time to enjoy PoE 2 without having the background of PoE 1. That is tough.
You were told not to come here. It would be wise to leave immediately.
But if I'm only making one recommendation, then it's going to be Last Epoch now. You can always try PoE 1 for free if Last Epoch didn't quite scratch the itch, or you can try PoE 2 when it comes out, right? Just because it is going to be free to play when it comes out. Obviously, who knows when, like whether it's this year or next year, but the Last Epoch is very fun. I'm just someone who, like, I don't mind taking things slow. I don't mind not playing the best builds, etc. So for me, like, the weightiness of PoE 2, even if it's a little slower, things like that, to me, those are pluses. Not everyone agrees with me. Does story matter for these games? Not really. Like, you can learn the lore, etc. If that matters to you, I would just say Last Epoch, the entire premise is time travel. And so, as far as I've been as far as I've read, you know, it can have some cool concepts, but it's not very well put together, as most time travel things are, because it's hard to do. Actually, PoE 2 actually has some things around time travel as well, but PoE 2 is much more strictly about, like, the PoE lore seems to be strictly about, like, gods and mortals turning into gods and whatnot. But story doesn't really matter. You do have to play through the campaign. The other thing I'll say is Last Epoch has an option where you don't actually have to play through the campaign to get to the end game. They have, like, alternate leveling paths. So basically you go through dungeons, which you unlock on your way, like, in the middle of the campaign. You would still need to come back to the campaign to do, like, special side quests that give you permanent upgrades, but you could, like, do that once you're higher level, so it's quicker. So they have options like that. Like, Last Epoch, I'll just say this. Last Epoch, like, literally takes all the friction out. It's just me personally, if I'm choosing between lots of friction or no friction, I would rather choose lots of friction. But not everyone agrees with me. And I think for a first-time player, maybe it's safer to go with no friction. But the big thing about these games is just, like, pick a character and some skills that you like and start, you know, start experimenting, having fun, try to find items that work better for your build, and go start hunting for loot. That's the premise, really. PoE 2 also obviously looks better, but also PoE 2 is not that optimized. Yeah, so you know what? Bottom line, if I'm recommending one right now in terms of money cost, Like if finance is a limitation, you know, whether it's actually hard limit or soft limit, then I'm recommending Last Epoch. Just because I think there's a better guaranteed value. And the guaranteed value is pretty good. Last Epoch does have some very cool, neat ideas for classes and such. And it's pretty easy to... It's easier to pick up. Pen, we don't need that. We're just exploring. There's no, like, direction that we need to go. Can I ask what's with the recent review bomb of PoE 2? It's as far as I understand, it's kind of twofold. One is the tech performance got worse with this patch, and there's no hiding that. So obviously, I think that wasn't very good for a lot of people. The other thing is I think a lot of people just didn't like the direction that this was going in. Oh, thank you for the tier 1 sub, by the way, Darkling. Thank you. Thanks for the support. Appreciate it. It's because of the direction that they went in, and also GGG, the developers, and they admitted this in one of the interviews they did afterwards with one of the streamers, content creators, where they were like, you know what, we actually need to learn to do like better communication, because they did communication where they thought just like speed was the king, but it was put in a way where it made it sound like they were ignoring the other things as if there were no problems, like other requests or other feedback. And so people were like, yeah, I knew it, they just don't care, or like they're just stubborn, they're not listening. And it was like, oh, actually we just wanted to let you know that we're fixing like these other things, but I guess that made it sound like we weren't working on other things. So I think that's part of it. I think just the direction of the game, I think a lot of people are finding out that it's very different from the traditional ARPG formula. Both PoE 1, Last Epoch, Diablo 4, all of those. And people don't like that. They feel that it disrespects their time. I think that phrase gets thrown around a little bit too loosely. I think it's a lot of fun. You know, I don't think you're gonna, like, if you just generally enjoy gaming, if you like loot-based games, if you like theory crafting builds, if you like experimenting, or if you like just having different characters to play with, and you don't mind, like, even if it's not meta, like trying this character, having fun with it, and then building another character just slowly over time, I don't think you'll regret it at all. But I think some people are just like, some people just want to like blast away. They just want loot. They want dopamine hits, and PoE 2 isn't really built around constantly supplying dopamine hits. It's more built around having big payoff. Now there's an argument that, well, there's not really very good big payoff right now, is there? And yeah, maybe balance wise that needs to be tweaked a little bit, but I don't think it's as bad as people make it sound to be. But I get why some people don't like it. It's not for them. And then, you know, there's probably another part of like GGG overpromised that they would not like delay anything for Path of Exile 1 while working on 2, and they have delayed stuff a lot for Path of Exile 1. They've admitted it now that they overestimated the work. And I think that part totally it's valid for original Path of Exile fans to be upset about, because I think if Path of Exile 1 still had really good new content, then people wouldn't be as upset, because you'd be like, fine, we'll just play Path of Exile 1. And that is their end goal, but they aren't able to handle that balance right now. But honestly, yeah, I think Last Epoch's like a good test of like, you know, it's a pretty easy game to get into, or at least as far as it can be, or as easy as it can be within the genre. That way you can kind of test if you like the base genre at all. And then you can decide like, oh, this is like too frictionless. It's like too light work. It's a little too almost meaningless at times. Then maybe PoE 2 is more to your liking. But if you're like, oh, this is perfect, I want stuff with like more loot explosions and just tons of loot, and I can just like go around blasting stuff, you know, an hour a day after school or work without thinking while watching Netflix on the side, then it's like, okay, well, maybe this and like, you know, the original PoE 1 is more up your alley and stuff like that. So it could be a good gauge.
I cannot do that.
31 damage, 30% chance. Okay. some defense here. Yeah, hope that helps a little bit. It's my 2 cents.
I cannot do that.
Ow. Nice. Man, I wonder how much stun I need to actually get then, now that it's not guaranteed anymore. Fire physical resistance. No, we don't want defense. For now in the campaign, you want all the attack you can get. Hi, what do you think TS needs to do to their roster for them to be a contender in Stage 2? I mean, if they play like they did today, which is why I kept saying during the match, like, yeah, this looks good, but do TS fans actually want this to look good? Because now it's a little bit weird to think you might want a roster change, because it looks like they found a good direction. It wasn't perfect, but it's a good place to start. It's a good way. It's a good direction to go. So I'm not as adamant about like some things needs to change. I mean, I think the argument would be that I think you still need a better total power level of Jeremy and Wild Oreo's role. I think the current division today looked much better than anything we've seen before. But could it be better? Absolutely. Do I think one or the other is clearly like a weaker link? No. Just depends on how. And you could even balance around that where you find a better total even with the two same players. So like that's why, like I agree with Sliggy. Like this was a weird one where it's like, actually, yeah, if I was the GM, this game would kind of make me second guess and hesitate and be like, fine, the direction looks good, we give it another go. It just depends on how fed up you are with everything else, but
I cannot do that.
it's unfortunate that the story's taking a backseat considering the history with Diablos. You mean, oh, Diablos. I was like, Diablos. What is this, monster hunter? Yeah.
I cannot do that.
I wonder how many people actually played. Probably a surprising number. We just had this conversation yesterday. Or today.
I cannot do that. Do that.
Whoa, what are you doing? What are you doing in there? Well, yeah, that doesn't seem very nice now, does it? Oh, I just realized my minion's been gone. Whoa. Oh, this is a cool boss fight. Oh, shoot. This is cool. Oh, damn. this the boss that's supposed to be the first power level check? Could be. I could see it.
I cannot do that.
After playing PoE 2 bosses, it seems pretty straightforward, but who knows? Maybe there's a phase 2 at 50%. Dude, that anvil does so much damage. 4k damage?
I cannot do that.
Doesn't seem like it.
I cannot do that. I cannot do that.
Stun.
I cannot do that.
No, stop it.
I cannot do that.
Oh my god, my shield is gone again. Okay.
I cannot do that.
Wonder why that keeps happening. The shield bug. Oh, so close.
I cannot do that.
Oh, I'm out of mana. Since when did I start running out of mana?
Lagan is unpredictable. I was trying to protect everyone.
What is this? Shard for okay, well, cool. Even if less people read the lore or whatever, was known for their... Well, yeah, true. We were talking about that earlier. The cutscenes. Yeah, how far they've fallen, huh? Survive Lagan's trial. Oh shoot! Right to the boss. Is this final boss? Wait, hold on. Oh, we're doing damage to the whole health bar. Okay. I was like, dude, this thing ain't dying. It only be oh my gosh, by attacking the tentacles. Okay. Oh, big stun. Oof.
Your blood is a drop in my ocean. Is that
Oh, what? That damages me? Ooh, nice block.
You are starting to bore me.
Oh, I wasn't sure if I was supposed to go in there or not, but... Okay, AoE kind of working out. That, do we just keep fighting down here, or do I go back up? Okay, no, we don't go back up.
I cannot do that.
What the? Oh, that's actually so annoying. That's a very cheeky way to do it. He normally only does half the arena, and then he suddenly does full arena. That's actually... that's annoying.
An ocean above.
Then the energy shield's annoying too.
I cannot do that.
Are in. Entertain me.
I... I'm gonna do this before I hop off.
An ocean above, an abyss below. Entertain me.
Oops.
I cannot do that.
Is that hitting for more, or?
There's a drop in my ocean.
What is this? Oh, early energy shield.
You are starting to bore me.
Oof.
My waves will break you.
I cannot do that.
Oof. Got stuck.
I cannot do that.
Oh.
Stand down.
What the?
Die.
Dude, no, my shield bugs out. What the heck? My shield's just gone. What the? There we go. It is buggy for sure. Because I was doing the motion, it was doing no damage. Or maybe they were evading. Maybe the animation is just kind of poorly designed. Okay. So we watch out this time. Oh, never mind. Okay. That was different. Gotta watch out.
Your blood is a drop in my ocean.
Maybe I just made a mistake last time.
Is that the best you can do?
Yeah, maybe.
You are starting to bore me. My waves will break you.
Okay. 40%. Oof. These smaller hits are starting to hurt. Oh, I think this is the full arena. No? Okay. Maybe I just got unlucky earlier. Looks like it.
Is that the best you can do?
Ooh.
You are starting to bore me.
What the heck? How did I die earlier? I don't understand.
My waves will break you.
Just giga unlucky, I guess. And my minion is friggin' going ham.
Your blood is a drop in my ocean.
Oh, maybe, yeah, maybe he just started in like a weird spot. Oof.
You are starting to bore me.
Nice. Receive the blessing. Hey, got shot. Sorry, I was focused on the boss fight here. Didn't watch any matches. I mean, today's matches were lighter. If you want, I think if you want to look at how Secret looked, looking at the Secret matches on a VOD could be worth it, but otherwise, you didn't miss much.
Ashy is wrong. Oh, you're the... Should I've never not... She... Now come now, more. Your conscience is... boring.
Two-handed. Sure, we'll take that.
I cannot do that.
You're back. You met. I only wish we could have. Sure. Next, it will be a long road to Majelka after, but.
Board the ship. Oh, we're not done. Oh, I thought that was the last one. I think there's maybe Act 9, because I saw people say something about Act 7 boss and Act 9 boss, but guess we're close. But I feel like, at this point, I feel like the end games, because I already kind of... Oh, I didn't even do this. I just realized, what does Ring of Shields have? It's either Ring of Shields or Shield Bash, I think. But then I keep Shield Rush on my board, because I don't think there's really anything here that I desperately want to upgrade. Later on, maybe I try heals, but I don't think I really need heals either. Yeah, maybe we try upgrading this. Lasts longer, percent of damage taken. Reduced health. No, well, that, yeah, no, but I'm usually mostly using it just for travel anyway. Warpath. Let's change this to that. Let's actually change that here. Did Secret win? Yes, they did.
I've been quick. I needed it. Also, there's a shrine just outside the...
How did you enjoy the... Glad to hear it. I do not... Unfortunately, there are things I do... Good. Then I'll see you in Majelka.
I cannot do that.
Why can't you do that? This requires higher level. Ooh, chance to ignite on hit? 1155. Okay. 1157. 1161. Okay. Yep. Yep. That's exactly what happened. Got shot. Let's try just more damage without the crits.
Can I help you? Stay safe, traveler.
I think that might be where we hop off for today. You know, just some nice chilling with Last Epoch. Let's see. Before I hop off here, let's look at our calendar real quick. I think I should be good to stream every day this week. Yeah, so we'll stream every day this week. Maybe that means we'll even do pick'ems a day early tomorrow. So, yeah. So, we'll stream every day this week. We are looking forward to Expedition 33. Oh, I forget if that's the actual full name, but that, like, JRPG-esque game coming out. We're going to try it on Xbox Game Pass on Thursday. Hopefully it works. If it doesn't, I will probably have to buy it on PS5. But we'll check that out. Which means we probably won't be streaming Last Epoch or PoE 2 for a little bit because that's a story-based game. But other than that, obviously, we'll do like pick'ems either tomorrow or the day after, and then we have more watch parties coming up. That's kind of the main plan. And then I will be looking to put up a membership only video as well. So the general goal is I always put like a short version up on the main YouTube channel, and then members can watch like a fuller version. So for now, like obviously last month it was like just like a full match breakdown, but I might try to do something a bit different. We'll see. I have a couple ideas, but it's really, I'll probably start each of them and see which one seems more practical. So if you are a member, look forward to that. If you're not a member, that's something you can maybe show some interest in. There's a new Delta Force update today. I was playing and thinking what Rito game is missing that smaller studios such as Delta Force have a good idea of. And I'm mesmerized at how balanced the game can be. Yeah? I'm interested. I'll have to check it out again at some point. Check it out. There's no one to raid. They're all sleeping. Everybody's sleeping. No raids. All these... Everybody's slacking. That's fine. We won't raid today. We'll just hop off. Plat chat's still ongoing. Nah, it's all good. But yeah, thank you so much for tuning in. Hope you guys enjoyed the stream. Hope you enjoyed the watch party if you were here even since back then, which is crazy because that was a long time ago. Thanks for all the new subs. We got quite a few new subs today. Really, really appreciate it. And, you know, even if you're just a lurker, if you're just listening and using me as radio, I actually really, really like that. So I appreciate that. And we will stream tomorrow. Just it might be a later stream, so probably like around normally when the late China games start, so like around 7 or 8 p.m. KST. But we'll see. So tomorrow will be a little bit play by ear, but we will stream, you know, just maybe not as long. So that's the plan. Hope you guys all have a great night, and